Beyond order. 12 more rules for life. Overdue. On the 5th of February 2020, I awoke in an intensive care ward in, of all places, Moscow. I had 6-inch tethers attaching me to the sides of the bed because, in my unconscious state, I had been agitated enough to try to remove the catheters from my arm and leave the ICU. I was confused and frustrated, not knowing where I was, surrounded by people speaking a foreign language, and in the absence of my daughter, Michaela, and her husband, Andrei, who were restricted to short visiting hours and did not have permission to be there with me at my moment of awakening. I was angry, too, about being there, and lunged at my daughter when she did visit several hours later. I felt betrayed, although that was the furthest from the truth. People have been attending to my various needs with great diligence, and in the wake of the tremendous logistic challenges that come about from seeking medical care in a truly foreign country. I do not have any memory of anything that happened to me during the most recent weeks preceding that, and very little between that moment and my having entered a hospital in Toronto in mid-December. One of the few things I could recall, looking back to the earliest days of the year, was the time I had spent writing this book. I wrote much and edited almost all of Beyond Order during a time when my family was plagued by sequential and overlapping bouts of seriously impaired health, much of which was the subject of public discussion, and for that reason requires some detailed explanation. First, in January 2019, Michaela had to seek out a surgeon to replace much of her artificial ankle, implanted about a decade earlier, as the initial installation was never perfect, causing her serious pain and trouble with movement as a consequence, and then came near to failing. I spent a week with her at a hospital in Zurich, Switzerland, for the week of the procedure and her initial recovery. At the beginning of March, my wife, Tammy, underwent routine surgery in Toronto for a common and eminently treatable kidney cancer. A month and a half after that surgery, which involved the removal of 1/3 of the organ in question, we learned that she was actually suffering from an extremely rare malignancy, which had a 1-year fatality rate of close to 100%. 2 weeks later, the surgeons involved in her care removed the remaining 2/3 of her afflicted kidney, along with a substantial proportion of the related abdominal lymphatic system. The surgery appeared to bring the progression of the cancer to a halt, but produced leakage of fluid up to 4 liters, or 1 gallon, a day from a no-damage lymphatic system, a condition known as childless which rivaled the original condition in danger. We journeyed to see a medical team in Philadelphia, where within 96 hours of the initial injection of a poppy seed oil diet, whose practical purpose was the enhancement of images derived from CAT or MRI scans, the complete cessation of Tammy's fluid loss was achieved. This breakthrough occurred on the very day of our 30th wedding anniversary. She recovered rapidly and, to all appearances, completely a testament to the luck without which none of us can live, and to her own admirable strength and resistance. Unfortunately, while these events unfolded, my health fell apart. I had begun to take an anti-anxiety agent at the beginning of 2017 after suffering from what appeared to be an autoimmune reaction to something I had consumed during the Christmas holiday period of 2016. The food reaction made me acutely and continually anxious, as well as freezing cold, no matter what clothes I was wearing or how many blankets I laid upon myself. Further, it lowered my blood pressure so dramatically that whenever I tried to stand, I would grey out and be forced into a crouch half a dozen or more times before trying again. I had also experienced insomnia that appeared near total. My family physician prescribed a benzodiazepine as well as a drug for sleeping. I took the latter a mere handful of times before ceasing its use entirely. The terrible symptoms I was experiencing, including the insomnia, were almost immediately and entirely eradicated by the benzodiazepine treatment, making the sleep agent unnecessary. I continued the benzodiazepine for almost exactly 3 years, because my life did seem unnaturally stressful during the period when my life changed from the quiet existence of a university professor and clinician to the tumultuous reality of a public figure, and because I believed that this drug was, as is often claimed of benzodiazepines, a relatively harmless substance. Things changed, however, in March 2019 at the onset of my wife's medical battle. My anxiety spiked noticeably after Michaela's aforementioned hospitalization, surgery, and recovery. In consequence, I asked my family physician to increase my dose of benzodiazepine so that I would not be preoccupied by nor preoccupy others with my anxiety. Unfortunately, I experienced a marked increase in negative emotion following the adjustment. I asked to have the dosage raised yet again. By this time. We were attempting to deal with the second of Tammy's surgeries and its complications, and I attributed my even more severe anxiety to the problem, but my anxiety increased even further. I attributed all of this not to a paradoxical reaction to the medication which it was later diagnosed as, but to the recurrence of a tendency toward depression that had plagued me for years. In any case, I ceased using the benzodiazepine entirely in May of that year, trying 2 doses of ketamine within a week, as suggested by a psychiatrist with whom I consulted. Ketamine, a non-standard anesthetic/psychedelic, sometimes has overwhelming and sudden positive effects on depression. It produced nothing from me but 2 90-minute trips to hell. I felt in my bones as if I had everything to feel guilty and ashamed about, with nothing gained by my positive experiences. A few days after the second ketamine experience, I began to suffer the effects of acute benzodiazepine withdrawal, which were truly intolerable anxiety far beyond what I had ever experienced, an uncontrollable restlessness and need to move, formerly known as akathisia, overwhelming thoughts of self-destruction, and the complete absence of any happiness whatsoever. A family friend, a physician, enlightened me as to the dangers of sudden benzodiazepine withdrawal. I therefore started to take a benzodiazepine once again, but a smaller dose than I had climbed to previously. Many, but not all, of my symptoms abated. To deal with this that remained, I also began to take an antidepressant that had been of great use to me in the past. All it did, however, was make me exhausted enough to require an additional 4 or more hours of sleep a day, which was not helpful in the midst of Tammy's serious health issues, as well as increase my appetite 2 or 3-fold. After about 3 months of terrible anxiety, uncontrollable hypersomnia, viciously torturous akathisia, and excessive appetite, I traveled to an American clinic that claimed to specialize in rapid benzodiazepine withdrawal. Despite the good intentions of many of its psychiatrists, the clinic managed only a slow cessation or tapering of my benzodiazepine dosage, the negative effects of which I was already experiencing, and which were not and could not be controlled to any significant degree whatsoever by the inpatient treatment offered. I resided at that clinic, nonetheless, from mid-August, a mere few days after Tammy had recovered from her post-surgical complications, to late November, when I returned home to Toronto, much the worse for wear. By this time, the akathisia, the disorder of uncontrollable movement alluded to earlier, had increased to the point where I could not sit or rest in any position for any length of time whatsoever without severe distress. In December, I checked into a local hospital, and it was at that point that my awareness of events prior to my awakening in Moscow ends. As I later learned, Michaela and Andrew removed me from the Toronto hospital in early January 2020, believing that the treatment I received there was doing me more harm than good, an opinion I concurred with entirely once I learned of it. The situation I found myself in upon re-attaining consciousness in Russia was complicated by the fact that I had also developed double pneumonia in Canada, although that was neither discovered nor treated until I was in the Moscow ICU. However, I was there primarily so that the clinic could facilitate my withdrawal from benzodiazepines, using a procedure either unknown or regarded as too dangerous in North America. Since I had not been able to tolerate any decrease in dosage whatsoever apart from the initial reduction, months before the clinic placed me in a medically induced coma so that I might remain unconscious during the very worst withdrawal symptoms. That regimen started January 5 and lasted 9 days, during which I was also placed in a machine so that my breathing was mechanically regulated. On January 14, I was taken off the anesthetic and the intubation. I woke up for a few hours, and indicated during this time to Michaela that I was no longer suffering from akathisia, although I remember nothing of this. On January 23, I was moved to another ICU specializing in neurological rehabilitation. I can recall waking up on the 26th for a short period, until my more complete return to consciousness, as previously related, on February 5, 10 days during which I passed through a period of delirium of vivid intensity. Once that cleared, I moved to a more home-like rehabilitation center in the outer suburbs of Moscow. While there, I had to relearn how to walk and up and down stairs, but in my clothes, lie down in bed on my own, place my hands in the proper position on the computer keyboard, and type. I did not seem to be able to see properly or, more accurately, see how to use my limbs to interact with what I perceived. A few weeks later, after the problems in perception and coordination had essentially abated, Michaela, Andrei, their child, and I relocated to Florida for what we hoped would be some peaceful time of recuperation in the sun, very much welcome after the cold grayness of midwinter Moscow. This was immediately before worldwide concern erupted over the COVID-19 pandemic. In Florida, I attempted to wean off the medication prescribed by the Moscow clinic, although I was still experiencing numbness in my left hand and foot, trembling of those two extremities, as well as the muscles in my forehead, seizure activity, and crippling anxiety. All these symptoms increased quite markedly as my intake of medication decreased, reaching the point where about 2 months later I returned to the dosages initially prescribed in Russia. This was a material defeat, as the process of lessening their use had been fueled by an optimism that was consequently shattered, as well as returning me to a state of medication usage that I had paid a heavy price for trying to eliminate. I have family members and friends stay with me during this time, thankfully, and their company helped me stay motivated to continue while the symptoms I was experiencing grew unbearable, particularly in the morning. By the end of May, 3 months after leaving Russia, it had become obvious that I was worsening instead of improving, and relying on the people I loved and who reciprocated that emotion was both untenable and unfair. Michaela and Andrei had been in touch with a Serbian clinic that practiced a novel approach to the problem of benzodiazepine withdrawal, and they made arrangements to move me there only 2 days after that country had reopened after the pandemic closure. I am not going to make a claim that the events that befell my wife, me, and those who were closely involved in her care added up in the final analysis to some greater good. What happened to her was truly awful. She experienced a severe and near-fatal crisis of health every 2 or 3 days for more than half a year, and then had to cope with my illness and absence. I was plagued, for my part, with the likely loss of someone whom I had befriended for 50 years and been married to for 30, the observation of the terrible consequences of it on her other family members, including our children, and the dire and dreadful consequences of a substance dependence I had unwittingly stumbled into. I am not going to cheapen any of that by claiming that we became better people for living through it. However, I can say that passing so near to death motivated my wife to attend to some issues regarding her own spiritual and creative development more immediately and assiduously than she might otherwise have, and me to write to her to preserve while editing only those words in this book that retain their significance even under conditions characterized by extreme suffering. It is certainly thanks to family and friends who are named specifically in the code of this book that we are still alive, but it is also true that the meaningful immersion in what I was writing, which continued during the entire time I have related excepting my unconscious month in Russia, provided me both with a reason to live and the means of testing the viability of the thoughts with which I wrestled. I do not believe I have ever claimed in my previous book or, indeed, this one that it would be necessarily sufficient to live by the rules I have presented. I think what I claimed or what I hope I claimed was this: when you are visited by chaos and swallowed up, when nature curses you or someone you love with illness, or when tyranny rends us under something of value that you have built, it is salutary to know the rest of the story. All of that misfortune is only the bitter half of the tale of existence, without taking note of the heroic element of redemption or the nobility of the human spirit requiring a certain responsibility to shoulder. We ignore that addition to the story at our peril, because life is so difficult that losing sight of the heroic part of existence could cost us everything. We do not want that to happen. We need instead to take heart, and to take spirit, and to look at things carefully and properly, and to live the way that we could live. You have sources of strength upon which you can draw, and even though they may not work well, they may be enough. You have what you can learn if you can accept your error. You have medications and hospitals, as well as physicians and nurses who genuinely and bravely care to lift you up and help you through every day. And then you have your own character and courage, and if those have been beat to a bloody pulp and you are ready to throw in the towel, you have the character and courage of those for whom you care and who care for you. And maybe, just maybe, with all that, you can get through. I can tell you what has saved me, so far, the love I have for my family, the love they have for me, the encouragement they have delivered, along with my friends, the fact that I still had meaningful work I could struggle for while in the abyss. I had to force myself to sit down at the computer. I had to force myself to concentrate, and to breathe, and to keep from saying and meaning to hell with it during the endless months that I was possessed by dread and terror. And I was barely able to do it. More than half the time I believed that I was going to die in one of the many hospitals in which I resided. And I believed that if I had fallen prey to resentment, for example, I would have perished once and for all, and that I am fortunate to have avoided such a fate. Is it not possible, even though it may not always deliver us from the terrible situation that we find ourselves in, that we would all be more able to deal with uncertainty, the horrors of nature, the tyranny of culture, and the malevolence of ourselves and others if we were better and more courageous people? If we strive toward high values? If we were more truthful? Wouldn't the beneficial elements of experience be more likely to manifest themselves around us? Is it not possible, if your goals were noble enough, your courage adequate, your aim at the truth unerring, that the good thereby produced would, well, not justify the horror? That is not exactly right, but it still comes close. Such attitudes and actions might at least provide us with meaning sufficient to stop our encounter with the terror and horror from corrupting us and turning the surrounding world into something all too closely resembling hell. Why beyond order? It is simple, in some regard. Order is explored territory. We are in order when the actions we deem appropriate produce the results we aim at. We regard such outcomes positively, indicating as they do, first, that we have moved closer to what we desire, and second, that our theory about how the world works remains acceptably accurate. Nonetheless, all states of order, no matter how secure and comfortable, have their flaws. Our knowledge of how to act in the world remains eternally incomplete, partly because of our profound ignorance of the vast unknown, partly because of our willful blindness, and partly because the world continues, in its entropic manner, to transform itself unexpectedly. Furthermore, the order we strive to impose on the world can rigidify as a consequence of ill-advised attempts to eradicate from consideration all that is unknown. When such attempts go too far, totalitarianism threatens, driven by the desire to exercise full control where such control is not possible, even in principle. This means risking a dangerous restriction of all the psychological and social changes necessary to maintain adaptation to the ever-changing world. And so we find ourselves inescapably faced with the need to move beyond order into its opposite, chaos. If order is where what we want makes itself known when we act in accordance with our hard-won wisdom, chaos is where what we do not expect or have remained blind to leaps forward from the potential that surrounds us. The fact that something has occurred many times in the past is no guarantee that it will continue to occur in the same manner. One there exists, eternally, a domain beyond what we know and can predict. Chaos is anomaly, novelty, unpredictability, transformation, disruption, and all too often dissent, as what we have come to take for granted reveals itself as unreliable. Sometimes it manifests itself gently, revealing its mysteries, an experience that makes us curious, compelled, and interested. This is particularly likely, although not inevitable, when we approach what we do not understand voluntarily with careful preparation and discipline. Other times the unexpected makes itself known terribly, suddenly, accidentally, so we are undone, and fall apart, and can only put ourselves back together with great difficulty if at all. Neither the state of order nor the state of chaos is preferable intrinsically to the other. That is the wrong way to look at it. Nonetheless, in my previous book, 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos, I focus more on how the consequences of too much chaos might be remedied. 2. We respond to sudden and unpredictable change by preparing, physiologically and psychologically, for the worst. And because only God himself knows what this worst might be, we must in our ignorance prepare for all eventualities. And the problem with that continual preparation is that, in excess, it exhausts us. But that does not imply in any manner that chaos should be eliminated an impossibility in any case, although what is unknown needs to be managed carefully, as my previous book repeatedly stressed. Whatever is not touched by the new stagnates, and it is certainly the case that a life without curiosity, that instinct pushing us out into the unknown, would be a much diminished form of existence. What is new is also what is exciting, compelling, and provocative, assuming that the rate at which it is introduced does not intolerably undermine and destabilize our state of being. Like 12 Rules for Life, the current volume provides an explication of rules drawn from a longer list of 42, originally published and popularized on the Q and our website Quora. Unlike my previous book, Beyond Order explores as its overarching theme how the dangers of too much security and control might be profitably avoided. Because what we understand is insufficient, as we discover when things we are striving to control nonetheless go wrong around us, we need to keep one foot within order while stretching the other tentatively into the beyond. And so we are driven to explore and find the deepest of meanings in standing on the frontier, secure enough to keep our fear under control but learning, constantly learning, as we face what we have not yet made peace with or adapted to. It is this instinctive meaning, something far deeper than mere thought, that orients us properly in life, so that we do not become overwhelmed by what is beyond us, or equally dangerously stultified and stunted by dated, too narrow, or too pridefully paraded systems of value and belief. What have I written about, more specifically? Rule I describes the relationship between stable, predictable social structures and individual psychological health, and makes the case that such structures need to be updated by creative people if they are to retain their vitality. Rule Roman 2 analyzes a centuries-old alchemical image, relying on several stories ancient and modern to illuminate the nature and development of the integrated human personality. Rule Roman 3 warns of the dangers of avoiding the information vital to the continual rejuvenation of the psyche signaled by the emergence of negative emotions such as pain, anxiety, and fear. Rule Roman 4 argues that the meaning that sustains people through difficult times is to be found not so much in happiness, which is fleeting, but in the voluntary adoption of mature responsibility for the self and others. Rule V uses a single example drawn from my experience as a clinical psychologist to illustrate the personal and social necessity of attending to the dictates of conscience. Rule VI describes the danger of attributing the cause of complex individual and social problems to single variables such as sex, class, or power. Rule Roman 7 outlines the crucial relationship between disciplines driving in a single direction and forging of the individual character capable of resilience in the face of adversity. Rule Roman 8 focuses on the vital importance of aesthetic experience as a guide to what is true, good, and sustaining in the human world of experience. Rule Roman 9 makes the case that past experiences, whose current recall remains laden with pain and fear, can be stripped of their horror by voluntary verbal exploration and reconsideration. Rule X notes the importance of explicit negotiation to maintenance of a goodwill, mutual regard, and heartfelt cooperation without which no true romance can be sustained. Rule Roman 11 opened by describing the world of human experience in a manner that explains what motivates three common but direly dangerous patterns of psychological response, delineates the catastrophic consequences of falling prey to any or all of them, and lays out an alternative route. Rule Roman 12 makes the case that thankfulness in the face of the inevitable tragedies of life should be regarded as a primary manifestation of the admirable moral courage required to continue our difficult march uphill. I hope that I am somewhat wiser in my explication of this second set of 12 rules than I was 4 years ago when I wrote about the first dozen, not least because of the informative feedback I received in the course of my efforts to formulate my ideas for audiences around the world, in person, on YouTube, and through my podcast and blog. I hope, in consequence, that I have managed to clarify some of the issues that were perhaps left less than optimally developed in my previous work, as well as presenting much that is original. Finally, I hope that people find this book as helpful personally as they seem to have found the first set of 12 rules. It has been a source of immense gratification that so many people have reported drawing strength from the thoughts and the stories I have had the privilege of bringing forth and sharing. Rule I do not carelessly denigrate social institutions or creative achievement. Loneliness and confusion. For years, I saw a client who lived by himself. He was isolated in many other ways in addition to his living situation. He had extremely limited family ties. Both of his daughters had moved out of the country and did not maintain much contact, and he had no other relatives except the father and sister from whom he was estranged. His wife and the mother of his children had passed away years ago, and the sole relationship he endeavored to establish while he saw me over the course of more than a decade and a half terminated tragically when his new partner was killed in an automobile accident. When we began to work together, our conversations were decidedly awkward. He was not accustomed to the subtleties of social interaction, so his behaviors, verbal and nonverbal, lacked the dance-like rhythm and harmony that characterized the socially fluent. As a child, he had been thoroughly ignored as well as actively discouraged by both parents. His father, mostly absent, was neglectful and sadistic in his inclinations, while his mother was chronically alcoholic. He had also been consistently tormented and harassed at school, and had not chanced upon a teacher in all his years of education who paid him any genuine attention. These experiences left my client with a proclivity toward depression, or at least worsened what might have been a biological tendency in that direction. He was, in consequence, abrupt, irritable, and somewhat volatile if he felt misunderstood or was unexpectedly interrupted during a conversation. Such reactions helped ensure that his targeting by bullies continued into his adult life, particularly in his place of work. I soon noticed, however, that things worked out quite well during our sessions if I kept whistling quiet. He would drop in, weekly or bi-weekly, and talk about what had befallen and preoccupied him during the previous 7 to 14 days. If I maintained silence for the first 50 minutes of our 1-hour sessions, listening intently, then we could converse, in a relatively normal, reciprocal manner, for the remaining 10 minutes. This pattern continued for more than a decade, as I learned, increasingly, to hold my tongue, something that does not come easily to me. As the years passed, however, I noticed that the proportion of time he spent discussing negative issues with me decreased. Our conversation, his monologue, really had always started with what was bothering him, and rarely progressed past that. But he worked hard outside our sessions, cultivating friends, attending artistic gatherings and music festivals, and resurrecting a long-dormant talent for composing songs and playing the guitar. As he became more social, he began to generate solutions to the problems he communicated to me and to discuss, in the latter portion of the hours we shared, some of the more positive aspects of his existence. It was slow going, but he made continual incremental progress. When he first came to see me, we could not sit together at a table in a coffee shop or, indeed, in any public space and practice anything resembling a real-world conversation without his being paralyzed into absolute silence. By the time we finished, he was reading his original poetry in front of small groups, and had even tried his hand at stand-up comedy. He was the best personal and practical example of something I had come to realize over my more than 20 years of psychological practice. People depend on constant communication with others to keep their minds organized. We all need to think to keep things straight, but we mostly think by talking. We need to talk about the past so we can distinguish the trivial, overblown concerns that otherwise plague our thoughts from the experiences that are truly important. We need to talk about the nature of the present and our plans for the future so we know where we are going, and why we are going there. We must submit the strategies and tactics we formulate to the judgments of others to ensure their efficiency and resilience. We need to listen to ourselves as we talk, as well, so that we may organize our otherwise intricate bodily reactions, motivations, and emotions into something articulate and organized, and dispense with those concerns that are exaggerated and irrational. We need to talk both to remember and to forget. My client desperately needed someone to listen to him. He also needed to be fully part of additional, larger, and more complex social groups, something he planned in our sessions together, and then carried out on his own. Had he fallen prey to the temptation to denigrate the value of interpersonal interactions and relationships because of his history of isolation and harsh treatment, he would have had very little chance of regaining his health and well-being. Instead, he learned the ropes and joined the world. Sanity is a social institution for doctors. Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, the great depth psychologists, sanity was a characteristic of the individual mind. People were well-adjusted in their views when the subpersonalities existing within each of them were properly integrated and balanced in expression. The ID, the instinctive part of the psyche from the German it, representing nature in all its power and foreignness inside us, the superego, the sometimes oppressive internalized representative of social order, and the ego, the I, the personality proper, crushed between those two necessary tyrants, all had their specialized functions for Freud, who first conceptualized their existence. ID, ego, and superego interacted with each other like the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of a modern government. Jung, although profoundly influenced by Freud, passed the complexity of the psyche in a different manner. For him, the ego of the individual had to find its proper place in relationship to the shadow, the dark side of the personality, the anima or animus, the contrasexual and thus often repressed side of the personality, and the self, the internal being of ideal possibility. But all these different subentities, Jungian and Freudian alike, share one thing in common: they exist in the interior of the person, regardless of his or her surroundings. People are social beings, however, par excellence, and there is no shortage of wisdom and guidance outside of us, embedded in the social world. Why rely on our own limited resources to remember the road, or to orient ourselves in new territory, when we can rely on signs and guideposts placed there so effortfully by others? Freud and Jung, with their intense focus on the autonomous individual psyche, place too little focus on the role of the community in the maintenance of personal mental health. It is for such reasons that I assess the position of all my new clinical clients along a few dimensions largely dependent on the social world. When I first start working with them, have they been educated to the level of their intellectual ability or ambition? Is their use of free time engaging, meaningful, and productive? Have they formulated solid and well-articulated plans for the future? Are they and those they are close to free of any serious physical health or economic problems? Do they have friends and a social life? A stable and satisfying intimate partnership? Close and functional familial relationships? A career or, at least, a job that is financially sufficient, stable and, if possible, a source of satisfaction and opportunity? If the answer to any three or more of these questions is no, I consider that my new client is insufficiently embedded in the interpersonal world and is in danger of spiraling downward psychologically because of that. People exist among other people and not as purely individual minds. An individual does not have to be that well put together if he or she can remain at least minimally acceptable in behavior to others. Simply put, we outsource the problem of sanity. People remain mentally healthy not merely because of the integrity of their own mind, but because they are constantly being reminded how to think, act, and speak by those around them. If you begin to deviate from the straight and narrow path, if you begin to act improperly, people will react to your errors before they become too great, and cajole, laugh, tap, and criticize you back into place. They will raise an eyebrow, a smile, or a nod, or pay attention or not. If other people can tolerate having you around, in other words, they will constantly remind you not to misbehave, and just as constantly call on you to be at your best. All that is left for you to do is watch, listen, and respond appropriately to the cues. Then you might remain motivated and able to stay together enough so that you will not begin the long journey downhill. This is reason enough to appreciate your immersion in the world of other people, friends, family members, and foes alike, despite the anxiety and frustration that social interactions so often produce. But how did we develop the broad consensus regarding social behavior that serves to buttress our psychological stability? It seems a daunting task, if not impossible, in the face of the complexity that constantly confronts us. Do we pursue this or that? How does the worth of this piece of work compare to the worth of that? Who is more competent, or more creative, or more assertive, and should therefore be ceded authority? Answers to such questions are largely formulated in consequence of intensive negotiation, verbal and non-verbal, regulating individual action, cooperation, and competition. What we deem to be valuable and worthy of attention becomes part of the social contract, part of the rewards and punishments meted out respectively for compliance and non-compliance, part of what continually indicates and reminds, here is what is valued, look at that, perceive that, and not something else, pursue that, act toward that end, and not some other. Compliance with those indications and reminders is, in large measure, sanity itself, and is something required from every one of us right from the early stages of our lives. Without the intermediation of the social world, it would be impossible for us to organize our minds, and we would simply be overwhelmed by the world. The point of pointing, I have the great good fortune of a granddaughter, Elizabeth Scarlett Peterson Kurakover, born in August 2017. I have watched her carefully while she develops, trying to understand what she is up to and playing along with it. When she was about 1.5 years old, she engaged in all manner of unbearably endearing behaviors, giggling and laughing when she was poked, high-fiving, bumping heads, and rubbing noses. However, in my opinion, the most noteworthy of all the actions she undertook at that age was her pointing. She had discovered her index finger, using it to specify all the objects in the world she found interesting. She delighted in doing so, particularly when her pointing called forth the attention of the adults surrounding her. This indicated, in a manner not duplicable in any other way, that her action and intention had import definable at least in part as the tendency of a behavior or attitude to compel the attention of others. She thrived on that, and no wonder. We compete for attention, personally, socially, and economically. No currency has a value that exceeds it. Children, adults, and societies wither on the vine in its absence. To have others attend to what you find important or interesting is to validate, first, the importance of what you are attending to, but second, and more crucially, to validate you as a respected center of conscious experience and contributor to the collective world. Pointing is, as well, a crucial precursor to the development of language. To name something, to use the word for the thing, is essentially to point to it, to specify it against everything else, to isolate it for use individually and socially. When my granddaughter pointed, she did it publicly. When she pointed to something, she could immediately observe how the people close to her reacted. There is just not that much point, so to speak, in pointing to something that no one else cares about. So, she aimed her index finger at something she found interesting and then looked around to see if anyone else cared. She was learning an important lesson at an early age. If you are not communicating about anything that engages other people, then the value of their communication, even the value of your very presence, risks falling to zero. It was in this manner that she began to more profoundly explore the complex hierarchy of value that made up her family and the broader society surrounding her. Scarlett is now learning to talk a more sophisticated form of pointing and of exploration. Every word is a pointer, as well as a simplification or generalization. To name something is not only to make it shine forth against the infinite background of potentially nameable things, but to group or categorize it simultaneously with many other phenomena of its broad utility or significance. We use the word floor, for example, but do not generally employ a separate word for all the floors we might encounter: concrete, wood, earth, glass, much less all the endless variations of color and texture and shade that make up the details of the floors that bear our way. We use a low-resolution representation. If it holds us up, we can walk on it, and is situated inside a building, then it is a floor, and that is precise enough. The word distinguishes floors, say, from walls, but also restricts the variability in all the floors that exist to a single concept: flat, stable, walkable indoor surfaces. The words we employ are tools that structure our experience, subjectively and privately, but are equally, socially determined. We would not all know and use the word floor unless we had all agreed that there was something sufficiently important about floors to justify a word for them. So, the mere fact of naming something and, of course, agreeing on the name is an important part of the process whereby the infinitely complex world of phenomena in fact is reduced to the functional world of value. And it is continual interaction with social institutions that makes this reduction, this specification, possible. What should we point to? The social world narrows and specifies the world for us, marking out what is important. But what does important mean? How is it determined? The individual is molded by the social world. But social institutions are molded too by the requirements of the individuals who compose them. Arrangements must be made for our provisioning with the basic requirements of life. We cannot live without food, water, clean air, and shelter. Less self-evidently, we require companionship, play, touch, and intimacy. These are all biological as well as psychological necessities, and this is by no means a comprehensive list. We must signify and then utilize those elements of the world capable of providing us with these requirements. And the fact that we are deeply social as another set of constraints to the situation, we must perceive and act in a manner that meets our biological and psychological needs, but since none of us lives or can live in isolation, we must meet them in a manner approved of by others. This means that the solutions we apply to our fundamental biological problems must also be acceptable and implementable socially. It is worth considering more deeply just how necessity limits the universe of viable solutions and implementable plans. First, as we alluded to, the plan must in principle solve some real problem. Second, it must appeal to others, often in the face of competing plans where those others will not cooperate and might well object. If I value something, therefore, I must determine how to value it so that others potentially benefit. It cannot just be good for me, it must be good for me and for the people around me. And even that is not good enough, which means there are even more constraints on how the world must be perceived and acted upon. The manner in which I view and value the world, integrally associated with the plans I am making, has to work for me, my family, and the broader community. Furthermore, it needs to work today in a manner that does not make a worse hash of tomorrow, next week, next month, and next year, even the next decade or century. A good solution to a problem involving suffering must be repeatable, without deterioration across repetitions, iterable, in a word, across people and across time. These universal constraints, manifest biologically and imposed socially, reduce the complexity of the world to something approximating a universally understandable domain of value. That is exceptionally important because there are unlimited problems and there are hypothetically unlimited potential solutions, but there are a comparatively limited number of solutions that work practically, psychologically, and socially simultaneously. The fact of limited solutions implies the existence of something like a natural ethic variable, perhaps, as human languages are variable, but still characterized by something solid and universally recognizable at its base. It is the reality of this natural ethic that makes thoughtless denigration of social institutions both wrong and dangerous because those institutions have evolved to solve problems that must be solved for life to continue. They are by no means perfect, but making them better, rather than worse, is a tricky problem indeed. So, I must take the complexity of the world, reduce it to a single point so that I can act, and take everyone else and their future selves into consideration while I am doing so. How do I manage this? By communicating and negotiating. By outsourcing the terribly complex cognitive problem to the resources of the broader world. The individuals who compose every society cooperate and compete linguistically, although linguistic interaction by no means exhausts the means of cooperation and competition. Words are formulated collectively, and everyone must agree on their use. The verbal framework that helps us delimit a world is a consequence of the landscape of value that is constructed socially but also bounded by the brute necessity of reality itself. This helps give that landscape shape, and not just any old shape. This is where hierarchies, functional, productive hierarchies, more clearly enter the picture. Things of import must be done, or people starve or die of thirst or exposure or of loneliness and absence of touch. What needs to be done must be specified and planned. The requisite skills for doing so must be developed. That specification, planning, and development of skills, as well as the implementation of the informed plan, must be conducted in social space, with the cooperation of others and in the face of their competition. In consequence, some will be better at solving the problem at hand, and others worse. This variance in ability, as well as the multiplicity of extant problems and the impossibility of training everyone in all skill domains, necessarily engenders a hierarchical structure based ideally on genuine competence in relation to the goal. Such a hierarchy is in its essence a socially structured tool that must be employed for the effective accomplishment of necessary and worthwhile tasks. It is also a social institution that makes progress and peace possible at the same time. Bottom up, the consensus making up the spoken and unspoken assumptions of worth characterizing our societies as an ancient origin developing over the course of hundreds of millions of years. After all, how should you act is just the short-term, immediate version of the fundamental long-term question, how should you survive? It is therefore instructive to look into the distant past far down the evolutionary chain, right to the basics, and contemplate the establishment of what is important. The most phylogenetically ancient multicellular organisms that is far enough for our purposes tend to be composed of relatively undifferentiated sensoromotor cells. These cells map certain facts or features of the environment directly onto the motor output of the same cells in an essentially one-to-one relationship. Stimulus A means response A and nothing else, while stimulus B means response B. Among more differentiated and complex creatures, the larger and commonly recognizable denizens of the natural world, the sensory and motor functions separate and specialized, such that cells undertaking the former functions detect patterns in the world and cells in the latter produce patterns of motor output. This differentiation enables a broader range of patterns to be recognized and mapped, as well as a broader range of action and reaction to be undertaken. A third type of cell neural emerges sometimes, as well, serving as a computational intermediary between the first two. Among species that have established a neural level of operation, that same pattern of input can produce a different pattern of output depending, for example, on changes in the animal's environment or internal psychophysical condition. As nervous systems increase in sophistication, and more layers of neural intermediation emerge, the relationship between simple fact and motor output becomes increasingly complex, unpredictable, and sophisticated. What is putatively the same thing or situation can be perceived in multiple ways, and two things perceived in the same manner can still give rise to very different behaviors. It is very difficult to constrain even isolated laboratory animals, for example, so thoroughly that they will behave predictably across trials that have been made as similar as possible. As the layers of neural tissue mediating between sensation and action multiply, they also differentiate. Basic motivational systems, often known as drives, appear hunger, thirst, aggression, etc., adding additional sensory and behavioral specificity and variability. Superseding motivations, in turn with no clear line of demarcation, are systems of emotion. Cognitive systems emerge much later, first taking form, arguably, as imagination, and later and only among human beings as full-fledged language. Thus, in the most complex of creatures, there is an internal hierarchy of structure, from reflex through drive to language immediate action in the particular case of human beings, that must be organized before it can function as a unity and be aimed at a point. How is this hierarchy organized? A structure that emerged in large part from the bottom up, over the vast spans of evolutionary time. We return to the same answer alluded to earlier, through the constant cooperation and competition, the constant jockeying for resources and position defining the struggle for survival and reproduction. This happens over the unimaginably lengthy spans of time that characterize evolution, as well as the much shorter course of each individual life. Negotiation for position sorts organisms into the omnipresent hierarchies that govern access to vital resources such as shelter, nourishment, and mates. All creatures of reasonable complexity and even a minimally social nature have their particular place, and know it. All social creatures also learn what is deemed valuable by other group members, and derive from that, as well as from the understanding of their own position, a sophisticated implicit and explicit understanding of value itself. In a phrase, the internal hierarchy that translates facts into actions mirrors the external hierarchy of social organization. It is clear, for example, that chimpanzees in a troop understand their social world and its hierarchical strata at a fine level of detail. They know what is important, and who has privileged access to it. They understand such things as if their survival and reproduction depend upon it, as it does. A newborn infant is equipped with relatively deterministic reflexes, sucking, crying, startling. These nonetheless provide the starting point for the immense range of skills in action that develop with human maturation. By the age of 2 and often much earlier than that, for many skills, children can orient with all their senses, walk upright, use their opposable thumb-equipped hands for all sorts of purposes, and communicate their desires and needs both non-verbally and verbally, and this is of course a partial list. This immense array of behavioral abilities is integrated into a complex assortment of emotions and motivational drives: anger, sadness, fear, joy, surprise, and more, and then organized to fulfill whatever specific, narrow purpose inspires the child for the moment and, increasingly, over longer spans of time. The developing infant must also hone and perfect the operation of his or her currently dominant motivational state in harmony with all his or her other internal motivational states as, for example, the separate desire to eat, sleep, and play must learn to coexist so each can manifest itself optimally and in keeping with the demands, routines, and opportunities of the social environment. This honing and perfecting begin within the child's maternal relationship and the spontaneous play behavior within that circumscribed but still social context. Then, when the child has matured to the point where the internal hierarchy of emotional and motivational functions can be subsumed, even temporarily, within a framework provided by a conscious, communicable abstract goal, let us playhouse, the child is ready to play with others and to do so, over time, in an increasingly complex and sophisticated manner. Foreplay with others depends, as the great developmental psychologist Jean Piaget observed 5 upon the collective establishment of a shared goal with the child's play partners. The collective establishment of a shared goal, the point of the game conjoined with rules governing cooperation and competition in relationship to the goal or point, constitutes a true social microcosm. All societies might be regarded as variations upon this play/game theme. E pluribus unum asterisk, and in all functional and decent societies the basic rules of fair play, predicated upon reciprocity across situation and time, come inevitably to apply. Games, like solutions to problems, must be iterable to endure, and there are principles that apply to and undergo what constitutes that iterability. Piaget suspected, for example, that games undertaken voluntarily will outcompete games imposed and played under threat of force, given that some of the energy that could be expended on the game itself, whatever its nature, has to be wasted on enforcement. There is evidence indicating the emergence of such voluntary game-like arrangements even among our non-human kin. 6. The universal rules of fair play include the ability to regulate emotion and motivation while cooperating and competing in pursuit of the goal during the game that is part and parcel of being able to play at all, as well as the ability and will to establish reciprocally beneficial interactions across time and situation, as we already discussed. And life is not simply a game, but a series of games, each of which has something in common whatever defines a game and something unique, or there would be no reason for multiple games. At minimum, there is a starting point: kindergarten, a 0-0 score, a first date, an entry-level job that needs to be improved upon, procedure for enacting that improvement, and a desirable goal: graduation from high school, a winning score, a permanent romantic relationship, a prestigious career. Because of their commonality, there is an ethic, or more properly, a meta-ethic, that emerges from the bottom up across the set of all games. The best player is therefore not the winner of any given game, but, among many other things, he or she who is invited by the largest number of others to play the most extensive series of games. It is for this reason, which you may not understand explicitly at the time, that you tell your children, it's not whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game, asterisk how should you play, to be that most desirable of players. What structure must take form within you so that such play is possible? And those two questions are interrelated, because the structure that will enable you to play properly and with increasing and automated or habitual precision will emerge only in the process of continually practicing the art of playing properly. Where might you learn how to play? Everywhere, if you are fortunate and awake. The utility of the fool: it is useful to take your place at the bottom of a hierarchy. It can aid in the development of gratitude and humility. Gratitude: there are people whose expertise exceeds your own, and you should be wisely pleased about that. There are many valuable niches to fill, given the many complex and serious problems we must solve. The fact that there are people who fill those niches with trustworthy skill and experience is something for which to be truly thankful. Humility: it is better to presume ignorance and invite learning than to assume sufficient knowledge and risk the consequent blindness. It is much better to make friends with what you do not know than with what you do know, as there is an infinite supply of the former but a finite stock of the latter. When you are tightly boxed in or cornered all too often by your own stubborn and fixed adherence to some unconsciously worshipped assumptions, all there is to help you is what you have not yet learned. It is necessary and helpful to be, and in some ways to remain, a beginner. For this reason, the tarot deck, beloved by intuitives, romantics, fortune-tellers, and scoundrels alike, contains within it a fool as a positive card, an illustrated variant of which opens this chapter. The fool is a young, handsome man, eyes lifted upward, journeying in the mountains, sun shining brightly upon him, about to carelessly step over a cliff, or is he? His strength, however, is precisely his willingness to risk such a drop, to risk being once again at the bottom. No one unwilling to be a foolish beginner can learn. It was for this reason, among others, that Carl Jung regarded the fool as the archetypal precursor to the figure of the equally archetypal redeemer, the perfected individual. The beginner, the fool, is continually required to be patient and tolerant with himself and equally with others. His displays of ignorance, inexperience, and lack of skill may still sometimes be rightly attributed to responsibility and condemned, justly, by others. But the insufficiency of the fool is often better regarded as an inevitable consequence of each individual's essential vulnerability, rather than as a true moral failing. Much that is great starts small, ignorant, and useless. This lesson permeates popular as well as classical or traditional culture. Consider, for example, the Disney heroes Pinocchio and Simba, as well as J.K. Rowling's magical Harry Potter. Pinocchio begins as a wooden-headed marionette, the puppet of everyone's decisions but his own. The Lion King has his origin as a naive cub, the unwitting pawn of a treacherous and malevolent uncle. The student of wizarding is an unloved orphan, with a dusty cupboard for a bedroom, and Voldemort, who might as well be Satan himself, for his arch-enemy. Great mythologized heroes often come into the world, likewise, in the most meager of circumstances as the child of an Israelite slave, for example, a newborn in a lowly manger and in grave danger. Consider the Pharaoh's decision to slay all the firstborn male babies of the Israelites, and Herod's comparable edict, much later. But today's beginner is tomorrow's master. Thus, it is necessary even for the most accomplished but who wishes to accomplish still more to retain identification with the as yet unsuccessful, to appreciate the striving toward competence, to carefully and with true humility subordinate him or herself to the current game, and to develop the knowledge, self-control, and discipline necessary to make the next move. I visited a restaurant in Toronto with my wife, son, and daughter while writing this. As I made my way to my party's table, a young waiter asked if he might say a few words to me. He told me that he had been watching my videos, listening to my podcasts, and reading my book, and that he had, in consequence, changed his attitude toward his comparatively lower status but still useful and necessary job. He had ceased criticizing what he was doing or himself for doing it, deciding instead to be grateful and seek out whatever opportunities presented themselves right there before him. He made up his mind to become more diligent and reliable and to see what would happen if he worked as hard at it as he could. He told me, with an uncontrived smile, that he had been promoted 3 times in 6 months. The young man had come to realize that every place he might find himself in had more potential than he might first see, particularly when his vision was impaired by the resentment and cynicism he felt from being near the bottom. After all, it is not as if a restaurant is a simple place and this was part of an extensive national organization, a large, high-quality chain. To do a good job in such a place, servers must get along with the cooks, who are by universal recognition a formidably troublesome and tricky lot. They must also be polite and engaging with customers. They have to pay attention constantly. They must adjust to highly varying workloads, the rushes and dead times that inevitably accompany the life of a server. They have to show up on time, sober and awake. They must treat their superiors with the proper respect and do the same for those such as the dishwashers below them in the structure of authority. And if they do all these things, and happen to be working in a functional institution, they will soon render themselves difficult to replace. Customers, colleagues, and superiors alike will begin to react to them in an increasingly positive manner. Doors that would otherwise remain closed to them, even invisible, will be opened. Furthermore, the skills they acquire will prove eminently portable, whether they continue to rise in the hierarchy of restaurateurs, decide instead to further their education, or change their career trajectory completely, in which case they will leave with laudatory praise from their previous employers and vastly increased chances of discovering the next opportunity. As might be expected, the young man who had something to say to me was thrilled with what had happened to him. His status concerns had been solidly and realistically addressed by his rapid career advance, and the additional money he was making did not hurt either. He had accepted, and therefore transcended, his role as a beginner. He had ceased being casually cynical about the place he occupied in the world and the people who surrounded him, and accepted the structure and the position he was offered. He started to see possibility and opportunity where before he was blinded, essentially, by his pride. He stopped denigrating the social institution he found himself part of and began to play his part properly. And that increment in humility paid off in spades. The necessity of equals is good to be a beginner, but it is a good of a different sort to be an equal among equals. It is said, with much truth, that genuine communication can take place only between peers. This is because it is very difficult to move information up a hierarchy. Those well positioned in this is a great danger of moving up have used their current competence, their cherished opinions, their present knowledge, their current skills to stake a moral claim to this status. In consequence, they have little motivation to admit to error, to learn or change, and plenty of reason not to. If a subordinate exposes the ignorance of someone with greater status, he risks humiliating that person, questioning the validity of the latter's claim to influence and status, and revealing him as incompetent, outdated, or false. For this reason, it is very wise to approach your boss, for example, carefully and privately with a problem, and perhaps best to have a solution at hand and not one proffered too incautiously. Barriers exist to the flow of genuine information down a hierarchy as well. For example, the resentment people lower in the chain of command might feel about their hypothetically lesser position can make them loath to act productively on information from above, or, in the worst case, can motivate them to work at counterpurposes to what they have learned out of sheer spite. In addition, those who are inexperienced or less educated, or who newly occupy a subordinate position and therefore lack knowledge of their surroundings, can be more easily influenced by relative position and the exercise of power instead of quality of argumentation and observation of competence. Peers, by contrast, must in the main be convinced. Their attention must be carefully reciprocated. To be surrounded by peers is to exist in a state of equality, and to manifest the give and take necessary to maintain that equality. It is therefore good to be in the middle of a hierarchy. This is partly why friendships are so important and why they form so early in life. A 2-year-old typically is self-concerned, although also capable of simple reciprocal actions. The same Scarlett whom I talked about earlier, my granddaughter, would happily hand me one of her favorite stuffed toys attached to a pacifier when I asked her to. Then I would hand it, or toss it back. Sometimes she would toss it to me too, or at least relatively near me. She loved this game. We played it with a spoon, as well an implement she was just beginning to master. She played the same way with her mother and her grandmother with anyone who happened to be within playing distance, if she was familiar enough with them not to be shy. This was the beginning of the behaviors that transformed themselves into full-fledged sharing among older children. My daughter, Michaela, Scarlett's mother, took her child to the outdoor recreational space on top of their downtown condo a few days before I wrote this. A number of other children were playing there, most of them older, and there were plenty of toys. Scarlett spent her time hoarding as many of the playthings as possible near her mother's chair and was distinctly unimpressed if other children came along to pile in one for themselves. She even took a ball directly from another child to add to her collection. This is typical behavior for children 2 and younger. Their ability to reciprocate, while hardly absent and able to manifest itself in truly endearing ways, is developmentally limited. By 3 years of age, however, most children are capable of truly sharing. They can delay gratification long enough to take their turn while playing a game that everyone cannot play simultaneously. They can begin to understand the point of a game played by several people and follow the rules, although they may not be able to give a coherent verbal account of what those rules are. They start to form friendships upon repeated exposure to children with whom they have successfully negotiated reciprocal play relationships. Some of these friendships turn into the first intense relationships that children have outside their family. It is in the context of such relationships, which tend strongly to form between equals in age or at least equals in developmental stage, that a child learns to bond tightly to a peer and starts to learn how to treat another person properly without requiring the same in return. This mutual bonding is vitally important. A child without at least one special, close friend is much more likely to suffer later psychological problems, whether of the depressive/anxious or antisocial sort. 7 While children with fewer friends are also more likely to be unemployed and married as adults. 8 There is no evidence that the importance of friendship declines in any manner with age. All causes of mortality appear to be reduced among adults with high-quality social networks, even when general health status is taken into consideration. This remains true among the elderly in the case of diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, emphysema, and arthritis, and for younger and older adults alike in the case of heart attacks. Interestingly enough, there is some evidence that it is the provision of social support, as much or more than its receipt, that provides these protective benefits and, somewhat unsurprisingly, that those who give more tend to receive more. 9 Thus, it truly seems that it is better to give than to receive. Peers distribute both the burdens and joys of life. Recently, when my wife, Tammy, and I suffered serious health problems, we were fortunate enough to have family members, my in-laws, sister and brother, my own mother and sister, our children and close friends stay with us and help for substantial periods of time. They were willing to put their own lives on hold to aid us while we were in crisis. Before that, when my book 12 Rules for Life became a success, and during the extensive speaking tour that followed, Tammy and I were close to people with whom we could share our good fortune. These were friends and family members genuinely pleased with what was happening and following the events of our lives avidly, and who were willing to discuss what could have been the overwhelming public response. This greatly heightened the significance and meaning of everything we were doing and reduced the isolation that such a dramatic shift in life circumstances, for better or worse, is likely to produce. The relationships established with colleagues of similar status at work constitute another important source of peer regulation, in addition to friendship. To maintain good relationships with your colleagues means, among other things, to give credit where credit is due, to take your fair share of the jobs no one wants but still must be done, to deliver on time and in a high-quality manner when teamed with other people, to show up when expected, and, in general, to be trusted to do somewhat more than your job formally requires. The approval or disapproval of your colleagues rewards and enforces this continual reciprocity, and that, like the reciprocity that is necessarily part of friendship, helps maintain stable psychological function. It is much better to be someone who can be relied upon, not least so that during times of personal trouble the people you have worked beside are willing and able to step in and help. Through friendship and collegial relationships we modify our selfish proclivities, learning not to always put ourselves first. Less obviously, but just as importantly, we may also learn to overcome our naive and too empathic proclivities, our tendency to sacrifice ourselves unsuitably and unjustly to predatory others when our peers advise and encourage us to stand up for ourselves. In consequence, if we are fortunate, we begin to practice true reciprocity and we gain at least some of the advantage spoken about so famously by the poet Robert Burns, award somehow the gift to jai us to see ourselves as others see us. It wad free money a blunder free us, and foolish notion, what airs and dressing gate wad lee us, and evan devotion. 10 Top Dog It is a good thing to be an authority. People are fragile. Because of that, life is difficult and suffering common. Ameliorating that suffering, ensuring that everyone has food, clean water, sanitary facilities, and a place to take shelter, for starters, takes initiative, effort, and ability. If there is a problem to be solved, and many people involve themselves in the solution, then a hierarchy must and will arise, as those who can do, and those who cannot follow as best they can, often learning to be competent in the process. If the problem is real, then the people who are best at solving the problem at hand should rise to the top. That is not power. It is the authority that properly accompanies ability. Now, it is self-evidently appropriate to grant power to competent authorities if they are solving necessary problems, and it is equally appropriate to be one of those competent authorities, if possible, when there is a perplexing problem at hand. This might be regarded as a philosophy of responsibility. A responsible person decides to make a problem his or her problem, and then works diligently, even ambitiously, for its solution with other people in the most efficient manner possible. Efficient because there are other problems to solve, and efficiency allows for the conservation of resources that might then be devoted importantly elsewhere. Ambition is often purposefully misidentified with the desire for power, and damned with faint praise, and denigrated and punished. And ambition is sometimes exactly that, wish for undue influence on others. But there is a crucial difference between sometimes and always. Authority is not mere power, and it is extremely unhelpful, even dangerous, to confuse the two. When people exert power over others, they compel them forcefully. They apply the threat of privation or punishment so their subordinates have little choice but to act in a manner contrary to their personal needs, desires, and values. When people wield authority, by contrast, they do so because of their competence, a competence that is spontaneously recognized and appreciated by others, and generally followed willingly, with a certain relief, and with the sense that justice is being served. Those who are power-hungry, tyrannical, and cruel, even psychopathic, desire control over others so that every selfish whim of hedonism can be immediately gratified, so that envy can destroy its target, so that resentment can find its expression. But good people are ambitious and diligent, honest, and focused along with it instead because they are possessed by the desire to solve genuine, serious problems. That variant of ambition needs to be encouraged in every possible manner. It is for this reason, and on many others, that the increasingly reflexive identification of the striving of boys then men for victory with the patriarchal tyranny that hypothetically characterizes our modern, productive, and comparatively free societies is so stunningly counterproductive and, it must be said, cruel. There is almost nothing worse than treating someone striving for competence as a tyrant in training. Victory, then one of its primary and most socially important aspects, is the overcoming of obstacles for the broader public good. Someone who is sophisticated as a winner wins in a manner that improves the game itself for all the players. To adopt an attitude of naive or woefully blind cynicism about this, or to deny outright that it is true, is to position yourself, perhaps purposefully, as people have many dark motives, as an enemy of the practical amelioration of suffering itself. I can think of few more sadistic attitudes. Now, power may accompany authority, and perhaps it must. However, and more important, genuine authority constrains the arbitrary exercise of power. This constraint manifests itself when the authoritative agent cares and takes responsibility for those over whom the exertion of power is possible. The oldest child can take accountability for his younger siblings, instead of domineering over and teasing and torturing them, and can learn in that manner how to exercise authority and limit the misuse of power. Even the youngest can exercise appropriate authority over the family dog. To adopt authority is to learn that power requires concern and competence, and that it comes at a genuine cost. Someone newly promoted to a management position soon learns that managers are frequently more stressed by their multiple subordinates than subordinates are stressed by their single manager. Such experience moderates what might otherwise become romantic but dangerous fantasies about the attractiveness of power, and helps quell the desire for its infinite extension. And, in the real world, those who occupy positions of authority in functional hierarchies are generally struck to the core by the responsibility they bear for the people they supervise, employ, and mentor. Not everyone feels this burden, of course. A person who has become established as an authority can forget his origins and come to develop a counterproductive contempt for the person who is just starting out. This is a mistake, not least because it means that the established person cannot risk doing something new as it would mean adopting the role of despised fool. It is also because arrogance bars the path to learning. Short-sighted, woefully blind, and narrowly selfish tyrants certainly exist, but they are by no means in the majority, at least in functional societies. Otherwise, nothing would work. The authority who remembers his or her sojourn as voluntary beginner, by contrast, can retain their identification with the newcomer and the promise of potential, and use that memory as the source of personal information necessary to constrain the hunger for power. One of the things that has constantly amazed me is the delight that decent people take in the ability to provide opportunities to those over whom they currently exercise authority. I have experienced this repeatedly, personally, as a university professor and researcher, and observed many other people in my situation doing the same, and in the business and other professional settings I have become familiar with. There is great intrinsic pleasure in helping already competent and admirable young people become highly skilled, socially valuable, autonomous, responsible professionals. It is not unlike the pleasure taken in raising children, and it is one of the primary motivators of valid ambition. Thus, the position of top dog, when occupied properly, does as one of its fundamental attractions the opportunity to identify deserving individuals that are near the beginning of their professional life, and provide them with the means of productive advancement. Social institutions are necessary, but insufficient sanity is knowing the rules of the social game, internalizing them, and following them. Differences in status are therefore inevitable, as all worthwhile endeavors have a goal, and those who pursue them have different abilities in relationship to that goal. accepting the fact of this disequilibrium and striving forward nonetheless, whether presently at the bottom, middle, or top, is an important element of mental health. But a paradox remains. The solutions of yesterday and today, upon which our current hierarchies depend, will not necessarily serve as solutions tomorrow. Thoughtless repetition of what sufficed in the past, or, worse, authoritarian insistence that all problems have been permanently solved, therefore means the introduction of great danger when changes in the broader world makes local change necessary. Respect for creative transformation must in consequence accompany appropriate regard for the problem-solving hierarchical structures bequeathed to us by the past. That is neither an arbitrary moral opinion nor a morally relative claim. It is something more akin to knowledge of twin natural laws built into the structure of our reality. Highly social creatures such as we are must abide by the rules to remain sane and minimize unnecessary uncertainty, suffering, and strife. However, we must also transform those rules carefully as circumstances change around us. This implies, as well, that the ideal personality cannot remain an unquestioning reflection of the current social state. Under normal conditions, it may be nonetheless said that the ability to conform unquestioningly trumps the inability to conform. However, the refusal to conform when the social surround has become pathologically incomplete, archaic, woefully blind, or corrupt to something of even higher value, as is the capacity to offer creative, valid alternatives. This leaves all of us with a permanent moral conundrum. When do we simply follow convention, doing what others request or demand, and when do we rely on our own individual judgment, with all its limitations and biases, and reject the requirements of the collective? In other words, how do we establish a balance between reasonable conservatism and revitalizing creativity? First and foremost on the psychological front is the issue of temperament. Some people are temperamentally predisposed to conservatism, and others to more liberal creative perception and action. 11. This does not mean that socialization has no ability to alter their predisposition. Human beings are very plastic organisms, with a long period of pre-adult development, and the circumstances we find ourselves in can change us very drastically. That does not alter the fact, however, that there are relatively permanent niches in the human environment to which different modes of temperament have adapted to fill. Those who tend toward the right, politically, are staunch defenders of all that has worked in the past. And much of the time, they are correct in being so, because of the limited number of pathways that produce personal success, social harmony, and long-term stability. But sometimes they are wrong, first, because the present and the future differ from the past, second, because even once functional hierarchies typically inevitably fall prey to internal machinations in a manner that produces their downfall. Those who rise to the top can do so through manipulation and the exercise of unjust power, acting in a manner that works only for them, at least in the short term, but that kind of ascendance undermines the proper function of the hierarchy they are nominally part of. Such people generally fail to understand or do not care what function the organization they have made their host was designed to fulfill. They extract what they can from the riches that lie before them and leave a trail of wreckage in their wake. It is this corruption of power that is strongly objected to by those on the liberal/left side of the political spectrum, and rightly so. But it is critically important to distinguish between a hierarchy that is functional and productive and the people who make it so and the degenerate shell of a once great institution. Making that distinction requires the capacity and the willingness to observe and differentiate, rather than mindless reliance on ideological proclivity. It requires knowing that there is a bright side to the social hierarchies we necessarily inhabit, as well as a dark, and the realization that concentrating on one to the exclusion of the other is dangerously biased. It also requires knowledge that on the more radical, creative side, the necessary source of revitalization for what has become immoral and outdated, there also lurks great danger. Part of the danger is that very tendency of those who think more liberally to see only the negative in well-founded institutions. The further danger stems from the counterpart to the corrupt but conservative processes that destabilize and destroy functional hierarchies. There are unethical radicals, just as there are crooked administrators, managers, and executives. These individuals tend to be profoundly ignorant of the complex realities of the status quo, unconscious of their own ignorance, and ungrateful for what the past has bequeathed to them. Such ignorance and ingratitude are often conjoined with the willingness to use tired clichés of cynicism to justify refusal to engage either in the dull but necessary rigors of convention or the risks and difficulties of truly generative endeavor. It is this corruption of creative transformation that renders the conservative, and not only the conservative, appropriately cautious of change. A few years before writing this, I had a discussion with a young woman in her early 20s, the niece of someone who emailed me after watching some of my online lectures. She appeared severely unhappy and said that she had spent much of the past 6 months lying in bed. She came to talk to me because she was becoming desperate. The only thing that stood between her and suicide, as far as she was concerned, was the responsibility she still maintained for an exotic pet, a silver cat. This was the last remaining manifestation of an interest in biology that once gripped her, but which she abandoned, much to her current regret, when she dropped out of high school. She had not been well attended to by her parents, who had allowed her to drift in the manner that had become disastrous over the span of several years. Despite her decline, she had formulated a bit of a plan. She said she had thought about enrolling in a 2-year program that would enable her to finish high school as a prerequisite for applying to a veterinary college. But she had not made the necessary detailed inquiries into what would be required to carry out this ambition. She lacked a mentor. She had no good friends. It was far too easy for her to remain inactive and disappear into her isolation. We had a good conversation for about 3/4 of an hour. She was a nice kid. I offered to discuss her future in more detail if she would complete an online planning program designed by my professorial colleagues and me. Asterisk all was going well until the discussion twisted toward the political. After discussing her personal situation, she began to voice her discontent with the state of the world at large, with the looming catastrophe, in her opinion, of the effects of human activity on the environment. Now, there is nothing wrong, in principle, with the expression of concern for planet-wide issues. That is not the point. There is something wrong, however, with overestimating your knowledge of such things, or perhaps even considering them when you are a mid-20-year-old with nothing positive going on in your life and you are having great difficulty even getting out of bed. Under those conditions, you need to get your priorities straight, and establishing the humility necessary to attend to and solve your own problems is a crucial part of doing just that. As the verbal exchange continued, I found myself no longer engaged in a genuine conversation with a lost young woman who had come to speak with me. Instead, I became a hypothetically equal partner in a debate with an ideologue who knew what was wrong, globally speaking, who knew who was at fault for those global problems, who knew that participating in the continuing destruction by manifesting any personal desire whatsoever was moral, and who believed, finally, that we were all both guilty and doomed. Continuing the conversation at that point meant I was one speaking not with this young woman so much as with whatever or whomever took possession of her while in the grip of generic, impersonal, and cynical ideas, and to implying that discussion of such topics under the circumstances was both acceptable and productive. There was no point in either outcome. So I stopped, which did not mean that the entire meeting had been a waste. It was impossible for me not to conclude that some of what had reduced her to her months-long state of moral paralysis was not so much guilt about potentially contributing to the negative effects of human striving on the broader world, as it was the sense of moral superiority that concern about such things brought her, despite the exceptional psychological danger of embracing this dismal view of human possibility. Excuse the cliché, but it is necessary to walk before you can run. You may even have to crawl before you can walk. This is part of accepting your position as a beginner at the bottom of the hierarchy you so casually, arrogantly, and self-servingly despise. Furthermore, the deeply anti-human attitude that often accompanies tears shed for environmental degradation and man's inhumanity to man cannot but help but have a marked effect on the psychological attitude that defines a person's relationship to him or herself. It has taken since time immemorial for us to organize ourselves, biologically and socially, into the functional hierarchies that both specify our perceptions and actions, and define our interactions with the natural and social world. Profound gratitude for that gift is the only proper response. The structure that encompasses us all has its dark side, just as nature does, just as each individual does, but that does not mean careless, generic, and self-serving criticism of the status quo is appropriate any more than knee-jerk objection to what might be necessary change. The necessity of balance, because doing what others do and have always done so often works, and because, sometimes, radical action can produce success beyond measure, the conservative and the creative attitudes and actions constantly propagate themselves. A functional social institution, a hierarchy devoted to producing something of value beyond the mere endurance of its own survival, can utilize the conservative types to carefully implement processes of tried and true value, and the creative, liberal types to determine how what is old and out of date might be replaced by something new and more valuable. The balance between conservatism and originality might therefore be properly struck, socially, by bringing the two types of persons together. But someone must determine how best to do that, and that requires a wisdom that transcends mere temperamental proclivity. Because the traits associated with creativity, on the one hand, and comfort with the status quo, on the other, tend to be mutually exclusive, it is difficult to find a single person who has balanced both properly, who is therefore comfortable working with each type, and who can attend, in an unbiased manner, to the necessity for capitalizing on the respective forms of talent and proclivity. But the development of that ability can at least begin with an expansion of conscious wisdom, the articulated realization that conservatism is good with a set of associated dangers, and that creative transformation, even of the radical sort, is also good with a set of associated dangers. Learning this deeply, truly appreciating the need for both viewpoints means at least the possibility of valuing what truly diverse people have to offer, and of being able to recognize when the balance is swung too far in one direction. The same is true of the knowledge of the shadow side of both. To manage complex affairs properly, it is necessary to be cold enough in vision to separate the power-hungry and self-serving pseudo-advocate of the status quo from the genuine conservative, and the self-deceptive, irresponsible rebel without a cause from the truly creative. And to manage this means to separate those factors within the confines of one's own soul, as well as among other people. And how might this be accomplished? First, we might come to understand consciously that these two modes of being are integrally interdependent. One cannot truly exist without the other, although they exist in genuine tension. This means, first, for example, that discipline, subordination to the status quo, in one form or another, needs to be understood as a necessary precursor to creative transformation, rather than its enemy. Thus, just as the hierarchy of assumptions that make up the structure that organizes society and individual perceptions is shaped by and integrally dependent on restrictions, so too is creative transformation. It must strain against limit. It has no use and cannot be called forth unless it is struggling against something. It is for this reason that the great genie, the grandeur of wishes God, in a microcosm is archetypally trapped in the tiny confines of a lamp and subject, as well, to the will of the lamp's current holder. Genie genius is the combination of possibility and potential, an extreme constraint. Limitations, constraints, arbitrary boundaries, rules, Trev rules themselves therefore not only ensure social harmony and psychological stability, they make the creativity that renews order possible. What lurks, therefore, under the explicitly stated desire for complete freedom as expressed, say, by the anarchist or the nihilist is not a positive desire, striving for enhanced creative expression, as in the romanticized caricature of the artist. It is instead a negative desire, a desire for the complete absence of responsibility, which is simply not commensurate with genuine freedom. This is the lie of objections to the rules. Watered down with responsibility does not make for a compelling slogan being sufficiently narcissistic to negate itself self-evidently, while the corresponding down with the rules can be dressed up like a heroic corpse. Alongside the wisdom of true conservatism is the danger that the status quo might become corrupt and its corruption self-serving the exploited. Alongside the brilliance of creative endeavor is the false heroism of the resentful ideologue who wears the clothes of the original rebel while undeservedly claiming the upper moral hand and rejecting all genuine responsibility. Intelligent and cautious conservatism and careful and incisive change keep the world in order. But each has its dark aspect, and it is crucial, once this has been realized, to pose the question to yourself, are you the real thing, or its opposite? And the answer is, inevitably, that you are some of both and perhaps far more of what is shadowy than you might like to realize. That is all part of understanding the complexity we each carry within us. Personality is hierarchy and capacity for transformation. How, then, is the personality that balances respect for social institutions and, equally, creative transformation to be understood? It is not so easy to determine, given the complexity of the problem. For that reason, we turn to stories. Stories provide us with a broad template. They outline a pattern specific enough to be of tremendous value, if we can imitate it, but general enough, unlike a particular rule or set of rules, to apply even to new situations. In stories, we capture observations of the ideal personality. We tell tales about success and failure and adventure and romance. Across our narrative universes, success moves us forward to what is better, to the promised land, failure dooms us, and those who become entangled with us, to the abyss. The good moves us upward and ahead, and evil drags us backward and down. Great stories are about characters in action, and so they mirror the unconscious structures and processes that help us translate the intransigent world of facts into the sustainable, functional, reciprocal social world of values. After is the properly embodied hierarchy of values, including the value of conservatism and its twin. Creative transformation finds its expression as a personality, a narrative and ideal personality. Every hierarchy has something at its pinnacle. It is for this reason that a story, which is a description of the action of a personality, has a hero, and even if that someone is the anti-hero, it does not matter. The anti-hero serves the function of identifying the hero through contrast, as the hero is what the anti-hero is most decidedly not. The hero is the individual at the peak, the victor, the champion, the wit, the eventually successful and deserving underdog, the speaker of truth under perilous circumstances, and more. The stories we create, watch, listen to, and remember center themselves on actions and attitudes we find interesting, compelling, and worthy of communication as a consequence of our personal experience with both admirable and detestable people, or fragments of the specific attitudes and actions, or because of our proclivity to share what has gripped our attention with those who surround us. Sometimes we can draw compelling narratives directly from our personal experience with individual people. Sometimes we create amalgams of multiple personalities, often in concert with those who compose our social groups. The client whose story was told in part earlier had a life usefully employed as an example of the necessity of social engagement. That tale did not, however, exhaust the significance of his transformed attitudes and actions. While he was reconstructing his social life, becoming an active participant in a range of collective activities, he simultaneously developed a certain creative expertise that was equally unexpected. He had not benefited from formal education beyond the high school level, and did not have a personality that immediately struck the external observer as markedly creative. However, the personally novel social pursuits that attracted him were in the main oriented toward aesthetic endeavor. He first developed his eye for form, symmetry, novelty, and beauty as a photographer. The social advantages of this pursuit were manifold. He joined a club that had its members attend weekly photography walks, where they would sojourn as a group of 20 or so to parts of the city that were visually interesting, either for their natural beauty or uniqueness, or for the attraction they held as industrial landscapes. He learned a fair bit about photographic equipment technically because of doing so. The group members also critiqued one another's work, and they did this constructively, which meant that all of them appeared to indicate what errors had been made, but also what of value had been managed. This all helped my client learn to communicate in a productive manner about topics that might otherwise have been psychologically difficult, touching as they did on criticisms that, because of their association with creative vision, could easily have generated counterproductively sensitive overreactions, and, as well, to increasingly distinguish between visual images that were tried to dull or conformist and those of genuine quality. After a few months, his perception had developed sufficiently so that he began to win local contests and generate small professional commissions. I had believed from the beginning that his participation in the photography club was well advised from the perspective of personality development, but I was genuinely struck by the rapid development of his visual and technical ability and very much enjoyed the times we spent in our sessions reviewing his work. After a few months of work on the photography front, my client began to produce and to show me other images he had created, as well, which were in their first incarnation decidedly amateurish abstract line drawings done in pen. These essentially consisted of loops of various sizes, joined continuously, on a single page, scribbles, really, although more controlled and evidently purposeful than mere scribbles. As I had with the photographs and the photography club, I regarded these as psychologically useful as an extension of creative ability, but not as worthwhile artistic endeavors in their own right. He kept at it, however, generating several drawings a week, all the while bringing what he had created to our sessions. What he produced increased in sophistication and beauty with dramatic rapidity. Soon, he was drawing complex, symmetrical, and rather dramatic black and white pen and ink drawings of sufficient intrinsic beauty to serve as commercially viable t-shirt designs. I had seen this sort of development clearly in the case of two other clients, both characterized by intrinsically creative temperaments very well hidden in one of the cases, more developed, nurtured, and obvious in the other. In addition, I had read accounts of clinical cases in personal development by Carl Jung, who noted that the production of increasingly ordered and complex geometrical figures, often circles within squares, or the reverse, regularly accompanied an increase in organization of the personality. This certainly seemed true not only of my client, as evidenced by his burgeoning expertise at photography and the development of his skill as a graphic artist, but also of the two others I had the pleasure of serving as a clinical therapist. What I observed repeatedly was, therefore, not only the reconstruction of the psyche as a consequence of further socialization and the valuation of social institutions, but the parallel transformation of primarily interior processes, indicated by a marked increase in the capacity to perceive and to create what was elegant, beautiful, and socially valued. My clients had learned not only to submit properly to the sometimes arbitrary but still necessary demands of the social world, but to offer to that world something it would not have had access to had it not been for their private creative work. My granddaughter, Scarlett, also came to exhibit behaviors that were indicative of, if not her creative ability, then at least her appreciation for creative ability, in addition to her socialization as an agent of socially valued pointing. When people discuss a story presented as a movie, or a play, or a book, they commonly attempt to come to a sophisticated consensus about its point. Sophisticated because a group of people can generally offer more viewpoints than a single individual. Consensus because the discussion usually continues until some broad agreement is reached as to the topic at hand. Now, the idea that story is a form of communication and entertainment is one of those facts that appears self-evident upon first consideration, but that becomes more mysterious the longer it is pondered. If it is true that a story has a point, then it is clear that it is pointing to something. But what and how? What constitutes pointing is obvious when it is an action specifying a particular thing, or a person by a particular person, but much less obvious when it is something typifying the cumulative behavior, shall we say, of a character in a story. The actions and attitudes of J.K. Rowling's heroes and heroines once again provide popular examples of precisely this process. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger are typified in large part by the willingness and ability to follow rules, indicating their expertise as apprentices and, simultaneously, to break them, while those who supervise them are inclined, equally, to reward both apparently paradoxical forms of behavior. Even the technologies used by the young wizards during their apprenticeship are characterized by this duality. The Marauder's Map, for example, which provides its bearer with an accurate representation of explored territory in the form of the physical layout or geography of Hogwarts, the Wizarding School, as well as the locale of all its living denizens, can be activated as a functional tool only by uttering a set of words that seem to indicate the very opposite of moral behavior. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, and deactivate it so that its function remains secret, with the phrase mischief managed. It is no easy matter to understand how an artifact that requires such statements to make it usable could possibly be anything but no good, a tool of evil purpose, apparently. But, like the fact that Harry and his friends regularly but carefully break rules, and are equally regularly and carefully rewarded for doing so, the Marauder's Map varies in its ethical desirability with the intent of its users. There is a strong implication throughout the series that what is good cannot be simply encapsulated by mindless or rigid rule following, no matter how disciplined that following, or how vital the rules are followed. What this all means is that the Harry Potter series does not point to drone-like subservience to social order as the highest of moral virtues. What supersedes that obedience is not so obvious that it can be easily articulated, but it is something like follow rules, except when doing so undermines the purpose of those self-same rules, in which case take the risk of acting in a manner contrary to what has been agreed upon as moral. This is a lesson that seems more easily taught by representations of the behaviors that embody it than transmitted by, say, rote learning or a variant rule. Meta-rules, which might be regarded as rules about rules, rather than rules themselves, are not necessarily communicated in the same manner as simple rules themselves. Scarlett, with her emphasis on pointing, learned soon after mastering the comparatively straightforward physical act to grasp the more complex point of narratives. She could signify something with her index finger at the age of 1.5 years. By 2.5 years, however, she could understand and imitate the far more intricate point of a story. For a period of approximately 6 months, at the latter age she would insist, when asked, that she was Pocahontas, rather than Ellie, the name preferred by her father, or Scarlett preferred by her mother. This was a staggering act of sophisticated thought as far as I was concerned. She had been given a Pocahontas doll, which became one of her favorite toys, along with a baby doll also very well loved, who she named after her grandmother, my wife, Tammy. When she played with the infant doll, Ellie was the mother. With Pocahontas, however, the situation differed. That doll was not a baby, and Ellie was not its mother. My granddaughter regarded herself, instead, as the grown Pocahontas mimicking the doll, which was fashioned like a young woman, as well as the character who served as the lead in the Disney movie of the same name, which she had raptly observed on 2 separate occasions. The Disney Pocahontas bore marked similarities to the main protagonists of the Harry Potter series. She finds herself promised by her father to Cocoon, a brave warrior who embodies, in all seriousness, the virtues of his tribe, but whose behavior and attitudes are too rule-bound for the more expansive personality of his bride Tobe. Pocahontas falls in love, instead, with John Smith, captain of a ship from Europe and representative of that which falls outside of known territory but is potentially of great value. Paradoxically, Pocahontas is pursuing a higher moral order and rejecting Cocoon for Smith, breaking a profoundly important rule value what is most valued in the current culture's hierarchy of rules very much in the same manner as the primary Potter characters. That is the moral of both narratives: follow the rules until you are capable of being a shining exemplar of what they represent, but break them when those very rules now constitute the most dire impediment to the embodiment of the central virtues. And Elizabeth Scarlett, not yet 3 years of age, had the intrinsic wisdom to see this as the point of what she was watching the Disney movie and using as a role-playing aid the doll Pocahontas. Her perspicacity in this regard bordered on the unfathomable. The same set of ideas respect for the rules, except when following those rules means disregarding or ignoring or remaining blind to an even higher moral principle, is represented with stunning power in 2 different gospel narratives which serve, regardless of your opinion about them, as central traditional or classical stories portraying a personality for the purposes of evoking imitation. In the first, Christ is presented, even as a child, as a master of the Jewish tradition. This makes him fully informed as to the value of the past, and portrays him as characterized by the respect typical, say, of the genuine conservative. According to the account in Luke 2:40-52, Jesus' family journeyed to Jerusalem every year at the Jewish holiday of Passover, and when he was 12 years old, they went up to Jerusalem after the custom of the feast. And when they had fulfilled the days, as they returned, the child Jesus tarried behind in Jerusalem, and Joseph and his mother knew not of it. But they, supposing him to have been in the company, went a day's journey, and they sought him among their kinsfolk and acquaintance. And when they found him not, they turned back again to Jerusalem, seeking him. And it came to pass that after 3 days they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the doctors, both hearing them and asking them questions. And all that heard him were astonished at his understanding and answers. And when they sought him, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou thus dealt with us? Behold, thy father and I have sought thee sorrowing. And he said unto them, How is it that ye sought me? Wist ye not that I must be about my father's business? And they understood not the saying which he spake unto them. And he went down with them, and came to Nazareth, and was subject unto them, but his mother kept all these sayings in her heart. And Jesus increased in wisdom and stature, and in favour with God and man. A paradox emerges, however, as the entirety of the Gospel accounts are considered one closely associated with the tension between respect for tradition and the necessity for creative transformation. Despite the evidence of his thorough and even precocious understanding and appreciation of the rules, the adult Christ repeatedly and scandalously violates the Sabbath traditions, at least from the standpoint of the traditionalists in his community, and much to his own peril. He leads his disciples through a cornfield, for example, plucking and heeding the grains, Luke 6:1. He justifies this to the Pharisees, who object by referring to an account of King David acting in a similar manner, feeding his people when necessity demanded it on bread that was reserved for the priests, Luke 6:4. Christ tells his interlocutors quite remarkably that the Son of Man is Lord also of the Sabbath, Luke 6:5. An ancient document known as the Codex Bezae *, a non-canonical variant of part of the New Testament, offers an interpolation just after the section of the Gospel of Luke presented above, shedding profound light on the same issue. It offers deeper insight into the complex and paradoxical relationship between respect for the rules and creative moral action that is necessary and desirable, despite manifesting itself in apparent opposition to those rules. It contains an account of Christ addressing someone who, like him, has broken a sacred rule. On that same day, observing one working on the Sabbath, Jesus said to him, O man, if indeed thou knowest what thou doest, thou art blessed. But if thou knowest not, thou art accursed, and a transgressor of the law. 12. What does this statement mean? It sums up the meaning of rule perfectly. If you understand the rules, their necessity, their sacredness, the chaos they keep at bay, how they unite the communities that follow them, the price paid for their establishment, and the danger of breaking them, but you are willing to fully shoulder the responsibility of making an exception, because you see that as serving a higher good, and if you are a person with sufficient character to manage the distinction, then you have served the Spirit, rather than the mere law, and that is an elevated moral act. But if you refuse to realize the importance of the rules you are violating and act out of self-centered convenience, then you are appropriately and inevitably damned. The carelessness you exhibit with regard to your own tradition will undo you and perhaps those around you fully and painfully across time. This is in keeping with other sentiments and acts of Christ described in the Gospels. Matthew 12:11 states, And he said unto them, What man shall there be among you that shall have one sheep, and if it fall into pit on the Sabbath day, will he not lay hold on it, and lift it out? Luke chapter 6 describes him healing a man with a withered hand on another Sabbath, stating it is lawful on the Sabbath days to do good or to do evil, to save life, or destroy it. Luke 6:9. This psychologically and conceptually painful juxtaposition of two moral stances, the keeping of the Sabbath versus the injunction to do good, is something else that constantly enraged the Pharisees, and is part of the series of events that eventually leads to Christ's arrest and crucifixion. These stories portray the existential dilemma that eternally characterizes human life. It is necessary to conform, to be disciplined, and to follow the rules, to do humbly what others do, but it is also necessary to use judgment, vision, and the truth that guides conscience to tell what is right when the rules suggest otherwise. It is the ability to manage this combination that truly characterizes the fully developed personality, the true hero. A certain amount of arbitrary ruleness must be tolerated or welcomed, depending on your point of view, to keep the world and its inhabitants together. A certain amount of creativity and rebellion must be tolerated or welcomed, depending on your point of view, to maintain the process of regeneration. Every rule was once a creative act, breaking other rules. Every creative act, genuine in its creativity, is likely to transform itself, with time, into a useful rule. It is the living interaction between social institutions and creative achievement that keeps the world balanced in the narrow line between too much order and too much chaos. This is a terrible conundrum, a true existential burden. We must support and value the past, and we need to do that with an attitude of gratitude and respect. At the same time, however, we must keep our eyes open, the visionary living, and repair the ancient mechanisms that stabilize and support us when they falter. Thus, we need to bear the paradox that is involved in simultaneously respecting the walls that keep us safe and allowing in enough of what is new and changing so that our institutions remain alive and healthy. The very world depends for its stability and its dynamism on the subsuming of all our endeavors under the perfection and sacredness of that dual ability. Do not carelessly denigrate social institutions or creative achievement. Rule room to imagine who you could be, and then aim single-mindedly at that. Who are you and who could you be? How do you know who you are? After all, you are complex beyond your own understanding, more complex than anything else that exists excepting other people, complex beyond belief. And your ignorance is further complicated by the intermingling of who you are with who you could be. You are not only something that is. You are something that is becoming, and the potential extent of that becoming also transcends your understanding. Everyone has the sense, I believe, that there is more to them than they have yet allowed to be realized. That potential is often obscured by poor health, misfortune, and the general tragedies and mishaps of life. But it can also be hidden by an unwillingness to take full advantage of the opportunities that life offers, abated by regrettable errors of all sorts, including failures of discipline, faith, imagination, and commitment. Who are you? And, more importantly, who could you be if you were everything you could conceivably be? Are such questions impossible to answer? Are other sources available to us from which guidance might be derived? After all, we have been observing ourselves behave in our successes and failures for tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of years. During that time, our shamans, prophets, mystics, artists, poets, and bards have distilled something vital from such observations and concentrated essence of what makes us human in actuality and possibility. In doing so, they have provided us with representations of that vital essence, presenting itself to us as that which can be neither ignored nor forgotten. This creative people write and act out the dramas and tell us the stories that capture our imagination, and they fill our dreams with visions of what might be. The deepest and most profound of these are remembered, discussed, and otherwise honed collectively and made the focus of rituals that unite us across the centuries, forming the very basis of our cultures. These are the stories upon which the ritual, religious, and philosophical edifices characterizing sophisticated, populous, successful societies are built. The stories we can neither ignore nor forget are unforgettable for this reason, among others. They speak to something we know, but do not know that we know. The ancient Greek philosopher Socrates believed that all learning was a form of remembering. Socrates posited that the soul, immortal in its essence, knew everything before it was born anew as an infant. However, at the point of birth, all previous knowledge was forgotten and had to be recalled through the experiences of life. There is much to be said for this hypothesis, strange as it might now appear. There is much that we could do, much that our bodies and minds are capable of doing that remains dormant right down to the genetic level. Exposure to new experience activates this dormant potential, releasing abilities built into us over the vast span of our evolutionary history. This is perhaps the most basic manner in which our bodies retain past wisdom and draw upon it when necessary. It is in this way, although not only in this way, that human possibility exists. Thus, there is something profound to be said for the concept of learning as remembering. Obviously, as well as remembering is in the turning on of innate but hidden possibilities, we can learn much that is new. This is one of the primary factors differentiating us from animals. Even complex and intelligent mammals such as chimpanzees and dolphins tend to repeat their species' typical behaviors generation after generation, with very little change. Humans, by contrast, can and continually do seek out and encounter what is new, investigate and adapt to it, and make it part of themselves. We can, as well, translate something we already know at one level of representation into knowledge at another. We can watch the actions of a living creature, animal or human, and then imitate them, translating our perceptions of their movement into new movements of our own. We can even generalize such imitative acts, catching the spirit of what or whom we are observing, and producing new ways of seeing and acting that are in some manner similar to that spirit. This is part of what makes up the basis of the deeply embodied implicit knowledge that forms so much of the basis of our true understanding. We can also observe someone act or something occur and write down what we see, translating action into language that outlasts its utterance and then communicate it later in the absence of what or whom is being described. Finally, and most mysteriously, we can imagine and then act out something that has simply not been seen before, something that is truly original. And we can code and represent all that ability, adaptive action and its transformation in the stories we tell about those we admire as well as those we hate. And that is how we determine who we are and who we could perhaps become. Stories become unforgettable when they communicate sophisticated modes of being, complex problems and equally complex solutions that we perceive consciously in pieces, but cannot fully articulate. It was for this reason, for example, that the biblical story of Moses and the Israelites' exodus from Egypt became such a powerful touchstone for black slaves seeking emancipation in the United States. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land, tell old Pharaoh to let my people go. The biblical story of Exodus is properly regarded as archetypal or paradigmatic or foundational by psychoanalytic and religious thinkers alike, because it presents an example of psychological and social transformation that cannot be improved upon. It emerged as a product of imagination and has been transformed by constant collective retelling and reworking into an ultimately meaningful form that applies politically, economically, historically, personally, and spiritually all at the same time. This is the very definition of literary depth, something that reaches its apogee in certain forms of ancient, traditional stories. The fact of that depth means that such accounts can be used diversely as a meaningful frame for any process of profound change experienced by any individual or society, stable state, descent into chaos, re-establishment of stability, and can lend that process multidimensional reality, context, powerful meaning, and motivation. The emergence of the unforgettable. How might an unforgettable story come to be? What might precede its revelation? It is at the very least the consequence of a long period of observation. Imagine a scientist monitoring the behavior of a wolf pack, or a troop of chimps, indeed, any group of complex social animals. He or she attempts to identify regularities in the behavior of the individuals and the group patterns, in a word, and to articulate those regularities to encapsulate them in language. The scientist might first relate a series of anecdotes about animal actions emblematic of the general behavior of the species. He or she might then abstract even further, attempting to generalize across anecdotes with rule-like descriptions. I say rule-like because the animals are not following rules. Rules require language. Animals are merely acting out regularities. They cannot formulate, understand, or follow rules. But human beings, we can observe ourselves acting as a scientist might, more accurately as a storyteller might. Then we can tell the stories to each other. The stories are already distillations of observed behavior. If they are not distillations, they will not be interesting. Relating a sequence of everyday actions does not make for a good story. Once the story is established, we can analyze it, looking for deeper patterns and regularities. If that analysis is successful, we can generalize across anecdotes with the formulation of rules, and then we can learn, consciously, to follow those rules. Here is how this might happen. We all react judgmentally when a child or adult or, indeed, a society is acting improperly, unfairly, or badly. The error strikes us emotionally. We intuit that a pattern upon which individual and social adaptation depends has been disrupted and violated. We are annoyed, frustrated, hurt, or grief-stricken at the betrayal. This does not mean that each of us, reacting emotionally, has been successful at articulating a comprehensive philosophy of good and evil. We may never put our finger on what has gone wrong. However, like children unfamiliar with a new game but still able to play it, we know that the rules are being broken. Something precisely like this is portrayed in the biblical story of Exodus, the ancient account of the flight of the Hebrew slaves from their Egyptian masters. Moses, who leads the escaping people, is continually called upon by his followers to draw very fine moral distinctions when they struggle with one another and seek his advice. In consequence, he spends a very long time observing and contemplating their behavior. It is as if the desert prophet had to discover what rules he and his Israelite followers were already struggling to act out prior to his receipt of the explicit commandments from God. Remember, every society is already characterized by patterned behavior, otherwise it would be pure conflict and no society at all. But the mere fact that social order reigns to some degree does not mean that a given society has come to explicitly understand its own behavior, its own moral code. It is therefore no accident that in this story Moses serves as a judge for his followers and does so with sufficient duration and intensity to exhaust himself before he receives the 10 Commandments. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moses from the morning unto the evening. And when Moses' father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said, What is this thing that thou doest to the people? Why sittest thou thyself alone, and all the people stand by thee from morning unto even? And Moses said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come unto me to inquire of God, when they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another, and I do make them know the statutes of God, and his laws. And Moses' father-in-law said unto him, The thing that thou doest is not good. Thou wilt surely wear away, both thou, and this people that is with thee, for this thing is too heavy for thee. Thou art not able to perform it thyself alone. Exodus 18:13-18. This difficult exercise in discrimination and judgment, observing and weighing, is an integral part of what prepared the biblical patriarch for the receipt of divine revelation. If there had been no behavioral base for those rules, no historical precedent codified in traditional ethics, no conventions, and no endless hours of observation of the moral patterns, the commandments simply could not have been understood and communicated, much less obeyed. An unforgettable story captures the essence of humanity and distills, communicates, and clarifies it, bringing what we are and what we should be into focus. It speaks to us, motivating the attention that inspires us to imitate. We learn to see and act in the manner of the heroes of the stories that captivate us. These stories call to capacities that lie deep within our nature but might still never develop without the call. We are dormant adventurers, lovers, leaders, artists, and rebels, but need to discover that we are all those things by seeing the reflection of such patterns in dramatic and literary form. That is part of being a creature that is part nature and part culture. An unforgettable story advances our capacity to understand our behavior, beyond habit and expectation, toward an imaginative and then verbalized understanding. Such a story presents us in the most compelling manner with the ultimate adventure, the divine romance, and the eternal battle between good and evil. All this helps us clarify our understanding of moral and immoral attitude and action, personal and social. This can be seen everywhere and always. Question: who are you, or at least, who could you be? Answer: part of the eternal force that constantly confronts the terrible unknown, voluntarily, part of the eternal force that transcends naivete and becomes dangerous enough, in a controlled manner, to understand evil and beard it in its lair, and part of the eternal force that faces chaos and turns it into productive order, or that takes order that has become too restrictive, reduces it to chaos, and renders it productive once again. And all of this, being very difficult to understand consciously but vital to our survival, is transmitted in the form of the stories that we cannot help but attend to. And it is in this manner that we come to apprehend what is of value, what we should aim at, and what we could be. Materia prima, who you could be, I would like to try my hand at explaining the meaning of the illustration, based on an ancient chemical woodcut, that opens this chapter. Describing what it signifies reveals how much information can be contained within an image without the viewer possessing any explicit understanding of its content. Such a picture is in fact better considered an early stage in the process by which such explicit understanding develops. The ancient alchemist Asterisk who produced the picture was dreaming, in a very real sense, while doing so dreaming about what a person could be, and how that might come about. At the very base of the image is a winged sphere. Atop that perches a dragon. Standing on the dragon is a two-headed human figure, one head male, the other female. The male head is associated with an image of the sun, the female with the moon. In between but also above the two heads is the symbol for Mercury, God, planet, and metal simultaneously. A variety of additional symbols round out the picture. Everything portrayed is enveloped in an egg-shaped container. This arrangement indicates that the image is of many things inside one thing, a multiplicity and a unity, just as an unhatched chick is encapsulated within a single container, but as many increasingly differentiated and complex biological parts, particularly in its latest stages of development. In its entirety, the image is labeled materia prima, Latin for the primal element. The alchemists regarded the materia prima as the fundamental substance from which everything else, matter and spirit included, equally emerged or was derived. You can profitably consider that primal element the potential we face when we confront the future, including our future selves, or the potential we cannot help upbraiding ourselves and others for wasting. It can also be usefully conceptualized as the information from which we build ourselves and the world, instead of the matter out of which we generally consider reality composed. Each interpretation, potential, and information has its advantages. What does it mean that the world can be usefully considered as potential or information? Think about what happens, for example, when you stop by the mailbox and pick up your mail. Consider as well what that mail is made of. Materially speaking, it is merely paper and ink. But that material substrate is essentially irrelevant. It would not matter if the message was delivered by email or voice or in Morse code, for that matter. What is relevant is the content. And that means that each piece of mail is a container of content of potential or information, positive, neutral, or negative. Maybe, for example, it is a notification of investigation from your country's tax department. This means that, despite its apparently harmless presence in your hand, the letter is tightly and inextricably connected to a gigantic, complex and often arbitrary structure that may well not have your best interests in mind. Alternatively, perhaps it is something joyful, such as an unexpected letter from someone loved or a long-awaited check. From such a perspective, an envelope is a mysterious container, at least in potential, from which an entire new world might emerge. Everyone understands this idea, even if they do not know it. If you have been having trouble with the tax authorities, for example, and you receive an official piece of mail from their agency, your blood pressure will increase or drop precipitously, your heart will pound, your palms will sweat, and a feeling of intense fear, even doom, may sweep over you. That is the instinctive response associated with preparation for action that accompanies exposure to danger. And now you will have to decide, are you going to open the letter and face what is inside? And, having done so, are you going to think your way through the problem, terrible as that might be, and begin to address it? Or are you going to ignore what you now know, pretend that everything is all right even though you know, emotionally as a consequence of your anxiety, that it is not, and pay the inevitable psychological and physical price? It is the former that will require you to voluntarily confront what you are afraid of, the terrible abstract monster, and, hypothetically, to become stronger and more integrated as a result. It is the latter that will leave the problem in its monstrous form and force you to suffer like a scared animal confronted by a predator's vicious eyes in the pitch of night. A wing sphere inscribed with a square, a triangle, and the numerals 3 and 4 occupies the bottom third of the image in question. Asterisk, the singular entity or object, was known by the alchemists as the round chaos. 3, it is a container, the initial container of the primordial element, the container of what the world, and the psyche, consists of before it becomes differentiated. This is the potential, or information. This is what attracts your attention unconsciously and compels you to attend to something before you know why it has gripped your interest. This is when and where what is new makes its entrance into what is predictable and certain, for better or worse, what flits about you with little voluntary control, as if it is something winged, as your imagination and your attention move unpredictably but meaningfully from association to association, and it is what you are looking at when you have no idea what it is you are confronting. Finally, it is what you cannot look away from when you are possessed by horror, even as such potential for horror simultaneously adds vital interest to life. Strangely, the round chaos may be familiar to modern audiences again, even if they do not know it, because of the Harry Potter series of books and films. J.K. Rowling, the series author, takes some pains to describe a sporting event, Quidditch, which helps to define and unify Hogwarts. The point of Quidditch is to drive a ball to quaffle through one of the 3 hoops guarded by the opposing team, while flying about the playing pitch on enchanted brooms. Success in doing so gains the scorer's team 10 points. Simultaneously, 2 separate players, one from each team, play another game, a game within the game. Chosen for their exceptional skill in attention and flight, these 2 competitors, known as seekers, attempt to locate, chase, and capture a wing ball, the snitch, which is identical in appearance to the round chaos that sits at the bottom of the alchemist's image. The snitch is golden, indicating its exceptional value and purity. Asterisk and zips around chaotically, at a very fast rate, darting, weaving, bobbing, and racing the seekers as they pursue it astride their brooms. If a seeker captures the snitch, his or her team gains 150 points, typically enough to ensure victory, and the entire game comes to an end. This indicates that chasing and capturing whatever is represented by the snitch, and, by implication, the round chaos is a goal whose importance supersedes any other. Asterisk was Rowling's game, conjured up for us by her deep imagination, structured in that manner. What does her narrative idea signify? There are 2 ways of answering these questions, although both answers relate importantly to each other. First, in Rule I, we discuss the idea that the true winner of any game is the person who plays fair. This is because playing fair, despite the particularities of any given game, is a higher order accomplishment than mere victory. Striving to play fair, in the ultimate sense, following the spirit of the rules, as well as the letter, is an indication of true personality development, predicated as it is on concern for true reciprocity. Seekers of the snitch must ignore the details of the game of Quidditch, of which they are still a part, while attempting to find and seize the snitch, just as a player of a real old game must ignore the particularities of the game while attending to what constitutes truly ethical play, regardless of what is happening on the playing field. Thus, the ethical player, like the seeker, indomitably pursues what is most valuable in the midst of complex, competing obligations. Second, among the alchemists, the round chaos was associated with the winged god Mercury, who served as messenger from the realm of the divine, guide of souls to the underworld, and bringer of good fortune. It is for this reason that the ancient symbol for Mercury is located at the very pinnacle, the most important location of the image in question. It is an attempt to indicate what guides the process that the picture represents. Centuries ago, prior to the dawn of modern chemistry, the god Mercury represented what inspires or attracts interest involuntarily. He was the spirit who possessed a person when his or her attention was drawn irresistibly to some person, situation, or event. Imagine that there are very complex processes going on in your mind unconsciously, highlighting events of potential worth and distinguishing them from everything else constantly unfolding around you. Imagine that those processes that distinguish value are alive, which is certainly the case, and that they are complex and integrated enough to be conceptualized as a personality. That is Mercury. The draw he exerts on our attention reveals itself in a sense of significance, in the sense that something happening around you is worth attending to or contains something of value. The seeker in real life, as well as in Rowling's Potter series and its Quidditch game, is he or she who takes that sense of significance more seriously than anything else. The seeker is therefore the person who is playing the game that everyone else is playing and who is disciplined and expert at the game, but who is also playing an additional, higher-order game, the pursuit of what is of primary significance. This niche-like around chaos can therefore be considered the container of the primary significance, that meaning, and, therefore, something revelatory when pursued in court. We might in this context remember what has come to be known as the Golden Rule, and as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them likewise. Luke 6:31. There is nothing more important than learning to strive under difficult and frustrating circumstances to play fair. This is what should be chased, so to speak, during any game, even though it is also important to try to obtain victory in the game. Asterisk, each of us, when fortunate, is compelled forward by something that grips our attention: love of a person, a sport, political, sociological, or economic problem, or a scientific question, a passion for art, literature, or drama, something that calls to us for reasons we can neither control nor understand. Try to make yourself interested in something you just do not care about and see how well that works. The phenomena that grip us, phenomena, from the Greek word phanestai, to appear, or to be brought to light, are like lamps along a dark path. They are part of the unconscious processes devoted to integrating and furthering the development of our spirits, the furtherance of our psychological development. You do not choose what interests you. It chooses you. Something manifests itself out of the darkness as compelling, as worth living for. Following that, something moves us further down the road to the next meaningful manifestation, and so it goes, as we continue to seek, develop, grow, and thrive. It is a perilous journey, but it is also the adventure of our lives. Think of pursuing someone you love. Catch them or not, you change in the process. Think as well of the traveling you have done, or of the work you have undertaken, whether for pleasure or necessity. In all these cases you experience what is new. Sometimes that is painful, sometimes it is better than anything else that has ever happened to you. Either way, it is deeply informative. It is all part of the potential of the world, calling you into being, changing you forever for better or worse in consequence of your pursuit. Atop the round chaos perches a dragon. This is because what is interesting and meaningful and novel and unexpected, as those all go together, manifests itself in a form that is both dangerous and promising, particularly when its grip is intense and irresistible. The danger is, of course, signified by the presence of the immortal, predatory reptile. The promise is hinted at, as a dragon archetypally guards a great treasure. Thus, the drawing represents a psychological progression. First, you find yourself interested in something. That something the round chaos contains or is composed of potential or information. If it is pursued and caught, it releases that information. Out of that information we build the world we perceive, and we build ourselves as perceivers. Thus, the round chaos is the container from which both matter, the world, and spirit, our psyches, emerge. There is some numerological indication of this in the spherical body of the round chaos itself, the number 3, accompanied by a triangle, which is traditionally associated with spirit because of its association with the Holy Trinity, and the number 4, associated with the world of matter because of its association with the 4 traditional elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. The dragon, in turn, perched on top of the round chaos, represents the danger and possibility of the information within. Atop the dragon stands a figure known as a rubis, a single body with 2 heads, one male, one female. The rubis is a symbol of the fully developed personality that can emerge from forthright and courageous pursuit of what is meaningful, the round chaos, and dangerous and promising, the dragon. It has a symbolically masculine aspect, which typically stands for exploration, order, and rationality, indicated by the sun, which can be seen to the left of the male head, and a symbolically feminine aspect, which stands for chaos, promise, care, renewal, and emotion, indicated by the moon, to the right of the female. In the course of normal socialization, it is typical for one of these aspects to become more developed than the other, as males are socialized in the male manner, to which they are also inclined biologically, and females in the female manner. Nonetheless, it is possible with enough exploration, enough exposure to the round chaos and the dragon, to develop both elements. That constitutes an ideal, or so goes the alchemical intuition. Out of the unknown, the potential that makes up the world, comes the terrible but promising form of the dragon, peril and promise united. It is an eternal dichotomy echoed by the presence of the two remaining symbols to the right and above the dragon's tail, Jupiter, representing the positive, and Saturn, the negative. Out of the confrontation with peril and promise emerges the masculine and feminine aspects of the psyche working together in harmony. Guiding the process is the spirit Mercurius, manifesting itself as meaning in the world, working through unconscious means to attract exploration to what will unite the various discordant and warring elements of the personality. This can all be read, appropriately, as a story of the development of the ideal personality, an attempt in image to describe what each of us could be. Polytheism into monotheism, and the emergence of the virtuous hero, who you could be. Roman 2. Now we are going to attempt a description of who you could be from another perspective, taken from one of the earliest stories we have been fortunate enough to rediscover. In the ancient Mesopotamian Enuma translation, when on high we have the oldest near-complete hero myth known, estimated at 4,000 years of age in its written form and, no doubt, far older as an oral tradition. The story begins when the primordial goddess Tiamat, embodiment of salt water as well as a monstrous aquatic dragon, enters into sexual union with her equally primordial male consort, Apsu, the embodiment of fresh water. This union gives rise to the initial realm of being, inhabited by the elder gods, the first children of Tiamat and Apsu. To understand the beginning of this story, we need to know a few things the ancients held to be fundamentally true. These are markedly different from the truths of modern science. Before the dawn of the scientific worldview, a mere 600 years ago, reality was construed as all that which human beings experience. That which we experience can be distinguished conceptually from reality as objective world, a pure physical being by its more comprehensive contents, which include subjective experiences such as emotions, dreams, visions, and motivational states such as hunger, thirst, and pain. That which we experience is better compared to a novel or a movie, which concentrates on the communication and sharing of subjective as well as objective states, than is reality as objective world, which we might liken to a scientific description of physical reality. It is the actual, particular, and unique demise of someone you love, for example, compared to the listing of that death in the hospital records. It is the drama of lived experience. It is because our own experience is genuinely literary, narrative, embodied, and story-like that we are so attracted to fictional representations. Movies, plays, operas, TV dramas, even the lyrics of songs help us deal with our lived experiences, which are something different and broader than the mere material from which our experience hypothetically rises. Engaging with the first part of the Enuma requires us to understand the second fundamental realization of the ancients, the fundamentally social nature of our cognitive categories. That is why everything is personified in children's books: the sun, the moon, toys, animals, even machines. We see nothing strange in this, because it so profoundly mirrors our perceptual tendencies. We expect children to view and understand the world in this manner, and we can easily fall back into doing so ourselves. Something should be clarified here: it is not truly accurate to state that the reality portrayed in children's fiction is personified. It is the case, instead, and this is a genuine reversal of the presumption in question, that we directly and naturally perceive reality as personified, and then must work very diligently to strip that personification away so that we can detect objective reality. We understand reality, therefore, as if it is constructed of personalities. That is because so much of what we encounter in our hypersocial reality, our complex societies, is in fact personality, engendered personality, at that, reflecting the billion years or so since the emergence of sexual reproduction, ample time for its existence to have profoundly structured our perceptions. We understand male, and abstract from that the masculine. We understand female, and abstract from that the feminine. Finally, we understand the child, and abstract from that, most commonly, the son. These basic divisions are clearly reflected in the creation story of the Enuma Elish, just as they are reflected in, or more accurately underpin, our understanding of the stories we all know. Tiamat, the primordial goddess, is chaos, a female monster, a dragon. She is the terror of nature, creative and destructive, mother and slayer of us all. Apsu, her husband, is the eternal father. He is the order that we depend upon for security, and by which we are simultaneously tyrannized. These two most primal of deities come together in a productive sexual union, mingling their waters, in the ancient words. In this fashion, they produce their first progeny, the elder gods of Mesopotamia. These gods represent elements of the world more differentiated than the primordial mother and father, such as heaven and earth, mud and silt, and war and fire. Asterisk, however, they are also careless, noisy, and impulsive as 2-year-old children who are, after all, primal forces in their own right. Their continual ceaseless, thoughtless activity in general unconsciousness culminates in a catastrophe, the mutual decision to wage war upon and then slay Apsu, and consequent attempt to build a stable dwelling place on his corpse. Tiamat, chaos itself, already irritated by the brainless racket of her children, is murderously enraged by the heedless slaughter of her husband. The terrible goddess builds an army of 11 monsters to deal with her wayward offspring, placing a demonic figure named Kingu, whom she takes as a second husband, at their head, and delivering to him the Tablet of Destinies, indicating his authority as ultimate ruler of the universe. The relationship between this brilliant dramatic representation and how we use or misuse the gifts of our culture is obvious. The careless demolition of tradition is the invitation to the re-emergence of chaos. When ignorance destroys culture, monsters will emerge. While Tiamat busily arranges her army, the elder gods continue their activity, pairing off, producing children, and then grandchildren of their own. One of the latter, Marduk, appears particularly talented, powerful, and promising. He is born with eyes encircling his head. He can see everywhere. He can speak magic words. He is something entirely new, and this is noted early by his progenitors. While Marduk matures, the elder gods are compelled to confront Tiamat, with whom they are now at war. One after another, they attempt to defeat her. All return in abject failure. Finally, someone suggests that Marduk, though still young, should be sent to confront his terrible grandmother. Approached with this idea, he agrees, but only on the condition that he is awarded the right, henceforth if he is victorious, to hold the Tablet of Destinies and sit atop the dominant hierarchy of the gods. It is in this manner that this ancient story describes the emergence of monotheism out of polytheism. The Enuma Elish appears to be a dramatized account of the psychological or spiritual processes comprising this transformation. The ancient Mesopotamian civilization faced the necessity of incorporating and unifying many diverse tribes and peoples, each of whom had their own gods. The god who arose out of the conflict between all those gods, whose god is supreme, was, therefore, a metagod, a god composed of what was most important about all gods. It was for such a reason, for example, that 50 different names characterize Marduk. This emergence of one from many is a very common process, described by the scholar of myth Mircea Eliade as the War of the Gods in Heaven, a typical mythological motif, as well as alluded to earlier. It is the psychological counterpart in the world of imagination to the genuine struggle of concepts of divinity and value on earth. Tribes unite. Each has its gods. The people comprising these multitudinous groups go to war, concretely and conceptually, for what they believe, sometimes for generations. It is as if the gods they follow were battling for dominance over periods exceeding single human lives, using their followers as proxies. That is reflected in the ancient stories. If and when the gods come to an agreement about their relative positions, more particularly, if they arrange themselves into a hierarchy, it means that peace has genuinely been established, because peace is the establishment of a shared hierarchy of divinity, of value. Thus, an eternal question emerges whenever people of different backgrounds are required to deal with one another on a relatively permanent basis. What do all gods share that makes them gods? What is God in essence? That is a very difficult question. It is, on the one hand, the question of value. What is of the highest importance? It is, on the other hand, the question of sovereignty. What principle should rule? These are the questions posed by those pondering the ultimate source of divine significance itself. The difficulty meant that they, and by extension the question of God, had to be answered over centuries, over millennia. The answer emerged first in story form. The Mesopotamians brilliantly intuited that the highest god, the highest good, involved careful attention, the multiple, head-circling eyes of Marduk, and effective language, the magic words of Marduk, capable of generating a cosmos, in addition to the courage and strength to voluntarily confront and overcome chaos, the unknown. It could be argued that these are the defining features of the great central spirit of mankind, at least insofar as that spirit is noble and admirable. The ancient Egyptians formulated an idea similar in many important regards, which we will discuss later in detail, associating the savior god Horus, son of Osiris, with the sharp-eyed falcon, and identifying him with a vision willing to search out, detect, understand, and defeat evil, symbolized with the famous Egyptian image of the single eye. Representing that reality, pay attention, above all, even to what is monstrous and malevolent, and speak wisely and truthfully could be the single most important accomplishment of our species. For it allows us to apprehend in dramatic form the fundamental necessity of coming to grips with what our senses demonstrate to us, no matter how terrifying the reality revealed. It allows for the possibility of bringing our explicit understanding closer in line with our deepest being, making possible a truer union of body and spirit through the partial comprehension and imitation of the story. Most importantly, perhaps, it allows us to realize the immense importance of words in transforming potential into actuality, and helps us understand that the role we each play in the transformation is in some vital sense akin to the divine. After his election to the highest of places, Marduk challenges Tiamat directly, encloses her, defeated, in a giant net, and cuts her into pieces, fashioning the heavens and the earth from her remains. One of Marduk's many names is, in fact, he who makes ingenious things as a consequence of the conflict with Tiamat. 5. It might be noted, in this regard, that tens of thousands of years ago, men literally did construct the habitable world out of the pieces of monsters, making their early dwellings from the giant bones of animals they had so courageously speared. 6. Marduk simultaneously defeats his grandmother's monstrous army, including the leader, Kingu, from whom he takes the Tablet of Destinies, confirming his place as supreme leader of the cosmos. Then he returns home, enemies in tow. His compatriots celebrate his victory and accede yet more completely to his leadership before he assigns them their various duties. Then, after consulting E, the god of wisdom, Marduk determines to create man to aid the gods most fundamentally in the eternal task of maintaining a proper balance between order and chaos, to release those very gods from their service, and to transfer their burden onto our all-too-human shoulders. Asterisk, the basic story is this: when order Apsu is carelessly threatened or destroyed, the terrible forces of chaos from which the world was originally derived appear once again in their most destructive, monstrous, predatory guise. Then a hero representing the highest of values must arise or be elected to confront this chaotic force. He does so successfully, deriving or producing something of great worth. What the hero represents is the most important of the great forces that make up the human psyche. To think of it another way, the hero is the embodied principle of action and perception that must rule over all the primordial psychological elements of lust, rage, hunger, thirst, terror, and joy. For chaos to remain effectively at bay, or, even better, tamed and therefore harnessed, this heroic principle must be regarded as the most important of all things that can organize and motivate mankind. This means, at least, that it must be continually acted out, which is what regarded as important actually means. It is in this way that the spirit of Marduk still possesses each individual who engages courageously in the processes of encounter and confrontation that eternally create and renew society. It is this that happens when each small child learns to regulate and unite his emotions and motivations into a coherent personality, and then goes out to challenge their known world. In slightly altered form, this is the story of St. George. The inhabitants of an ancient city must obtain water from a well beside the nest of a dragon. To do so, however, they have to offer the dragon some sacrifice of sheep, under most circumstances, but a maiden, if no sheep can be found. The young women of the city draw lot when the supply of sheep is exhausted. One day it is the daughter of the king herself who loses. St. George appears, confronts the dragon with the sign of the cross, symbol of the eternal redeemer, the archetypal hero, and frees the doomed princess. The city's inhabitants then convert to Christianity. Victory over the dragon, the predator, as such, the ruler of unexplored territory, is victory over all the forces that have threatened the individual and society over evolutionary and historical spans of time, as well as the more abstract evil we all still face, without and within. The cross, for its part, is the burden of life. It is a place of betrayal, torture, and death. It is therefore a fundamental symbol of mortal vulnerability. In a Christian drama, it is also the place where vulnerability is transcended as a consequence of its acceptance. This voluntary acceptance is also equivalent to victory over the dragon, representation of chaos, death, and the unknown. By accepting life's suffering, therefore, evil may be overcome. The alternative is hell, at least in its psychological form: rage, resentment, and the desire for revenge and destruction. The same story is echoed in the tales of St. Patrick, who chases the snakes out of Ireland, and St. Michael, who defeats the Christian equivalent of Kingu, the ancient serpent called the devil, Revelation 12:9. This is the same story recounted by J.R.R. Tolkien in The Hobbit, which was in turn derived from the ancient poem Beowulf, the tale of a hero defeating a pair of intelligent monsters' son, and then worse, mother. 7. In The Hobbit, the hero develops character and wisdom as a thief, strangely enough during his quest to help discover the ancient treasure hoarded by the dragon. The story of Perseus and Medusa, whose visage was so terrible that it turned onlookers to stone, is another variant, as is Pinocchio, who rescues his father from a subaquatic monster, and dies and is reborn while doing so. Something similar is portrayed in the first of the recent Avengers movies, in which Iron Man, the man who has transformed himself into a partly golden superhero, defeats the alien dragon worms of the Chitauri allied with the satanic Loki. He then dies, is reborn, and gets the maiden in the non-swimming guise of MS Pepper Potts. It must be understood, such stories would not even be comprehensible, not least to children, as well as adults, if our evolutionary history had importantly differed, and if our entire culture had not been shaped implicitly and explicitly by these ancient patterns. All these heroes act out what was perhaps the greatest discovery ever made by man's primordial ancestors. If you have the vision and the courage and a good stout stick, when necessary, you can chase away the worst of snakes. No doubt the greatest of our ancestors were beginning to threaten snakes with sticks when we still lived in trees. No doubt it was those voluntarily snake-chasing ancestors who reaped the benefits of their bravery in the form of nearby grateful maidens or their ancestral arboreal equivalents, and perhaps this is why dragons hoard virgins, as well as gold. What constitutes the worst of all snakes and the stoutest of all sticks, however, might be regarded as the central religious questions of humanity. It is interesting to note that in The Hobbit the worst snake is only a dragon, but in The Lord of the Rings the worst snake, so to speak, is the much more abstract evil of the wizard Sauron. As humanity became more sophisticated in its capacity to abstract, we increasingly appreciated the fact that predatory monsters can come in many guises, only some of which are animal in their form. Literature of an arguably more sophisticated form endlessly echoes this realization. Hero, dragon, death, and rebirth, who you could be Roman 3 in the second volume of J.K. Rowling's fantasy series, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. The castle of Hogwarts is threatened by strange, chaotic forces, due to the earlier and ongoing misbehavior of several powerful adult wizards as established in Volume 1. Now, it is significant that Harry is orphaned. It is an integral part of the heroic pattern. He is his earthly parents, the thick and conventional Dursleys, woefully blind, short-sighted, and terribly overprotective of and, therefore, tragically dangerous to Dudley, their unfortunate but predictably self-centered and bullying natural son. But Harry has his heavenly parents too, his true mother and father symbolically, nature and culture variants of chaos and order. They exist as part of his intrinsically magical potential, the magical potential of all of us, in fact, as we are all children of nature and culture, with the tremendous potential that implies, as well as the more mundane offspring of our particular parents. 8. When Harry returns to Hogwarts after his summer vacation, he can detect strange and ominous noises emanating from somewhere in the building. At the same time, various students and residents of Hogwarts are found paralyzed, turned to stone in diverse locations around the building. Turned to stone, what could that possibly mean? It certainly means to be unable to move, but it also signifies something deeper. It means to be hunted, to become a rabbit confronted by a wolf, to become the horrified and awestruck object of the predatory gaze. Many herbivores, comparatively defenseless, facing imminent and brutal death, freeze in place, paralyzed by fear, depending on camouflage and immobility to render them invisible to the terrible intentions of nearby red-toothed and razor-clawed carnivores. Predatory, reptilian forms still particularly have that effect on human beings, hence our odd fascination, for example, with dinosaurs. But to have no more courage than a rabbit is definitely not to be everything you could be. Eventually, Harry learns that the force turning his friends into stone is a gigantic snake, a basilisk, whose gaze exerts a paralyzing force. He discovers that the serpent is continually slithering around the very foundation of Hogwarts, in the immense waterworks that serve the great castle. This basilisk is an analogue to the great dragon faced by Beowulf, hero of the 1,000-year-old story that served as pattern for Tolkien's adventures, perhaps the 20th century's closest cousins to J.K. Rowling's extensive fantasy. It is, as well, the great devouring shark of the movie Jaws, lurking in the black water of night, ready at a moment's notice to pull the naked and unwary below, the fragility of our homes and our institutions, which can collapse and leave us stripped of their protective walls in a single terrible moment, and more comprehensively, the underworld of the ancients, whose doors gape open when everything predictable collapses. At the deepest of levels, this is a chaos and potential that continually lurks under the order of our familiar worlds, psychological and social. After much searching, Harry gains entrance to this underworld labyrinth of pipes and tunnels, and finds the central chamber. He does this, significantly, through the sewer, acting out the ancient chemical dictum, in stercolinus in venator, in filth it will be found. Asterisk, what does this mean? That which you most need to find will be found where you least wish to look. Asterisk there, underground, Ginny Virginia, his best friend's sister and Harry's eventual serious romantic interest, lies unconscious. She is the maiden or the anima, the soul forever incarcerated by the dragon, as in the tale of St. George. It is up to Harry, orphaned hero, to wake and rescue her just as Tolkien's Bilbo helps take the goal from the terrible smog, just as Disney's Prince Philip rescues Sleeping Beauty, both rescuing what is most valuable from the clutches of a great dragon. Asterisk, and of course, the unknown is a great predator, the basilisk Harry faces, and of course, the predator guards a great treasure, gold beyond measure, or the sleeping virgin, because the individual brave enough to voluntarily beard the serpent in his lair is most likely to gain access to the untold riches that exist in potential, waiting us in the adventure of our life, away from security and what is currently known. Who dares wins asterisk if he does not perish? And who wins also makes himself irresistibly desirable and attractive, not least because of the development of character that adventure inevitably produces. And this is what makes us forever more than rabbits. And Harry, like Bilbo, can only manage this, can only perceive the serpent when it is invisible to everyone else because he has a dark side. Tolkien's Bilbo must become a thief before he can become a hero. He must incorporate his monstrousness so that he can supersede his naive harmlessness before he is tough enough to face the terrors that confront him. Harry is touched by evil in another manner, as part of the incomparably dark wizard Voldemort's soul is embedded within him, although neither he nor Voldemort are initially aware of this. It is for this reason that the young wizard can speak with and hear that they perceive snakes. It is in keeping with this that he is disciplined and courageous, but also willing and ready to break the rules when necessary. While in the bowels of Hogwarts, Harry comes under attack by the basilisk, which is under the control of Voldemort. Voldemort therefore bears the same relationship to the basilisk in Hogwarts as Satan does, strangely and incomprehensibly, to the vision-granting serpent in the Genesis story of the Garden of Eden. Why might this be? It could be said and should be that one form of serpentine chaos and danger is the threat of the reptilian predator itself. But another form, more abstract, more psychological, more spiritual, is human evil, the danger we pose to one another. At some point in our evolutionary and cultural history, we began to understand that human evil could rightly be considered the greatest of all snakes. So, the symbolic progression might be one snake as evil predator, then two external human enemy as snake/evil/predator, then three subjective, personal, or psychological darkness/venge from the deceit as snake/evil/predator. Each of these representations, which took untold centuries, perhaps millennia to conceptualize, constitute a tangible increase in the sophistication of the image of evil. Nine all such manifestations of serpentine chaos and danger are apparently still first detected, processed, and symbolically inter-associated by the ancient brain systems that evolved to protect us from predatory reptiles. 10. Unfreezing prompted by those systems solves the problem now, maybe, by hiding the individual who is currently being preyed upon, but it leaves the predator alive for tomorrow. Instead, the danger must be hunted down and destroyed, and even that is too concrete to constitute a permanent solution to the problem of evil itself rather than a solution to any particular exemplar of evil. Most profoundly and abstractly paralleling the idea that the greatest predator, the greatest snake, is the evil that lurks within, evil's destruction manifests as the life of virtue that constrains malevolence in its most abstracted and comprehensive form. It is for this reason, for example, that the Disney Prince Philip of Sleeping Beauty fame is renowned for his conflict with the great dragon of chaos by benevolent nature in the form of the feminine fairies that accompany him and aid in his escape from Maleficent, the evil queen with the sword of truth and shield of virtue. Harry directly confronts the basilisk down in the Chamber of Secrets, deep below the wizarding castle, but is cornered and in great peril. At that propitious moment, a phoenix kept by the wise headmaster of Hogwarts arrives, provides the young hero with a sword, and then attacks the giant snake, providing Harry with time to regroup. Harry slays the basilisk with the weapon, but is fatally bitten in the process. This is another deep mythological echo in the story of Genesis. For example, the encounter with the snake proves fatal to man and woman alike, who become aware of their fragility and inevitable death soon after they awaken and gain vision. It is also a harsh truth: predators devour, dragons lay waste, chaos destroys. The threat is real. Even truth, virtue, and courage are not necessarily enough, but they are our best bet. And sometimes a little death is the medication necessary to forestall death itself. Fortunately, the phoenix's magical, revivifying tears, which it cries into Harry's wounds. Thus, the young wizard revives, defeats Voldemort, a much more challenging task than merely overcoming the gargantuan serpent, rescues Ginny, and saves the school. It is with the introduction of the phoenix to the story of St. George that Rowling reveals another element of her intuitive genius. The phoenix is a fowl that can die and be reborn forever. It has, therefore, throughout the ages, been a symbol of Christ, with whom the magical bird shares many features. It is also, equally, that element of the individual human personality that must die and regenerate as it learns, painfully through the oft-tragic experience that destroys previous certainty, replacing it first with doubt, and then when successfully confronted with new and more complete knowledge. A voluntary death and rebirth transformation, the change necessary to adapt when terrible things emerge, is therefore a solution to the potentially fatal rigidity of erroneous certainty, excessive order, and stultification. How to ACT people exchange information about how to act in many ways. They observe each other and imitate what they see. When they imitate, they use their bodies to represent the bodies of others. But this imitation is not mindless, automatized mimicry. It is instead the ability to identify regularities or patterns in the behavior of other people and then to imitate those patterns. When a young girl plays at being a mother, for example, she does not duplicate gesture for gesture what she has previously observed of her mother's actions. Instead, she acts as if she were a mother. If you ask the girl what she is doing, she will tell you that she is pretending to be a mother, but if you get her to describe what that means, particularly if she is a young child, her description will be far less complete than her actions would indicate. This means she can act out more than she can say, just as we all can. If you observed many little girls acting out many mothers, you could derive a very good idea of what mother meant, in its purest form, even if you had never seen an actual mother. If you were good with words, then perhaps you could describe the essential elements of maternal behavior and transmit them. You might do that best in the form of a story. It is easier and more direct to represent a behavioral pattern with behavior than with words. Our trait mimicry does that directly, action for action. Imitation, which can produce new behaviors akin to those that motivated the mimicry, takes that one step further. Drama formalized imitation, enacted upon the stage, is precisely behavior portraying behavior, but distilled ever closer to the essence. Literature takes the transmission one more difficult step, portraying action in the imagination of the writer and the reader in the complete absence of both real actors and a material stage. It is only the greatest of storytellers who can manage that transformation, representing the greatest and most vitally necessary of acts in the most interesting, profound, and memorable words. Generations of great storytellers, retelling, modifying, and editing great stories, therefore end up jointly creating the greatest of stories. Once culture has become literate, something that has happened only recently, from the historical perspective, those stories can be written down. It is at this point, roughly, that myth and ritual might be said to transform themselves into religion. The imitation and communication of the greatest, most memorable acts necessitates distillation and communication of the patterns of the deepest wisdom of mankind. If a great and memorable act is one undertaken by a particularly admirable individual, a local hero, then the greatest and most memorable act possible would be those undertaken by the spirit embodied in part by particular individuals who exemplified what all local heroes everywhere have in common. That hero of heroes, that meta-hero, would have to exist, logically, in turn, in a place that was common across all places requiring heroism. That place might be regarded as a meta-world even though it is real, even hyper-real that is, more real in its abstraction across places than our direct perceptions of a given, singular time or place. It is precisely this hyper-real meta-world that consists of the continual interactions between chaos and order, which eternally serve as the battleground between good and evil characterizing the hero. The undying pattern that hero embodies, in turn upon whose actions the individual and society both depend, is the highest of all gods. He is both child of and mediator between those twin forces, transforming chaos into habitable order as well as recasting order into chaos, so that it can be renewed, when it has become anachronistic and corrupt, as well as battling mightily so that good might prevail. Everyone requires a story to structure their perceptions and actions in what would otherwise be the overwhelming chaos of being. Every story requires a starting place that is not good enough and an ending place that is better. Nothing can be judged in the absence of that end place, that higher value. Without it, everything sinks into meaninglessness and boredom or degenerates and spirals into terror, anxiety, and pain. But, as time changes all things inexorably, every specific, value-predicated story may fail in its particular incarnation and locale, and need replacement by something newer, more complete, but different. In consequence, the actor of a given story, and therefore someone deeply affiliated with the plot and the characterization, still must bow to the spirit of creative transformation that originally created and may need to destroy and recreate the story. It is for this reason that spirit eternally transcends dogma, truth transcends presupposition, Marduk transcends the elder gods, creativity updates society, and Christ transcends the laws does Harry Potter, along with his courageous but continually rule-breaking friends. But it is important to remember, as we discussed in Rule 8, those who break the rules ethically are those who have mastered them first and disciplined themselves to understand the necessity of those rules, and break them in keeping with the spirit rather than the letter of the law. The second volume of Rowling's series proposes that predatory evil can be overcome by the soul willing to die and be reborn. The complete series ends with a creatively transformed repetition of the same message. The analogy with Christianity is obvious, and the message, in essence, the same. The soul willing to transform, as deeply as necessary, is the most effective enemy of the demonic serpents of ideology and totalitarianism in the personal and social forms. The healthy, dynamic, and above all else truthful personality will admit to error. It will voluntarily shed or let die outdated perceptions, thoughts, and habits as impediments to its further success and growth. This is the soul that will let its old beliefs burn away, often painfully, so that it can live again and move forward, renewed. This is also the soul that will transmit what it has learned during that process of death and rebirth, so that others can be reborn along with it. Aim at something. Pick the best target you can currently conceptualize. Stumble toward it. Notice your errors and misconceptions along the way, face them, and correct them. Get your story straight. Past, present, future, they all matter. You need to map your path. You need to know where you were so that you do not repeat the mistakes of the past. You need to know where you are, where you will not be able to draw a line from your starting point to your destination. You need to know where you're going, where you will drown in uncertainty, unpredictability, and chaos, and starve for hope and inspiration. For better or worse, you are on a journey. You are having an adventure and your map better be accurate. Voluntarily confront what stands in your way. The way that is the path of life, the meaningful path of life, the straight and narrow path that constitutes the very border between order and chaos, and the traversing of which brings them into balance. Aim at something profound and noble and lofty. If you can find a better path along the way, once you have started moving forward, then switch course. Be careful, though, it is not easy to discriminate between changing paths and simply giving up. One hint, if the new path you see forward, after learning what you needed to learn along your current way, appears more challenging, then you can be reasonably sure that you are not deluding or betraying yourself when you change your mind. In this manner, you will zigzag forward. It is not the most efficient way to travel, but there is no real alternative, given that your goals will inevitably change while you pursue them as you learn what you need to learn while you are disciplining yourself. You will then find yourself turning across time incrementally and gracefully to aim ever more accurately at the tiny pinpoint, the X that marks the spot, the bull's eye, and the center of the cross to aim at the highest value of which you can conceive. You will pursue a target that is both moving and receding, moving because you do not have the wisdom to aim in the proper direction when you first take aim, receding because no matter how close you come to perfecting what you are currently practicing, new vistas of possible perfection will open up in front of you. Discipline and transformation will nonetheless lead you inexorably forward. With will and luck, you will find a story that is meaningful and productive, improves itself with time, and perhaps even provides you with more than a few moments of satisfaction and joy. With will and luck, you will be the hero of that story, the disciplined sojourner, the creative transformer, and the benefactor of your family and broader society. Imagine who you could be, and then aim single-mindedly at that. Quick question, if you could ask the author one thing, what would it be? Comment below, I'm curious. Rule Roman 3: do not hide unwanted things in the fog. Those damn plates, I love my father-in-law. I respect him too. He is extremely stable emotionally, one of those tough or fortunate people, perhaps a little of both, who can let the trials and tribulations of life roll off him and keep moving forward with little complaint and plenty of competence. He is an old guy now, Dale Roberts 88. He has had a knee replaced and is planning to get the remaining one done. He has had stents inserted into his coronary arteries and the heart valve replaced. He suffers from drop foot and sometimes slips and falls because of it. But he was still curling a year ago, pushing the heavy granite rock down the ice with a stick specifically designed for people who can no longer crouch down as easily as they once could. When his wife, Beth, now deceased, developed dementia at a relatively young age, he took care of her in as uncomplaining and unresentful a manner as anyone could imagine. It was impressive. I am by no means convinced that I could have fared as well. He cared for her right to the point where it became impossible for him to lift her out of whatever chair she had settled into. This was long after she had lost the ability to speak. But it was obvious by the way her eyes lit up when he entered the room that she still loved him, and the feeling was mutual. I would not describe him as someone who is prone to avoidance when the going gets tough. Quite the contrary. When Dale was a much younger man, he was for several decades a real estate dealer in Fairview, Alberta, the small town where I grew up. We lived right across the street from the Roberts family, in fact. During that time, he habitually went home for lunch, in accordance with the general custom. Beth typically prepared him soup, probably Campbell's, which everyone ate at that time, good, and a sandwich. One day, without warning, he snapped at his wife. "Why in the world do we always eat off these tiny plates? I hate eating off these tiny plates." She had been serving the sandwiches on bread and butter plates, which average about 6 or 7 inches in diameter, instead of full-size dinner plates of 10 to 12 inches. She related this story to her daughters soon after, in a state of mild shock. This story has been retold to much laughter at family gatherings many times since. After all, she had been serving him lunch on those plates for at least 20 years by the time he finally said anything. She had no idea that he was annoyed by her table settings. He had never objected. And there is something inexhaustibly amusing about that. Now, it is possible that he was irritated by something else altogether that day and did not really care about the plates. And in one sense, it is a trivial issue. But seen another way, it is not trivial at all for 2 reasons. First, if something happens every day, it is important, and lunch was happening every day. In consequence, if there was something about it that was chronically bothersome, even in a minor sort of way, it needed to be attended to. Second, it is very common to allow so-called minor irritations, which are not minor, as I said, if they happen constantly, to continue for years without comment or resolution. Here is the problem: collect 100 or 1,000 of those, and your life is miserable and your marriage doomed. Do not pretend you are happy with something if you are not, and if a reasonable solution might, in principle, be negotiated. Of the damn fight. Unpleasant as that might be in the moment, it is one less straw on the camel's back. And that is particularly true for those daily events that everyone is prone to regard as trivial, even the plates on which you eat your lunch. Life is what repeats, and it is worth getting what repeats right. Just not worth the fight. Here is a more serious story of the same type. I had a client who had come to see me about her plans to move to private practice after many years as an accountant with a large corporation. She was well respected in her profession, and was a competent, kind, and careful person. But she was also very unhappy. I presumed initially that her unhappiness stemmed from anxiety about her career transition, but she managed that move without a hitch during the time we continued our sessions, while other issues rose to the forefront. Her problem was not her career change. It was her marriage. She described her husband as extraordinarily self-centered and simultaneously overly concerned with how he appeared in the eyes of others. It was a contradictory combination in some manner, although it is common enough to see this touching of opposites in a personality. If you lean too far in one direction, something else in you leans equally far in the other. So, despite the husband's narcissism, at least from his wife's perspective, he was enthralled to the opinions of everyone he met excepting the members of his own family. He also drank too much, a habit which exaggerated his temperamental defects. My client was not comfortable in her own home. She did not feel there was anything truly of her within the apartment she shared with her husband. The couple had no children. Her situation provided a good example of how what is outside can profoundly reflect what is inside, which is why I suggest to people who are in psychological trouble that they might begin their recovery by cleaning up and then beautifying, if possible, their rooms. All their household furnishings, which she described as showy, ornate, and uncomfortable, had been chosen by her husband. Furthermore, he avidly collected 1960s and 70s pop art, and the walls of the house were crowded with these items, which he had spent time seeking out in galleries and otherwise gathering for many years, often while she sat waiting outside in the car. She told me that she did not care about the furnishings and the excess of decorative objects, but that was not really true. What was true was that she did not care for them, not a bit. Neither the showiness nor the furnishings nor the plethora of artworks that made up her husband's collection appealed to her taste. She tended toward a minimalist aesthetic, or perhaps that preference was a consequence of her husband's decorative excesses. It was never quite clear what she might have preferred, and perhaps that was part of the problem. Because she did not know what she liked and was equally vague about her dislikes, she was not in the strongest position to put forward her own opinions. It is difficult to win an argument, or even begin one, if you have not carefully articulated what you want or do not, and need or do not. However, she certainly did not enjoy feeling like a stranger in her own home. For that reason, she never had friends over to visit, which was also a non-trivial problem, contributing as it did to her feelings of isolation. But the furnishings and paintings continued to accrue, one shopping expedition at a time, in Canada and abroad, and with each purchase there was less of her in the house and in the marriage, and increasingly more of her husband. Nonetheless, my client never went to war. She never had a fit of anger. She never put her fist through a particularly objectionable canvas hanging on the living room wall. In all the decades of her married life, she never had an outburst of genuine rage. She never directly and conclusively confronted the fact that she hated her home and her subordination to her husband's taste. Instead, she let him have his way, repeatedly, increment by increment, because she claimed that such trivialities were not worth fighting for. And with each defeat, the next disagreement became more necessary, although less likely, because she understood that a serious discussion, once initiated, risks expanding to include all the things that were troublesome about her marriage, and that a real, no-holds-barred battle would therefore likely ensue. Then everything wrong might spill out and have to be faced and dealt with, by one means or another. So, she kept silent. But she was chronically repressed and constantly resentful, and felt that she had wasted much of the opportunity of her life. It is a mistake to consider the furnishings and the pop-art paintings as simple material objects. They were more truly and importantly containers of information, so to speak, about the state of the marriage, and was certainly experienced as such by my client. Every single object of art was the concrete realization of a victory, though it may have been under defeat or, at least, a negotiation that did not occur and, therefore, a fight that was over before it started. And there were dozens or perhaps hundreds of these, each a weapon in an unspoken, destructive, and decades-long war. Unsurprisingly, given the circumstances, the couple split up after 30 years of marriage. I believe the husband retained all the furniture not. Here is a thought, a terrifying and dispiriting thought, to motivate improvement in your marriage, to scare you into the appalling difficulties of true negotiation. Every little problem you have every morning, afternoon, or evening with your spouse will be repeated for each of the 15,000 days that will make up a 40-year marriage. Every trivial but chronic disagreement about cooking, dishes, house cleaning, responsibility for finances, or frequency of intimate contact will be duplicated over and over unless you successfully address it. Perhaps you think moment to moment, at least, that it is best to avoid confrontation and drift along an apparent but false peace. Make no mistake about it, however, you age as you drift, just as rapidly as you age as you strive. But you have no direction when you drift, and the probability that you will obtain what you need and want by drifting aimlessly is very low. Things fall apart of their own accord, but the sins of men speed their deterioration. That is wisdom from the ages. It may well be that conscious apprehension of the horror of the same small hell forever repeated is precisely what is necessary to force you to confront the problems in your marriage and negotiate in good and desperate faith to solve them. However, it is the easiest of matters, particularly in the short term, to ignore the prick of conscience and let the small defeat slide day after day. This is not a good strategy. Only careful aim and wakeful striving and commitment can eliminate the oft incremental calamity of willful blindness, stem the entropic tide, and keep catastrophe familial and social alike at bay. Corruption, commission and omission corruption of the form we are discussing is, in my opinion, integrally linked to deception, to lying, more bluntly and more important, to self-deception. Now, strict logicians regard self-deception as an impossibility. They cannot understand how it is possible for a person to believe one thing and its opposite simultaneously. Logicians are not psychologists, however, and they obviously do not notice, or else fail to take into account, the fact that they themselves have family members, for example, for whom they at least occasionally feel love and hate at the same time. Furthermore, it is not obvious what belief means when discussing human belief, nor what is meant by simultaneously. I can believe one thing today and another tomorrow, and very often get away with it, at least in the short term. And on many occasions I have experienced what was very nearly simultaneous belief in one thing and its opposite while reading undergraduate university papers, in which the writer made a claim in one paragraph and a completely contradictory claim in the next. Sometimes that happened within the span of a single sentence. There are many conditions or circumstances under which self-deception can theoretically occur. Psychoanalysts have explored many of these, with Freud leading the way. Freud believed that much of mental illness was due to repression, which is arguably and reasonably considered a form of self-deception. For him, memories of traumatically troubling events were unconsciously banished to perdition in the unconscious, where they rattled around and caused trouble, like poltergeists in a dungeon. Freud understood that the human personality was not unitary. Instead, it consists of a loose, fragmented cacophony of spirits, who do not always agree or even communicate. The truth of this claim is self-evident, at least in one simple manner. We can think about things, we can simulate potential or alternative actions or events without immediately having to act them out. Dissociation of thought and action is necessary for abstract thought even to exist. Thus, we can clearly think or say one thing and do another. This is fine when merely thinking prior to acting, but perhaps not so good when we promise or claim to believe something and then act in a manner indicating that we truly have faith in something else. This is a form of deception, a disjunction in character, a contradiction between modes of being. It has even been named to claim one belief and then to act or speak in a different or even opposite manner constitutes a performative contradiction according to certain modern philosophers, one an implicit lie, in my opinion. The holding of contradictory beliefs also becomes a problem when the holder attempts to act out both simultaneously and discovers, often to his or her great chagrin, the paradox that makes such an attempt impossible. Freud catalogued an extensive list of phenomena akin to repression, the active rejection of potentially conscious psychological material from awareness, which he termed defense mechanisms. These include denial, the truth is not so bad, reaction, formation, I really love my mother, displacement, the boss yells at me, I yell at my wife yells at the baby bites the cat, identification, I'm bullied, so I'm motivated to be a bully, rationalization, a self-serving explanation for a low-quality action, intellectualization, a favorite of the early, funny, neurotic Woody Allen, sublimation, I can always paint nude women, and projection, I am not touchy, you're just annoyed. Freud was an outstanding philosopher of deceit. He was not afraid to point out the relationship between dishonesty and psychopathology. Nonetheless, his ideas of self-deception suffer, in my opinion, from two major errors. First error, Freud failed to notice that sins of omission contributed to mental illness as much as, or more than, the sins of commission listed above that constitute repression. In doing so, he merely thought in the typical manner. People generally believe that actively doing something bad that is the sin of commission is, on average, worse than passively not doing something good that is the sin of omission. Perhaps this is because there are always good things we are not doing, some sins of omission are therefore inevitable. In any case, there are still times when willful blindness nonetheless produces more serious catastrophes, more easily rationalized away than the active or the unconscious repression of something terrible, but understood, the latter being a sin of commission, because it is known. The former problem, willful blindness, occurs when you could come to know something but cease exploring so that you fail to discover something that might cause you substantial discomfort. Spin doctors call this self-imposed ignorance plausible deniability, which is a phrase that indicates intellectualized rationalization of the most pathological order. It should be noted that such blindness is often regarded as an outright crime. If you are a CEO, for example, and you suspect that your treasurer is cooking the books, and you do not investigate because you do not want to know, you may still be liable for your inaction as is appropriate. Failing to look under the bed when you strongly suspect a monster is lurking there is not an advisable strategy. Second error, Freud assumed that things experienced are things understood. In accordance with that assumption, he believed that a memory trace existed, somewhere in the mind, that accurately represented the past like an objective video recording. These would be reasonable presumptions if our experience was simply a series of objectively real and self-evident events transmitted through our senses, thought about, evaluated, and then acted upon. If this was all true, traumatic experience would be accurately represented in memory even when pushed out of awareness by unconscious mechanisms or conscious, but Freud presumed the former because of its understood but terrible nature. However, neither reality nor our processing of reality is as objective or articulated as Freud presupposed. Imagine, for example, that you have been ignored, romantically more than you can tolerate, for several months by your wife or husband. Then you encounter him or her leaning over the fence talking in a friendly manner and perhaps no more than that to an attractive neighbor. How we process such anomalous, novel, troublesome, or even traumatic experience is very rarely a matter of perception, followed by conscious understanding and thought, then emotion or motivation derived from that thought, then action. What happens instead is akin to what we discussed at length in Rule A and Rule Roman 2, we process the unknown world from the bottom up. We encounter containers of information, so to speak, whose full import is by no means self-evident. Upon witnessing your spouse talking to the neighbor, therefore, it is not as if you think, in an altogether articulated and fully developed philosophical form, I have been lonesome and deprived physically for months by my spouse, although I have not said anything in detail. This has caused me constant frustration and pain. Now he or she is rubbing it in, as far as I'm concerned, by being so outgoing with a comparative stranger when I have experienced so little attention. It is much more likely that anger, grief, and loneliness have accumulated within you with each rejection, bit by bit, until you are filled to the brim and, now, overflowing. That sudden appearance of negative emotion does not necessarily mean that you are even now fully conscious of its accumulation. You may well, as in the case of my father-in-law or my client, have experienced the frustration build up gradually enough so that you found yourself more irritable and unhappy, but that does not necessarily mean that you notice the cause. And what is the cause? The range of possibilities is uncomfortably broad. Perhaps you are not being ignored at all. Instead, you have been having trouble at work, and that has produced a decrease in your overall confidence. In consequence, you have become sensitized to any signs of rejection, even imaginary, within your marriage. So, what you must determine is not so much why your wife or husband is no longer attentive to you, but what it is about your boss, colleagues, or career that is destabilizing you. That puts the true cause of your discomfort a long distance away from the symptoms of feelings of rejection that are making you irritable, sensitive, and hurt. There is nothing obvious about the relationship between cause and effect in such cases. Perhaps you really are being ignored, just as you suspect. Perhaps it is a sign of an impending affair and a manifestation of the trajectory that leads to divorce. Both of those, if true, are serious problems. It is no wonder you are upset. But you may remain stubbornly unwilling to consider that your career or marriage is in trouble. And that is no surprise. But it is not helpful. On top of all that is the general complexity of life, complicating the search for clarity. Consider the question: what really happened, say, in a failed marriage, divorce, and child custody battle? The answer to that query is so complex that settling the disagreements frequently requires court evaluation and multi-party assessment. Even then, one or even both of the protagonists is unlikely to believe that the truth has been served. This is partly because events in general and interpersonal events specifically do not exist as simple, objective facts, independent of one another. Everything depends for its meaning for the information it truly represents on the context in which it is embedded, much of which is not available for perception or consideration when the event in question occurs. The meaning of what someone's wife says to him today is dependent on everything both have ever said to each other, everything they have ever done together, and the contents of their mutual imaginations, and that does not exhaust the complexity. Such meaning may even be importantly dependent on how, for example, the wife's mother treated her father or her grandmother treated her grandfather, as well as the relationship between men and women in the broader culture. That is why domestic arguments so often spiral out of control, particularly when a pattern of continual and effective communication has never been established. One thing leads to a deeper thing, and that leads deeper yet, until an argument that started over what size plates are best used at lunchtime turns into a no-holds-barred war about whether the marriage in question would be better dissolved. And there is certainly fear of falling down a hole of that size again, particularly when much has remained unspoken that motivates the proclivity to keep things to yourself when they would be better, but dangerously said. What is the fog? Imagine that you are afraid. You have reason to be. You are afraid of yourself. You are afraid of other people. You are afraid of the world. You are nostalgic for the innocence of the past, for the time before you learned the terrible things that shattered the trust characterizing your childhood. The knowledge you have gained of yourself, other people, and the world has embittered more than enlightened. You have been betrayed, hurt, and disappointed. You have become distrustful even of hope itself, as your hope has been repeatedly shattered, and that is the very definition of hopelessness. The last thing you want is to know more. Better to leave what is enshrouded in mystery. Better, as well, to avoid thinking too much or at all about what could be. When ignorance is bliss, after all, 'tis folly to be wise. Imagine, more precisely, that you are so afraid that you will not allow yourself even to know what you want. Knowing would simultaneously mean hoping, and your hopes have been dashed. You have your reasons for maintaining your ignorance. You are afraid, perhaps, that there is nothing worth wanting. You are afraid that if you specify what you want precisely, you will simultaneously discover, and all too clearly, what constitutes failure. You are afraid that failure is the most likely outcome, and, finally, you are afraid that if you define failure and then fail, you will know beyond the shadow of a doubt that it was you that failed, and that it was your fault. So, you do not allow yourself to know what you want. You manage this by refusing to think it through. You are happy, satisfied, and engaged sometimes, and unhappy, frustrated, and nihilistic other times, but you will not inquire deeply into why, because then you would know, and then you would encounter yet again shattered hope and confirmed disappointment. You are also afraid, but for different reasons, to allow others to know what you want. First, if they were to find out just what you wanted, then they might tell you, and then you would know, even if you were fighting against gathering that very knowledge. Second, if they knew, they could then deny you what you truly wanted, even needed, and hurt you much more efficiently than they might if your deepest desires, and therefore your vulnerabilities remain secret. The fault that ties is the refusal to notice, to attend to emotions and motivational states as they arise, and the refusal to communicate them both to yourself and to the people who are close to you. A bad mood signifies something. A state of anxiety or sadness signifies something, and not likely something that will please you to discover. The most probable outcome of successfully articulating an emotion that is accrued without expression over time is tears and admission of vulnerability and pain, which are also feelings that people do not like to allow, particularly when they are feeling distrustful and angry. Who wants to dig down into the depths of pain and grief and guilt until the tears emerge? Involuntary refusal to take notice of our emotional states is not the only impediment to dealing with them. If your wife or husband or whomever else you are tangled up with unhappily at the moment says something that comes too close to the painful truth, for example, then a sharp and insulting remark will often shut them up and is therefore very likely to be off it. This is partly a test. Does the person being insulted care enough about you and your suffering to dig past a few obstacles and unearth the bitter truth? It is also partly, and more obviously, defensive. If you can chase someone away from something you yourself do not want to discover, that makes your life easier in the present. Sadly, it is also very disappointing if that defense succeeds. and is typically accompanied by a sense of abandonment, loneliness, and self-betrayal. You must nonetheless still live on other people and they with you. And you have desires, wants, and needs, however unstated and unclear. And you are still motivated to pursue them, not least because it is impossible to live without desire, want, and need. Your strategy under such conditions: show your disappointment whenever someone close to you makes you unhappy, allow yourself the luxury and pleasure of resentment when something does not go your way, ensure that the person who has transgressed against you is frozen out by your disapproval. Force them to discover with as much difficulty as possible exactly what they have done to disappoint you, and, finally, let them grope around blindly in the thought that you have generated around yourself until they stumble into and injure themselves on the sharp hidden edges of your unrevealed preferences and dreams. And maybe these responses are two tests deeply associated with the lack of courage to trust. If you really loved me, you would brave the terrible landscape that I have arrayed around myself to discover the real me. And perhaps there is even something to such claims, implicit though they may be. A certain testing of commitment might have its utility. Everything does not have to be given away for free, but even a little unnecessary mystery goes a long way. And you still must live with yourself. In the short term, perhaps you are protected from the revelation of your insufficiency by your refusal to make yourself clear. Every ideal is a judge, after all, the judge who says you are not manifesting your true potential. No ideals? No judge. But the price paid for that is purposelessness. This is a high price. No purpose? Then, no positive emotion, as most of what drives us forward with hope intact is the experience of approaching something we deeply need and want. And worse, when we are without purpose, chronic, overwhelming anxiety, as focused purpose constrains what is otherwise likely to be the intolerable chaos of unexploited possibility and too much choice. If you make what you want clear and commit yourself to its pursuit, you may fail. But if you do not make what you want clear, then you will certainly fail. You cannot hit the target that you refuse to see. You cannot hit a target if you do not take aim. And, equally dangerously in both cases, you will not accrue the advantage of aiming but missing. You will not benefit from the learning that inevitably takes place when things do not go your way. Success at a given endeavor often means trying, falling short, recalibrating with the new knowledge generated painfully by the failure, and then trying again and falling short, often repeated ad nauseum. Sometimes all that learning, impossible without the failure, leads you to see that aiming your ambition in a different direction would be better, not because it is easier, not because you have given up, not because you are avoiding, but because you have learned through the vicissitudes of your experience that what you seek is not to be found where you are looking, or is simply not attainable in the manner by which you chose to pursue it. So, what might you do? What should you do as an alternative to hiding things in the fog? Admit to your feelings. This is a very tricky matter, and it does not simply mean give in to them. First, noting, much less communicating, feelings of petty anger or pain due to lonesomeness, or anxiety about something that might be trivial, or jealousy that is likely unwarranted is embarrassing. The admission of such feelings is a revelation of ignorance, insufficiency, and vulnerability. Second, it is unsettling to allow for the possibility that your feelings, however overwhelming and convincing, might be misplaced and, in your ignorance, pointing you in the wrong direction. It is possible that you have misinterpreted the situation entirely for reasons of which you remain fundamentally unconscious. It is for such reasons that trust is vital, but trust of the mature and tragic sort. A naive person trusts because he or she believes that people are essentially or even universally trustworthy. But any person who has truly lived has been or has betrayed. Someone with experience knows that people are capable of deception and willing to deceive. That knowledge brings with it an arguably justified pessimism about human nature, personal and otherwise, but it also opens the door to another kind of faith in humanity, one based on courage, rather than naivete. I will trust you, I will extend my hand to you despite the risk of betrayal, because it is possible, through trust, to bring out the best in you, and perhaps in me. So, I will accept substantial risk to open the door to cooperation and negotiation. And even if you do betray me in a not too unforgivable manner, assuming a certain degree, shall we say, of genuine apology and contrition on your part, I will continue to extend my hand. And part of the way I will do that is by telling you what I am feeling. A certain necessary humility must accompany such raw revelations. I should not say, at least not ideally, you have been ignoring me lately. I should say, instead, I feel isolated and lonely and hurt, and cannot help but feel that you have not been as attentive to me over the last few months as I would have liked or that might have been best for us as a couple, but I am unsure if I am just imagining all this because I am upset or if I am genuinely seeing what is going on. The latter statement gets the point across, but avoids the accusatory stance that so often serves as the first defense against a serious, get-to-the-bottom-of-things conversation. And it is very possible that you are wrong about just what is causing you to feel the way you do. If you are, you need to know it, because there is no point in propagating errors that are causing you and others pain and interfering with your future. Best to find out what is true, best to disperse the fog and find out if the sharp objects you feared were lurking there are real or fantastical. And there is always a danger that some of them are real. But it is better to see them than to keep them occluded by the fog, because you can at least sometimes avoid the danger that you are willing to see. Events and memories, events, as they lay themselves out in front of us, do not simply inform us of why they occur, and we do not remember the past in order to objectively record bounded, well-defined events and situations. The latter act is impossible in any case. The information in our experience is latent, like gold in ore, the case we made in Rule Roman 2. It must be extracted and refined with great effort, and often in collaboration with other people, before it can be employed to improve the present and the future. We use our past effectively when it helps us repeat desirable and avoid repeating undesirable experiences. We want to know what happened, but more importantly, we want to know why. Why is wisdom. Why enables us to avoid making the same mistake again and again, and if we are fortunate, helps us repeat our successes. Extracting useful information from experience is difficult. It requires the purest of motivations. Things should be made better, not worse, to perform it properly. It requires the willingness to confront error forthrightly and to determine at what point and why departure from the proper path occurred. It requires the willingness to change, which is almost always indistinguishable from the decision to leave something or someone or some idea behind. Therefore, the simplest response imaginable is to look away and refuse to think, while simultaneously erecting unsurmountable impediments to genuine communication. Unfortunately, in the longer term, this willful blindness leaves life murky and foggy. It leaves it void, unseen, without form, confused, and leaves you bewildered and astonished. To this is all a strange concatenation of the psychological and the real, the subjective and the objective. Is something frightening, or am I afraid? Is something beautiful, or am I imposing the idea of beauty upon it? When I become angry with someone, is it because of something they have done, or my lack of control? Such questions define the state of confusion you occupy chronically when the bottom has fallen out of your world. That state can have an objective element because a fall is often caused by something real, such as a death, a serious illness, or a bout of unemployment, but it is also subjective, associated with a state composed of pain, doubt, confusion, and the inability to choose or even perceive a path forward. The ground of being is subject and object simultaneously, motivation, emotion, and material thing all at once before perception is clarified, before the world is articulated. The wife remains uncomprehended. The context of her speech remains unexplored for fear of what that exploration might reveal. The situation cannot be described because the word is left vague and unformed. Our own personal motivations begin in hidden form and remain that way because we do not want to know what we are up to. The wheat remains unseparated from the chaff. The gold remains in the clutches of the dragon, as does the virgin. The philosopher's stone remains undiscovered in the gutter, and the information hidden in the round chaos beckoning remains unexplored. Such omission is the voluntary refusal of expanded consciousness. After all, the pathway to the Holy Grail has its beginnings in the darkest part of the forest, and what you need remains hidden where you least want to look. If you pile up enough junk in your closet, one day, when you are least prepared, the door will spring open, and all of what has been packed inside, growing inexorably in the darkness, will bury you, and you may not have enough time or energy left in your life to confront it, sort through it, keep what you need, and discard the rest. This is what it means to be crushed under excess baggage. This is the return of Tiamat, the great Mesopotamian goddess of chaos, destroyer of those who act improperly. The world is full of hidden dangers and obstacles and opportunities. Leaving everything hidden in the fog because you are afraid of the danger you may find there will be of little help when fate forces you to run headlong toward what you have refused to see. Impaling yourself on sharp branches, stumbling over boulders, and rushing by places of sanctuary, you will finally refuse to admit you could have burned away the haze with the bright light of your consciousness had you not hidden it under a bushel. Then you will come to curse man, reality, and God himself for producing such an impenetrable maze of impediments and barriers. Corruption will beckon to you, led as you increasingly will be by dark, unexamined motivations bred by failure, amplified by frustration, viciously culminating in the resentful belief that those who have transgressed against you are getting from you exactly what they deserve. This attitude and the actions and inactions it will inevitably produce will impoverish your life, your community, your nation, and the world. This will in turn impoverish being itself, and that will be exactly what your darkest unexamined motivations desire. With careful searching, with careful attention, you might tip the balance toward opportunity and against obstacles sufficiently so that life is clearly worth living, despite its fragility and suffering. If you truly wanted, perhaps you would receive if you asked. If you truly sought, perhaps you would find what you seek. If you knocked truly wanting to enter, perhaps the door would open. But there will be times in your life when it will take everything you have to face what is in front of you, instead of hiding away from a truth so terrible that the only thing worse is the falsehood you long to replace it with. Do not hide unwanted things in the fog. If you're new here, I post audio versions of powerful books every week. Hit subscribe so you never miss one. Rule Roman 4 notice that opportunity lurks where responsibility has been abdicated. Make yourself invaluable. In my dual role as clinical psychologist and professor, I have coached many people in the development of their careers. Sometimes those I'm coaching consult me because their coworkers, subordinates, or bosses will not do their jobs properly. They are supervised by, working alongside, or managing people who are narcissistic, incompetent, malevolent, or tyrannical. Such things happen and must be dealt with in whatever reasonable manner will bring them to a halt. I do not encourage people to martyr themselves. It is a bad idea to sacrifice yourself when complaining so that someone else can take the credit. Nonetheless, under such circumstances, if you are a wise and attentive person, you might still notice that your unproductive coworkers are leaving a plethora of valuable tasks undone. You might then ask yourself, what would happen if I took responsibility for doing them? It is a daunting question. What is left undone is often risky, difficult, and necessary. But that also means, does it not, that it is worthwhile and significant. And you may have the eyes to see that there is a problem, despite your all too frequent blindness. How do you know that it is not, therefore, your problem? Why do you notice this issue and not some other? This is a question worth considering in depth. If you want to become invaluable in a workplace, in any community, just do the useful things no one else is doing. Arrive earlier and leave later than your compatriots, but do not deny yourself your life. 1. Organize what you can see is dangerously disorganized. Work when you are working, instead of looking like you are working. And finally, learn more about the business for your competitors than you already know. Doing so will make you invaluable, a veritable linchpin. People will notice that and begin to appreciate your hard-earned merits. You might object, well, I just could not manage to take on something that important. What if you began to build yourself into a person who could? You could start by trying to solve a small problem, something that is bothering you, that you think you could fix. You could start by confronting a dragon of just the size that you are likely to defeat. A tiny serpent might not have had the time to hoard a lot of gold, but there might still be some treasure to be won, along with a reasonable probability of succeeding in such a quest and not too much chance of a fiery or toothsome death. Under reasonable circumstances, picking up the excess responsibility is an opportunity to become truly invaluable. And then, if you want to negotiate for a raise, or more autonomy, or more free time, for that matter, you can go to your boss and say, here are 10 things that were crying out to be done, each of them vital, and I am now doing all of them. If you help me out a bit, I will continue. I might even improve, and everything, including your life, will improve along with me. And then, if your boss has any sense, and sometimes bosses do, then your negotiation will be successful. That is how such things work. And do not forget that there is no shortage of genuinely good people who are thrilled if they can give someone useful and trustworthy a hand up. It is one of the truly altruistic pleasures of life, and its depth is not to be underestimated or to be disregarded with the cheap cynicism that masks itself as world-weary wisdom. It appears that the meaning that most effectively sustains life is to be found in the adoption of responsibility. When people look back on what they have accomplished, they think, if they are fortunate, well, I did that, and it was valuable. It was not easy, but it was worth it. It is a strange and paradoxical fact that there is a reciprocal relationship between the worth of something and the difficulty of accomplishing it. Imagine the following conversation. Do you want difficulty? No, I want ease. Then your experience as doing something easy been worthwhile? Well, no, not very often. Then perhaps you really want something difficult. I think that is the secret to the reason for being itself. Difficult is necessary. It is for this reason that we voluntarily and happily place limitations on ourselves. Every time we play a game, for example, we accept a set of arbitrary restrictions. We narrow and limit ourselves, and explore the possibilities thereby revealed. That is what makes the game. But it does not work without the arbitrary rules. You take them involuntarily, absurdly, as in chess. I can only move this knight in an L. How ridiculous, but how fun. Because it is not fun, oddly enough, if you can move any piece anywhere. It is not a game anymore if you can make any old move at all. Accept some limitations, however, and the game begins. Accept them, more broadly speaking, as a necessary part of being and a desirable part of life. Assume you can transcend them by accepting them. And then you can play the limited game properly. And this is all not merely of psychological import, and it is by no means just a game. People need meaning, but problems also need solving. It is very salutary, from the psychological perspective, to find something of significance, something worth sacrificing for or to, something worth confronting and taking on. But the suffering and malevolence that characterize life are real, with the terrible consequences of the real, and our ability to solve problems, by confronting them and taking them on, is also real. By taking responsibility, we can find a meaningful path, improve our personal lot psychologically, and make what is intolerably wrong genuinely better. Thus, we can have our cake and eat it too. Responsibility and meaning, the idea that life is suffering, is a relatively universal truism of religious thinking. This is the first of the 4 noble truths of Buddhism, as well as a key Hindu concept. There is a tradition that the ancient Indian word for suffering, dukkha from the Pali language or dukkha from Sanskrit, is derived from dust bad and ka hole, particularly the hole in a horse-drawn cart wheel through which the axle passes. The proper place for such a hole is dead center, right on target. The ride is likely to be very bumpy, otherwise with the bumps directly proportional in magnitude to the degree of offset. This is quite reminiscent, to me, of the Greek term hamartia, which is frequently translated as sin in the context of Christian thought. Hamartia was originally an archery term, and it meant to miss a mark or target. There are many ways that a target can be missed. Frequently, in my clinical practice and in my personal life, I observed that people did not get what they needed, or, equally importantly perhaps, what they wanted, because they never made it clear to themselves or others what that was. It is impossible to hit a target, after all, unless you aim at it. In keeping with this, people are more commonly upset by what they did not even try to do than by the errors they actively committed while engaging with the world. At least if you misstep while doing something, you can learn from doing it wrong. But to remain passive in the face of life, even if you excuse your inaction as a means of avoiding error, that is a major mistake. As the great blues musician Tom Waits insists in his song A Little Rain, you must risk something that matters. This is the colossal blunder made, for example, by the fictional Peter Pan. Pan, a name echoing the Greek god of the wilds, means encompassing everything. Peter Pan, the magical boy, is capable of everything. He is potential itself, like every child, and that makes him magical in the same way that every child is magical. But time whittles that magic away, transforming the fascinating potentiality of childhood into the oft-apparently more mundane but genuine actuality of adulthood. The trick, so to speak, is to trade that early possibility for something meaningful, productive, long-term, and sustainable. Peter Pan refuses to do so. This is at least in part because his major role model is Captain Hook. Captain Hook is the archetypal tyrannical king, the pathology of order, a parasite, and a tyrant terrified of death. He has his reasons. Death stalks Hook in the form of a crocodile with a clock in his stomach. That is time tick-tock, tick-tock. That is life vanishing as the seconds march by. The crocodile has had a taste of Hook too, and liked it. That is life as well. It is not only cowards who are terrified by what lurks down in the chaotic depths. It is a rare person who has not suffered through disappointment, disease, and the death of a loved one by the time childhood ends. Such experiences can leave those who have had them bitter, resentful, predatory, and tyrannical, just like Hook. With a role model like the captain, it is no wonder Peter Pan does not want to grow up. Better to remain king of the Lost Boys. Better to remain lost in fantasy with Tinkerbell, who provides everything a female partner can provide except that she does not exist. Wendy, the great love of Pan's life, chooses to grow up despite her admiration for her friend Peter. She takes a husband, facing even welcoming her maturation and its lurking hints of mortality and death. She consciously chooses to sacrifice her childhood for the realities of adulthood, but gains real life in return. Peter remains a child, magical to be sure, but still a child, and life, limited, finite, and unique, passes him by. In the J.M. Barrie play Peter Pan, or the boy who would not grow up, Pan is portrayed as unafraid of death, which he faces on Mariner's Rock. His attitude might be misunderstood by inattentive viewers as courage. After all, Pan says, to die will be an awfully big adventure, asters, but the psychologically insightful and seen narrator objects, to live would be an awfully big adventure, truly, a statement about what might have happened had the boy king chosen Wendy, noting, immediately afterward, but he can never quite get the hang of it. Asters, Pan's hypothetical lack of fear of death is not courage, but the manifestation of his basically suicidal nature, the sickness of life which he is constantly manifesting by his very refusal to mature. It is by no means a good thing to be the oldest person at the frat party. It is desperation, masquerading as cool rebelliousness, and there is a touchy despondence and arrogance that goes along with it. It's Max of Neverland. In the same manner, the attractive potential of a directionless but talented 25-year-old starts to look hopeless and pathetic at 30, and downright past its expiration date at 40. You must sacrifice something of your manifold potential in exchange for something real in life. Aim at something. Discipline yourself. Or suffer the consequence. And what is that consequence? All the suffering of life, with none of the meaning. Is there a better description of hell? Life is dukkha for the Buddhists equally, perhaps, although less explicitly, for the Hindus. The Hebrew scriptures, for their part, chronicle the history of the suffering of the Jewish people, individually and as a nation, although the triumphs are not ignored. Even those who were called on by Yahweh himself to move into the adventure of life by no means escape catastrophe. Perhaps Abraham, the archetypal patriarch, had an intuition of this. He was clearly something of a Peter Pan himself. The biblical account insists that Abraham stayed safely ensconced within his father's tent until he was 75 years old, a late star, even by today's standards. Then, called by God, inspired by the voice within, let us say, to leave family and country, he journeys forward into life. And what does he encounter after heeding the divine call to adventure? First, famine. Then tyranny in Egypt, the potential loss of his beautiful wife to more powerful men, exile from his adopted country, conflicts over territory with his kinsmen, war, and the kidnapping of his nephew, extended childlessness despite God's promise to make him the progenitor of a great nation, and finally terrible conflict between his spouses. The Abrahamic story made a great impact on me when I began to study and appreciate it more deeply. It has at its core a strange combination of pessimism and realistic, genuine encouragement. The pessimism? Even if you are called by God himself to venture out into the world, as Abraham was, life is going to be exceptionally difficult. Even under the best of all conceivable circumstances, almost insuperable obstacles will emerge and obstruct your path. The encouragement? You will have the opportunity to reveal yourself as much stronger and more competent than you might imagine. There is a potential within you, some of that magic so evident in childhood that will emerge when circumstances demand and transform you, God willing, into someone who can prevail. There's a very old idea, which I have only recently come to comprehend, at least in part. It is something you see manifested in many literary, imagistic, and dramatic forms, ancient and modern. It has to do with responsibility and meaning, but its true significance appears hidden in precisely the same way that the wisdom dreams can bring forth is so often hidden. It is associated with the labyrinthine myth of the hero. He who speaks magic words, sees what others cannot or refuse to see, overcomes the giant, leads his people, slays the dragon, finds the treasure hard to attain, and rescues the virgin. These are all variants of the same perceptual and behavioral pattern, which is an outline of the universally adaptive pattern of being. The hero is also he who rescues his father from the belly of the beast. What could this idea, expressed so commonly in narrative form, possibly mean? Rescue your father. Osiris and Horus. Consider the ancient Egyptian story of Osiris, Seth, Isis, and Horus. Asters, the Egyptians regarded Osiris as the founding deity of the state. You can profitably consider him to be an amalgam of all the personality characteristics of all the people who established the astonishing civilization on the Nile River. Osiris was worshipped as the culture-establishing hero, whose world-creating exploits as a young, vibrant god produced one of the first great and enduring civilizations. But he aged, as all things do, and became willfully blind. The Egyptians insisted that this crucially important figure in their mythology possessed both of these attributes, and that insistence constituted a great truth. The great founder god became anachronistic, but more importantly, he began to close his eyes when he knew full well he should have kept them open. Osiris stopped paying attention to how his kingdom was being run. That was willful blindness, and there is no blaming that on mere age. It is a terrible temptation, as it allows for the sequestration into the future the trouble we could face today. That would be fine if trouble did not compound, like interest, but we all know that it does. Osiris's decision to close his eyes when he should have kept them open exacted a brutally heavy price, subjugation to his evil brother Set. The idea that the state had a malevolent brother was an axiom, we might say, of the Egyptian worldview, no doubt the consequence of a complex, long-standing civilization observing its own flaws and something that has retained its relevance to the current day. Once a properly functional hierarchy has been established, an opportunity opens for its positions of authority to be usurped, not by people who have the competence demanded by the task at hand, but by those willing to use manipulation, deceit, and compulsion to gain status and control. It was all those counterproductive forces that the Egyptians were attempting to conceptualize in the figure of Set, the enemy of illumination, enlightenment, vision, and consciousness. 3. It was Set's greatest ambition to rule Egypt, to take the place of the rightful pharaoh. By turning a blind eye to his evil brother's machinations, by refusing to see Osiris allowed Set to gain strength. This proved fatal, or as fatal as an error can be to an immortal. Set bided his time until he caught Osiris in a moment of weakness. Then he dismembered him and scattered the pieces over the Egyptian countryside. It is not possible to finally kill Osiris, the eternal human impulse towards social organization. That is a force that will not die. But it is possible to break him into pieces to make it difficult for him to get his act together, and that is exactly what Set managed. Osiris, god of order, falls apart. This happens all the time in people's individual lives, and equally in the history of families, cities, and states. Things fall apart where love affairs collapse, careers deteriorate, or cherished dreams die when despair, anxiety, uncertainty, and hopelessness manifest themselves in the place of habitable order, and when nihilism and the abyss make their dread appearance, destroying the desirable and stable values of current life. Under such circumstances, chaos emerges. And that is why the goddess Isis, queen of the underworld and consort of Osiris, makes her appearance when Osiris is destroyed by Set. Isis scours the countryside, searching for the vital essence of Osiris. She finds it in the form of his dismembered phallus vessel of the seminal idea, the spermatic word, the fructifying principle, and makes herself pregnant. What does this mean? The queen of the underworld, the goddess of chaos, is also the force that eternally renews. All the potential constrained by the previous system of apprehension, of category, of assumption, all the invisible limitation imposed upon the inhabitants of the orderly state is released, for better and worse, when that system breaks into pieces. Thus, when the center will no longer hold even at the darkest hour, new possibility makes itself manifest. It is for this reason that the archetypal hero is born when things are at their worst. The now pregnant Isis returns to her home in the underworld and gives birth, in due time, to Horus, rightful son of the long-lost king, alienated as he matures from his now corrupted kingdom, something we all experience during our maturation. His primary attribute is the eye, the famous Egyptian single eye, while his avatar is the falcon, a bird that takes precise aim at its prey, strikes the target with deadly accuracy, and possesses an acuity of vision unparalleled in the kingdom of living things. More importantly, however, Horus has the will to see along with the ability. This is courage itself, the refusal to shrink from what makes itself known, no matter how terrible it seems. Horus is the great god of attention, and the Egyptians determined, in a strange narrative manner in a form of imaginative thinking that stretched over thousands of years, that the faculty of attention should rule over all others. Horus differs from Osiris, his father, in his willingness to see. He sees his uncle Set, for example, precisely for what he is. Set is pure malevolence, evil itself. Nonetheless, upon his maturity, Horus returns to the kingdom usurped from his father and confronts his uncle. They engage in an epic battle. The young god and rightful heir to the throne sees the opportunity lurking where responsibility is being abdicated, and is unwilling to look away. This is no feat for the faint of heart, not when it is taken all the way to its logical conclusion, not when the corruption and the willful blindness is exposed, all the way to the bottom. To look upon evil with eyes unshielded is dangerous beyond belief, regardless of how necessary it is to look. This is represented by Horus's initial partial defeat. During their confrontation, Set tears out one of his courageous nephew's eyes. Despite the damage he sustains, Horus emerges victorious. It is of vital importance to reiterate, in light of this victory, the fact that he enters the battle voluntarily. It is a maxim of clinical intervention, a consequence of observation of improvement in mental health across many schools of practical psychological thought, that voluntary confrontation with a feared, hated, or despised obstacle is curative. We become stronger by voluntarily facing what impedes our necessary progress. This does not mean bite off more than you can chew, any more than voluntarily enter battle means seek conflict carelessly. We are well advised to take on challenges at precisely the rate that engages and compels alertness, and forces the development of courage, skill, and talent, and to avoid foolhardy confrontation with that which lies beyond current comprehension. How is it possible to gauge the rate at which challenges should be sought? It is the instinct for meaning, something far deeper and older than mere thought, that holds the answer. Does what you are attempting compel you forward without being too frightening? Does it grip your interest without crushing you? Does it eliminate the burden of time passing? Does it serve those you love and, perhaps, even bring some good to your enemies? That is responsibility. Constrain evil. Reduce suffering. Confront the possibility that manifests in front of you every second of your life with the desire to make things better, regardless of the burden you bear, regardless of life's often apparently arbitrary unfairness and cruelty. All other approaches merely deepen the pit, increase its heat, and doom those who inhabit it to continual worsening of their already serious problems. Everyone knows it. Everyone's conscience proclaims it. Everyone's true friend or loved one observes it and despairs when they see someone for whom they care failing to do what needs to be done. Horus takes his eye back from the defeated Set and banishes him beyond the borders of the kingdom. There is no killing Set. He is eternal as Osiris, eternal as Isis and Horus. The evil that threatens at all levels of experience is something or someone that everyone has to contend with always, psychologically and socially. But for a time evil can be overcome, banished, and defeated. Then peace and harmony can prevail for as long as people do not forget what brought them both about. Horus recovers his eye. A sensible person, in such a situation, would thank his lucky stars, place his eye back into its empty socket, and get on with his life. Well, that is not what Horus does. He returns, instead, to the underworld, to the belly of the beast, to the kingdom of the dead, where he knows he will find the spirit of Osiris. Dismembered though he may be, near death even dead, in a sense Osiris inhabits the underworld domain of chaos itself. That is the dead father in the belly of the beast. Horus finds the once great king and grants to him the eye torn out by Set. Once again, because of the sacrifice and vision of his son, the Ancient of Days can see. Horus then takes his father, vision restored, and returns with him to the kingdom, so they can rule in tandem. The Egyptians insisted that it was this combination of vision, courage, and regenerated tradition that constituted the proper sovereign of the kingdom. It was this juxtaposition of wisdom and youth that comprised the essence of the power of the pharaoh, his immortal soul, the source of his authority. When you face a challenge, you grapple with the world and inform yourself. This makes you more than you are. It makes you increasingly into who you could be. Who could you be? You could be all that a man or woman might be. You could be the newest avatar, in your own unique manner, of the great ancestral heroes of the past. What is the upper limit to that? We do not know. Our religious structures hint at it. What would a human being who was completely turned on, so to speak, be like? How would someone who determined to take full responsibility for the tragedy and malevolence of the world manifest himself? The ultimate question of man is not who we are, but who we could be. When you peer into an abyss, you see a monster. If it is a small abyss, then it is a small monster. But if it is the ultimate abyss, then it is the ultimate monster. That is certainly a dragon, perhaps even the dragon of evil itself. The conceptualization of the monster in the abyss is the eternal predator lurking in the night, ready and able to devour its unsuspecting prey. That is an image that is tens of millions of years old, something coded as deeply in the recesses of our biological structure as anything conceptual can be coded. And it is not just the monsters of nature, but the tyrants of culture and the malevolence of individuals. It is all of that, with the latter dominant, terrible as that is to consider. and it is in the nature of mankind not to cower and freeze as helpless prey animals, nor to become a turncoat and serve evil itself, but to confront the lions in their lairs. That is the nature of our ancestors, immensely courageous hunters, defenders, shepherds, voyagers, inventors, warriors, and founders of cities and states. That is the father you could rescue, the ancestor you could become. And he is to be discovered in the deepest possible place, as that is where you must go if you wish to take full responsibility and become who you could be. And who might that be? Let us agree, to begin with, that you have a minimum moral obligation to take care of yourself. Maybe you are just selfishly interested in taking care of yourself. But then the questions arise, what do you mean by care? Which yourself are you talking about? We will just consider pure selfishness to begin with, uncontaminated self-interest. That keeps it simple. That means, for starters, that you are free to do anything you want because you do not have to care about anyone else. But then something in you might well object, wait just a moment, that will not work. Why not? Well, which self are you taking care of? Are you taking care of you that specifically exists this minute? What will happen then in the next? Because the future is coming as certainly for all intents and purposes as the sun rises in the morning, and you are best advised to be ready for it. You know the risks if you choose to maximize now at the expense of later. Imagine that you are about to utter something thoughtless and angry. You think, take no prisoners, and say whatever comes to mind, no matter how unjust and cruel. You experience a release of positive emotion and enthusiasm along with that, as well as the satisfying venting of resentment. Immediately thereafter, however, you are in trouble, and that trouble might stick around for a very long time. You have clearly not acted in your best interests, even though you did just what you selfishly wanted to. And no one with any sense tells their beloved son or daughter, look, kid, just do exactly what feels good in the moment, and to hell with everything else, it does not matter. You do not say that because you know full well that the future is coming for your child as surely as it comes for you. The mere fact that something makes you happy in the moment does not mean that it is in your best interest, everything considered. Life would be simple if that were the case. But there is the you now, and the you tomorrow, and the you next week, and next year, and in 5 years, and in a decade, and you are required by harsh necessity to take all of those yous into account. That is the curse associated with the human discovery of the future, and with it, the necessity of work, because to work means to sacrifice the hypothetical delights of the present for the potential improvement of what lies ahead. Now, there is some utility in discounting the importance of the yous who exist far enough into the future, because the future is uncertain. It is not the case that you should be as concerned about the effects of your current actions 20 years down the road as you are now, because there is a very high probability that you are here right now if you are reading this, and somewhat less of a chance that you will be around then. And then there are the errors of prediction you will make when looking so far ahead. But the mounting uncertainty of distance and time does not stop sensible people from preparing for their later years. Here is what the future means. If you are going to take care of yourself, you are already burdened or privileged with a social responsibility. The you for whom you are caring is a community that exists across time. The necessity for considering the society of the individual, so to speak, is a burden and an opportunity that seems uniquely characteristic of human beings. Animals do not seem to consider the future in the same manner as we do. If you visit the African veldt, and you observe a herd of zebras, you will often see lions lazing about around them. And as long as the lions are lying around relaxing, the zebras really do not mind. This attitude seems a little thoughtless from the human perspective. The zebra should instead be biding their time until the lions go to sleep. Then they should run off to a corner of the field in a herd and conspire a bit. And then several dozen of them should rush the sleeping lions and stomp them to death. That would be the end of the lion problem. But that is not what zebras do. They think, oh, look at those relaxed lions. Relaxed lions are never a problem. Zebras do not seem to have any real sense of time. They cannot conceptualize themselves across the temporal expanse. But human beings not only manage such conceptualization, they cannot shake it. We discovered the future some long time ago, and now the future is where we each live in potential. We treat that as reality. It is a reality that only might be, but it is one with a high probability of becoming now, eventually, and we are driven to take that into account. You are stuck with yourself. You are burdened with who you are right now and who you are going to be in the future. That means that if you are treating yourself properly, you must consider your repetition across time. You are destined to play a game with yourself today that must not interfere with the game you play tomorrow, next month, next year, and so on. Thus, narrow selfishness is destined to be non-productive. It is for this reason, among others, that a strictly individualist ethic is a contradiction in terms. There is in fact little difference between how you should treat yourself once you realize that you are a community that extends across time and how you should treat other people. In a marriage, for example, you face the same problem with your marital partner as you do with yourself. You are stuck with the consequences of an iterating game. You can treat your husband or wife any old way right now at this moment, no matter how horrid and thoughtless that way might be, but you are going to wake up with him or her tomorrow, and next month, and a decade from now, and if not that person, then someone else equally unfortunate. If you treat the person you are committed to in a manner that does not work when it is repeated across time, then you are playing a degenerating game, and you are both going to suffer terribly for it. This problem is not materially different from failing to make peace with your future self. The consequences are identical. Happiness and responsibility. People want to be happy, and no wonder. I have longed deeply, many times, for the return of happiness, hoping for its current presence, and I am certainly not alone in that. However, I do not believe you should pursue happiness. If you do so, you will run right into the iteration problem, because a happy is a right now thing. If you place people in situations where they are feeling a lot of positive emotion, they get present, focused, and impulsive. For this means make hay while the sun shines and take your opportunities while things are good and out now. But now is by no means everything, and unfortunately, everything must be considered, at least insofar as you are able. In consequence, it is unlikely that whatever optimizes your life across time is happiness. I am not denying its desirability, by the way. If happiness comes to you, welcome it with gratitude and open arms, but be careful, because it does make you impetuous. What might serve as a more sophisticated alternative to happiness? Imagine it is living in accordance with the sense of responsibility, because that sets things right in the future. Imagine, as well, that you must act reliably, honestly, nobly, and in relationship to a higher good, in order to manifest the sense of responsibility properly. The higher good would be the simultaneous optimization of your function and the function of the people around you, across time, as we have discussed previously. That is the highest good. Imagine that you make that aim conscious, that you articulate that aim as an explicit goal. Then a question arises. What is the consequence of that psychologically? First, consider that most of the positive emotion people experience does not come from attaining something. There is the simple pleasure, more accurately, the satisfaction that comes from having a good meal when hungry, and there is the more complex but similar satisfaction that is associated with accomplishing something difficult and worthwhile. Imagine, for example, that you graduate from grade 12. Graduation day marks the event. It is a celebration. But the next day that is over, and you immediately face a new set of problems just as you are hungry again only a few hours after a satisfying meal. You are no longer king of the high school, you are bottom dog in the workforce or a freshman at a post-secondary institution. You are in the position of Sisyphus. You strove and struggled to push your boulder to the pinnacle, and you find yourself, instead, at the foot of the mountain. There is a near instantaneous transformation that comes as a consequence of attainment. Like impulsive pleasure, attainment will produce positive emotion. But also like pleasure, attainment is unreliable. Another question thus emerges: what is a truly reliable source of positive emotion? The answer is that people experience positive emotion in relationship to the pursuit of a valuable goal. Imagine you have a goal. You aim at something. You develop a strategy in relationship to that aim, and then you implement it. And then, as you implement the strategy, you observe that it is working. That is what produces the most reliable positive emotion. 5. Imagine over time that the attitudes and actions that manage this most effectively in a competition that is varied or winning come eventually to dominate over all others. 6. Imagine that is true psychologically and socially simultaneously. Imagine that this occurs in your own life, but also across the centuries, as everyone interacts and talks or raises a particular mode of being to primary status. This implies something crucial: no happiness in the absence of responsibility. No valuable and valued goal, no positive emotion. You might object, well, what exactly constitutes a valid goal? Imagine that you are pursuing something pleasurable, but short-term and trivial. The wise part of you will be comparing that pursuit to the possible goal of acting in the best interest of your community of future selves and your community of other people. Perhaps you are unwilling to allow yourself to realize that wisdom. You do not wish to bear the responsibility not in place of an immediate, impulsive focus on pleasure. You are fooling yourself, however, especially at the deeper levels of your being, if you believe such avoidance will prove successful. The wise and ancient parts of you, seriously concerned with your survival, are neither easy to deceive nor to set aside. But you take aim at a trivial goal anyway, and develop a rather shallow strategy to attain it, only to find it is not satisfying because you do not care enough. It does not matter to you, not deeply. Furthermore, the fact that you are not pursuing the goal you should rightly be pursuing means that you are feeling guilty, ashamed, and lesser at the same time. This is not a helpful strategy. It is not going to work. I have never met anyone who was satisfied when they knew they were not doing everything they should be doing. We are temporally aware creatures. We know that we are continually and inescapably playing an iterated game from which we cannot easily hide. No matter how much we wish to discount the future completely, it is part of the price we paid for being acutely self-conscious and able to conceptualize ourselves across the entire span of our lives. We are stuck with it. There is no escaping from the future, and when you are stuck with something and there is no escaping from it, the right attitude is to turn around voluntarily and confront it. That works. And so, instead of your short-term impulsive goal, you lay out a much larger scale goal, which is to act properly in relationship to the long term for everyone. Pick up the extra weight. There is a proper way to behave in ethic, and you are destined to contend with it. You cannot help but calculate yourself across time and everyone else across time, and you are reporting back to yourself, inevitably, on your own behavior and misbehavior. What works across multiple time frames and multiple places for multiple people, including yourself, that is the goal. It is an emergent ethic, hard to formulate explicitly, but inescapable in its existence and its consequences, and an ineradicably deep part of the game of being. Great players are attractive. Attractive people attract mates. The closer we match the pattern, the emergent pattern, the more likely we are to survive and protect our families. The playing field selects the players on the basis of their ethical behavior. And we are therefore biologically prepared to respond positively to and to imitate the great player and to disapprove, even violently, of the deceiver, the cheat, and the fraud. And it is your conscience, your instinct for moral virtue, that indicates deviation from the path. When your child purposefully trips an opponent during a soccer game, or fails to pass to an open teammate with a great opportunity to score, you frown. You feel shame, as you should, because you are witnessing the betrayal of someone you love, by someone you love, and that is your child's self-betrayal. Something similar occurs when you violate your own sense of propriety. It is the same instinct, and it is best attended to. If you do not follow the right path, you will wander off a cliff and suffer miserably, and there is simply no way that the most profound parts of yourself are going to allow that without protest. You might rationalize, there is no cliff here now, there is no cliff I can see nearby, and a cliff I will not tumble off for 10 years is a long way away. But the part of your psyche that is most profound invariably objects, such thinking is not appropriate, it will not do. What is 10 years away is still real, despite its distance, allowing for unavoidable errors of prediction. If there is a catastrophe waiting there, we are not going to aim at it now, not without objection. If your behavior suggests that you are tilting in that direction, then you are going to feel guilty and horrible about it, if you are lucky and even minimally awake. And thank God for that. If the cost of betraying yourself, in the deepest sense, is guilt, shame, and anxiety, the benefit of not betraying yourself is meaning, the meaning that sustains. That is the most valuable of opportunities that lurks where responsibility has been abdicated. If you attend to your conscience, you will begin to determine that some of the things you are doing are wrong. More precisely, if you are alerted to the possibility of your own wrongdoing by your conscience, and you then begin to engage in a true dialogue with that same agent, you will begin to develop a clear picture of what is wrong and, by implication, of what is right. Right is not least the opposite of wrong, and wrong is in some clear sense more blatant and obvious. A sense of right can therefore be developed and honed through careful attention to what is wrong. You act and betray yourself, and you feel bad about that. You do not know exactly why. You try to avoid thinking about it because it is less painful and easier in the short term not to think about it. You try with all your might to ignore it, but all that does is increase your sense of self-betrayal and further divide you against yourself. So, you reconsider perhaps, and you confront your discomfort. You note your disunity and the chaos that comes with it. You ask yourself, you pray to discover what you did wrong. And the answer arrives. And it is not what you want. And part of you must therefore die so that you can change. And the part that must die struggles for its existence, puts forward its rationale, and pleads its case. And it will do so with every trick in its possession, employing the most egregious lies, the bitterest, most resentment-eliciting memories of the past, and the most hopelessly cynical attitudes about the future, indeed, about the value of life itself. But you persevere, and discriminate, judge, and decide exactly why what you did was wrong, and you start to understand, by contrast, what might have been right. And then you determine to start acting in accordance with your conscience. You decide that it is a partner, despite its adversarial form. You put all that you have discovered to be right into action, and you begin your ascent. You start to monitor yourself, ever more careful to ensure you are doing the right thing, listening to what you say, watching yourself act, trying not to deviate from the straight and narrow path. That becomes your goal. An idea begins to take shape. I am going to live my life properly. I am going to aim at the good. I am going to aim at the highest good I can possibly manage. Now, all the parts of you taking care of your future self are on board. You are all aimed in one direction. You are no longer a house divided against itself. You are standing solidly on a firm foundation. You are no longer so easy to dissuade or discourage. Your resolution trumps your nihilism and despair. The struggle you have had with your own tendency to doubt and dissimulate protects you against the unwarranted and cynical criticisms of others. There is a high goal, a mountain peak, a star that shines in the darkness, beckoning above the horizon. Its mere existence gives you hope, and that is the meaning without which you cannot live. Remember Pinocchio? When Geppetto wants to transform the wooden-headed puppet he created into something real, he first raises his eyes above the horizon and wishes on a star. It is the same star that announces Pinocchio's birth at the beginning of the movie, and whose light is reflected in the golden badge granted to Jiminy Cricket at the close. It is the same star, symbolically speaking, that announces the birth of Christ in the depths of the darkness. Geppetto focuses on the star and makes a wish. The wish is that his marionette with strings controlled by someone or something else will become real. The story of the puppet and his temptations and trials is a psychological drama. We all understand it, even though we cannot necessarily articulate that understanding. It is necessary to lift your eyes above the horizon to establish a transcendent goal if you wish to cease being a puppet under the control of things you do not understand and perhaps do not want to understand. Then all the subsystems or subpersonalities that might otherwise be pressing their own limit of fulfillment will join together under the aegis of the truly ideal, and the consequence of that will be an engagement that approximates the ultimate or total. Under such conditions, all the parts of you are going to be on board. That is the psychological equivalent of monotheism. That is the emergence of the higher self that might be the true servant of God, in whatever metaphysical reality potentially underlies what is obvious to our blind and limited mortal selves. What is the antidote to the suffering and malevolence of life? The highest possible goal. What is the prerequisite to pursuit of the highest possible goal? Willingness to adopt the maximum degree of responsibility, and this includes the responsibilities that others disregard or neglect. You might object, why should I shoulder all that burden? It is nothing but sacrifice, hardship, and trouble. But what makes you so sure you do not want something heavy to carry? You positively need to be occupied with something weighty, deep, profound, and difficult. Then, when you wake up in the middle of the night and the doubts crowd in, you have some defense. For all my flaws, which are manifold, at least I am doing this, at least I am taking care of myself, at least I am of use to my family, and to the other people around me, at least I am moving, stumbling upward under the load I have determined to carry. You can attain some genuine self-respect that way, but it is not a mere shallow psychological construct that has to do with how you are construing yourself in the moment. It is far deeper than that, and it is not only psychological. It is real as well as psychological. Your life becomes meaningful in precise proportion to the depths of the responsibility you are willing to shoulder. That is because you are now genuinely involved in making things better. You are minimizing the unnecessary suffering. You are encouraging those around you by example and word. You are constraining the malevolence in your own heart and the hearts of others. A bricklayer may question the utility of laying his bricks monotonously one after another. But perhaps he is not merely laying bricks. Maybe he is building a wall. And the wall is part of a building. And the building is a cathedral. And the purpose of the cathedral is the glorification of the highest good. And under such circumstances, every brick laid is an act that partakes of the divine. And if what you are doing in your day-to-day activity is not enough, then you are not aiming at the construction of a proper cathedral. And that is because you are not aiming high enough. Because if you were, then you would experience the sense of meaning in relationship to your sufficiently high goal, and it would justify the misery and limitations of your life. If you have something meaningful to pursue, then you are engrossed in life. You are on a meaningful path. The most profound and reliable instinct for meaning, if not perverted by self-deceit and sin, there is no other way to state it manifests itself when you are on the path of maximum virtue. The sense of meaning is an indicator that you are on that path. It is an indication that all the complexity that composes you is lined up within you, and aimed at something worth pursuing, something that balances the world, something that produces harmony. It is something you hear made manifest in music, and the profound sense of meaning that music intrinsically produces. Maybe you are a nihilistic death metal punk. You are deeply skeptical and pessimistic. You find meaning nowhere. You hate everything, just on principle. But then your favorite nihilistic death metal punk band lead guitarist and his bandmates start to blast out the patent harmonies, each in alignment with the other, and you are caught. I do not believe in anything but God, that music. And the lyrics are destructive and nihilistic and cynical and bitter and hopeless, but it does not matter, because the music beckons and calls to your spirit and fills it with the intimation of meaning and moves you so that you align yourself with the patterns, and you nod your head and tap your feet to the beat, participating despite yourself. It is those patterns of sound, layered one on top of another harmoniously, moving in the same direction, predictably and unpredictably, in perfect balance, order and chaos, in their eternal dance. And you dance with it, no matter how scornful you are. You align yourself with that pattern, directional harmony, and in that you find the meaning that sustains. You are possessed of an instinctive spirit that orients you toward the highest good. It calls your soul away from hell and toward heaven, and because it is there, you find yourself frequently disillusioned. People disappoint you. You betray yourself, you lose a meaningful connection to your workplace, boss, or partner. You think, the world is not set right, it is deeply troubling to me. That very disenchantment, however, can serve as the indicator of destiny. It speaks of abdicated responsibility, of things left undone, of things that still need to be done. You are irritated about that need. You are annoyed with the government. You are embittered and resentful about your job. You are unhappy with your parents. And you are frustrated with all these people around you who will not take on responsibility. There are, after all, things that are crying out to be accomplished. You are outraged that what needs to be done is not being done. That anger, that outrage is, however, a doorway. That observation of abdicated responsibility is the indication of destiny and meaning. The part of you that is oriented toward the highest good is pointing out the disjunction between the ideal you can imagine, the ideal that is possessing you, and the reality you are experiencing. There is a gap there, and it is communicating its need to be filled. You can give way to fury in consequence and blame it on someone else, and it is not as if other people are not contributing to the problems. Or you can come to understand that your very disappointment is an indication to you from the most fundamental levels of your being that there is something wrong that needs to be set right, and perhaps by you. What is it? That concern, that care, that irritation, that distraction. It is not the call to happiness. It is the call to the action and adventure that make up a real life. Consider, once again, the biblical story of Abraham. God comes to Abraham and says, "Go from your country, your people and your father's household to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you." Genesis 12:1-3. That late bloomer Abraham has been hanging around his father's tent for far too many years, to put it mildly. But if God's call comes, it is better to heed it. No matter how late, and in that, there is real hope for those who believe that they have delayed too long. Abraham leaves his country, and his people, and his father's household, and journeys out into the world, following the still small voice, following God's call. And it is no call to happiness. It is the complete bloody catastrophe we previously described: famine, war, and domestic strife. All this might make the reasonable individual, not to mention Abraham himself, doubt the wisdom of listening to God and conscience, and of adopting the responsibility of autonomy and the burden of adventure. Better to be lying in a hammock, devouring peeled grapes in the security of Dad's tent. What calls you out into the world, however, to your destiny is not ease. It is struggle and strife. It is bitter contention and the deadly play of the opposites. It is probable inevitable that the adventure of your life will frustrate and disappoint and unsettle you, as you heed the call of conscience and shoulder your responsibility and endeavor to set yourself and the world right. But that is where the deep meaning that orients you and shelters you is to be found. That is where things will line up for you, where things that have been scattered apart and broken will come together, where purpose will manifest itself, where what is proper and good will be supported, and what is weak and resentful and arrogant and destructive will be defeated. That is where the life that is worth living is to be eternally found, and where you can find it, personally, if only you are willing. Notice that opportunity lurks where responsibility has been abdicated. Fun fact, around 94% of people who listen to these books haven't subscribed yet. Be part of the top 6%. Rule V: do not do what you hate. Pathological order in its DAY2 guise. I once had a client who was subject to a barrage of constant idiocy as part of her work in a giant corporation. She was a sensible, honest person who had withstood and managed a difficult life and who genuinely wished to contribute and work in a manner commensurate with her good sense and honesty. She became subject while employed in the corporate environment to a long, in-person and email-mediated dispute about whether the term flip chart, the common phrase, referring to a large pad of paper sheets typically supported by a tripod, was in fact a term of abuse. For those of you who still find it difficult to believe that conversations such as this occupy the hours of corporate workers, try a quick Google search. Flip chart derogatory will suffice. You will see immediately the concern about this issue genuinely and rather widely exists. Many meetings were held by her superiors at work to discuss this issue. Flip was apparently at one time a derogatory term for Filipino. I could find little evidence for its use now. Even though the formal slur has nothing whatsoever to do with flip chart, the administrators of her firm felt that their time was well spent discussing the hypothetically prejudicial nature of the phrase and formulating a replacement term, the use of which eventually became mandatory among employees. This was all despite the fact that no employee of Filipino nationality or descent had ever complained about the corporation's use of the term. According to the Global Language Monitor Language Monitor, COM, which monitors but does not approve politically correct word usage, a proper term is now a writing block, despite the fact that a flip chart is in no way a block. In any case, the corporation in question settled on easel pad, which seems somewhat more descriptively accurate. Not that this comparatively elegant solution detracts from the foolishness in question. After all, we are still left with the flip-flopped, flippant, flip-flops, flippers, and so on, and at least the first two of those sound more derogatory on first exposure than flip chart, if we are going to concern ourselves with such things. Now, you might wonder, what difference does this minor change in terminology really make? It is a trivial problem. Why would someone become concerned about the fact that such change is being discussed? Why not ignore it, as it is best to ignore so much folly and concentrate on something of more importance? Because, of course, you could claim that paying attention to someone attending to such issues is as much a waste of time as attending to the discussion in the first place. And I would say that is precisely the conundrum Rule V is trying to address. When do you stop participating in a worrisome process that you see, or think you see, unfolding in front of you? My client first wrote me about the fact that not only was the strain of communication discussing the use of flip chart well received by her coworkers, but that a contest of sorts immediately emerged to identify and communicate additional words that might also be offensive. Blackport was mentioned, as was Master Key, the former perhaps because referring to anything as black, even if it is black, is somehow racist in our hypersensitive times, the latter because of its hypothetical relationship to terminology historically associated with slavery. My client tried to make sense of what she was witnessing. Such discussions give people the superficial sense of being good, noble, compassionate, open-hearted, and wise. So, if for the sake of argument anyone disagrees, how could that person join a discussion without being considered anti-compassionate, narrow-minded, racist, and wicked? She was also perturbed because no one at her workplace was apparently bothered that any given group of people might endow themselves with the authority to ban words and to disdain or even discipline those who continue to use them without perceiving any ethical overreach on their part, and without perceiving the danger of such censorship, which could easily extend, say, to personal opinions, topics of conversation, or, for that matter, books. Finally, she believed that the entire discussion constituted a prime example of diversity, inclusivity, and equity, terms that had become veritable mantras for the departments of human resources or learning and development, the latter of which she worked for. She regarded them as engines of corporate indoctrination and ideological propaganda, and as part of the manner in which the political correctness that characterizes, above all, many university programs extends its reach into the broader culture. More importantly, however, she asked me in one of her letters, is this a case where enough is enough? When and where do we stop? If a tiny minority of people even hypothetically find some words offensive, then what? Do we continue to ban words endlessly? But what my client was perceiving, at least as far as she was concerned, was not a single event, hypothetically capable of heading those involved in it down a dangerous path, but a clearly identifiable and causally related variety or sequence of events, all heading in the same direction. Those events seemed to form a coherent pattern associated with an ideology that was directional in its intent, explicitly and implicitly. Furthermore, the effect of that directionality had been manifesting itself, by all appearances, for a reasonable amount of time, not only in the corporate world my client inhabited, but in the broader world of social and political institutions surrounding the corporation for which she worked. Although rather isolated in the department, she happened to work in the very epicenter of the ideological blitz of the corporation in question. She could see around her evidence that the processes disturbing her were also having a detrimental effect on other people. And then there was the effect on her conscience. It is important to understand that these issues were not minor philosophical concepts to her. They were bothering her deeply and upsetting her life. It is, of course, the case that being required to do stupid, hateful things is demoralizing. Someone assigned a pointless or even counterproductive task will deflate, if they have any sense, and find within themselves very little motivation to carry out the assignment. Why? Because every fiber of their genuine being fights against that necessity. We do the things we do because we think those things important compared to all the other things that could be important. We regard what we value as worthy of sacrifice and pursuit. That worthiness motivates us to act, despite the fact that action is difficult and dangerous. When we are called upon to do things that we find hateful and stupid, we are simultaneously forced to act contrary to the structure of values motivating us to move forward stalwartly and protecting us from dissolution into confusion and terror. To thine own self be true, one as Polonius has it in Shakespeare's Hamlet. That self or that integrated psyche is in truth the ark that shelters us when the storms gather and the water rises. To act in violation of its precepts, its fundamental beliefs, is to run our own ship onto the shoals of destruction. To act in violation of the precepts of that fundamental self is to cheat in the game we play with ourselves, to suffer the emptiness of betrayal, and to perceive abstractly and then experience in embodied form the loss that is inevitably to come. What price did my client pay for her initial subjugation to the arbitrary dictates of her managers? She was an immigrant from a former Soviet bloc country and had experienced more than a sufficient taste of authoritarian ideology. In consequence, her inability to determine how she might object to what was happening left her feeling both weak and complicit. Furthermore, no sensible person could possibly remain motivated to put forth effort anywhere such as her workplace had become, where absurdities of a conceptual sort were not only continually occurring but encouraged or, even worse, required. Such action makes a mockery of productive work itself, even the very idea of productive work, and that is in fact part of the true motivation for such behavior. Those jealous of genuine competence and productivity have every reason to undermine and denigrate even the concept of both. So, what did she do about the demoralizing state in which she found herself? My client did not feel sufficiently confident in her position or in the ability of her managers to engage in a genuine conversation with them about her objections, although it was clear from my conversations with her that she wished very much to escape from the situation. In consequence, she began to develop what might be considered a rearguard action. She was already involved in developing in-house education projects for the company, as we mentioned. It was possible for her, therefore, to begin to branch out, offering her services as a speaker at a variety of corporate conferences. Although she never directly confronted the flip chart issue and may have been wise to avoid doing so, she began to speak out against the kind of pseudoscience that characterizes many of the ideas that corporate managers, particularly in human resources departments, regard as valid. She presented a number of talks, for example, criticizing the widespread fad of learning styles, a theory predicated on the idea that there are between 4 and 8 different modalities that individuals prefer and that aid them if used when they are trying to master new ideas. These include, for example, visual, auditory, verbal, physical, and logical, among others. The problem with the learning styles theory? Most basically, there is simply no evidence whatsoever for its validity. First, although students may express a preference for information being delivered in one form over another, practically delivering it in that form does not improve their academic performance. Second, and this makes sense, given the first problem, there is no evidence that teachers can accurately assess the learning style of their students. So, although it was not possible for my client to directly confront the particular foolishness that was disturbing her, after long strategizing and much work she did manage to push back very effectively against the ignorance that characterized what passed for psychological knowledge among a substantial subset of her co-workers as well as those who worked in other companies, where the same things were taking place. She had also done some work as a journalist for one of the major newspapers in Albania, her country of origin, and began to make continuing to do so a higher priority. This did not pay well, but she developed a stellar professional reputation there, and fought hard in print for what she believed in, warning the citizens of her once communist-dominated state of the move toward totalitarian opinion beginning to make itself attractive to people in the West. What price did she pay for her decision to stand up and fight? To begin with, she had to face her fear of reprisal, as well as the fact that such fear in combination with the profound distaste she felt for the ideological maneuvers characterizing her workplace was destroying her interest in her office profession, as well as making her feel inadequate and cowardly. Then, she had to broaden her professional activities, first taking the risk of offering herself as a speaker at corporate conventions, and people are generally very loath to talk publicly. It is a common fear, often severe enough to interfere with career progression. Second, mastering the literature, enabling her to speak in a credible and informed manner. And third, presenting material that, given its critical nature, was bound to offend a reasonable proportion of those in the audience, precisely those who had accepted and who were propagating the theories that she was now discrediting. This all meant the facing of her fear of inaction, as well as action. These moves challenged her deeply, but the consequence was an expansion of personality and competence, as well as the knowledge that she was making a genuine social contribution. I believe that the good that people do, small though it may appear, has more to do with the good that manifests broadly in the world than people think, and I believe the same about evil. We are each more responsible for the state of the world than we believe, or would feel comfortable believing. Without careful attention, the culture itself tilts toward corruption. Tyranny grows slowly and asks us to retreat in comparatively tiny steps. But each retreat increases the possibility of the next retreat. Each betrayal of conscience, each act of silence despite the resentment we feel when silenced, and each rationalization weakens resistance and increases the probability of the next restrictive move forward. This is particularly the case when those pushing forward delight in the power they have now acquired, and such people are always to be found. Better to stand forward, awake, when the costs are relatively low and, perhaps, when the potential rewards have not yet vanished. Better to stand forward before the ability to do so has been irretrievably compromised. Unfortunately, people often act in spite of their conscience even if they know it, and hell tends to arrive step by step, one betrayal after another. And it should be remembered that it is rare for people to stand up against what they know to be wrong even when the consequences for doing so are comparatively slight. And this is something to deeply consider if you are concerned with leading a moral and careful life. If you do not object when the transgressions against your conscience are minor, why presume that you will not willfully participate when the transgressions get truly out of hand? Part of moving beyond order is knowing when you have such a reason. Part of moving beyond order is understanding that your conscience has a primary claim on your action, which supersedes your conventional social duty. If you decide to stand up and refuse a command, if you do something of which others disapprove but you firmly believe to be correct, you must be in a position to trust yourself. This means that you must have attempted to live an honest, meaningful, productive life of precisely the sort that might characterize someone else you would tend to trust. If you have acted honorably so that you are a trustworthy person, it will be your decision to refuse to comply or to act in a manner contrary to public expectation that will help society itself maintain its footing. By doing so, you can be part of the force of truth that brings corruption and tyranny to a halt. The sovereign individual, awake and attending to his or her conscience, is the force that prevents the group as the necessary structure guiding normative social relations from becoming blind and deadly. I do not want to end this section on a falsely optimistic note. I know from further correspondence with my client that she shifted her employment from one large organization to another several times in the years that followed. In one case, she found a good position, where it was possible to engage in productive, sensible, meaningful work. However, although successful there, she was laid off during a corporate reorganization, and has since found the other companies she has worked for as thoroughly possessed by the current linguistic and identity politics fads as her original place of employment. Some dragons are everywhere, and they are not easy to defeat. But her attempts to fight back, her work debunking pseudo-scientific theories, her work as a journalist helped buttress her against oppression and bolster her self-regard. Fortify your position when culture disintegrates because it refuses to be aware of its own pathology, because the visionary hero is absent, it descends into the chaos that underlies everything. Under such conditions, the individual can dive voluntarily as deeply as he or she dares into the depths and rediscover the eternal principles renewing vision in life. The alternative is despair, corruption, and nihilism, thoughtless subjugation to the false words of totalitarian Europeanism, and life as a miserable, lying, and resentful slave. If you wish instead to be engaged in a great enterprise, even if you regard yourself as a mere cog, you are required not to do things you hate. You must fortify your position, regardless of its meanness and littleness, confront the organizational mendacity undermining your spirit, face the chaos that ensues, rescue your near-dead father from the depths, and live a genuine and truthful life. Otherwise, nature hides her face, society stultifies, and you remain a marionette, with your strings pulled by demonic forces operating behind the scenes. And one more thing, it is your fault. No one is destined in the deterministic sense to remain a puppet. We are not helpless. Even in the rubble of the most broken down lives, useful weapons might still be found. Likewise, even the giant most formidable in appearance may not be as omnipotent as it proclaims or appears. Allow for the possibility that you may be able to fight back, that you may be able to resist and maintain your soul, and perhaps even your job. But a better job may also beckon if you can tolerate the idea of the transformation. If you are willing to conceptualize yourself as someone who could and, perhaps more importantly, should stand fast, you may begin to perceive the weapons at your disposal. If what you are doing is causing you to lash out at others impulsively, if what you are doing is destroying your motivation to move forward, if your actions and inactions are making you contemptuous of yourself and, worse, of the world, if the manner in which you conduct your life is making it difficult for you to wake happily in the morning, if you are plagued by a deep sense of self-betrayal, perhaps you are choosing to ignore that still small voice, inclined as you may be to consider it something only attended to by the weak and naive. If you are at work, and called upon to do what makes you contemptuous of yourself, weak and ashamed, likely to lash out at those you love, unwilling to perform productively, and sick of your life, it is possible that it is time to meditate, consider, strategize, and place yourself in a position where you are capable of saying no. Asterisk, perhaps you will garner additional respect from the people you are opposing on moral grounds, even though you may still pay a high price for your actions. Perhaps they will even come to rethink their stance, if not now, with time, as their own consciences might be plaguing them in that same still small manner. Practicalities, perhaps you should also be positioning yourself for a lateral move into another job, for example, noting as you may, this occupation is deadening my soul, and that is truly not for me. It is time to take the painstaking steps necessary to organize my CV, and to engage in the difficult, demanding, and often unrewarding search for a new job, but you have to be successful only once. Maybe you can find something that pays better and is more interesting, and where you are working with people who not only fail to kill your spirit, but positively rejuvenate it. Maybe following the dictate of conscience is in fact the best possible plan that you have at minimum, otherwise you have to live with your sense of self-betrayal and the knowledge that you put up with what you truly could not tolerate. Nothing about that is good. I might get fired. Well, prepare now to seek out and ready yourself for another job, hopefully better, or prepare yourself to go over your manager's head with a well-prepared and articulate argument. And do not begin by presuming that leaving your job, even involuntarily, is necessarily for the worst. I am afraid to move. Well, of course you are, but afraid compared to what? Afraid in comparison to continuing in a job where the center of your being is at stake, where you become weaker, more contemptible, more bitter, and more prone to pressure and tyranny over the years. There are few choices in life where there is no risk on either side, and it is often necessary to contemplate the risks of staying as thoroughly as the risks of moving. I have seen many people move, sometimes after several years of strategizing, and end up in better shape psychologically and pragmatically after their time in the desert. Perhaps no one else would want me. Well, the rejection rate for new job applications is extraordinarily high. I tell my clients to assume 51, so their expectations are set properly. You are going to be passed over, in many cases, for many positions for which you are qualified. But that is rarely personal. It is, instead, a condition of existence, an inevitable consequence of somewhat arbitrary subjection to the ambivalent conditions of worth characterizing society. It is a consequence of the fact that CV are easy to disseminate and difficult to process, that many jobs have unannounced internal candidates and so are just going through the motions, and that some companies keep a rolling stock of applicants in case they need to hire quickly. That is an actuarial problem, a statistical problem, a baseline problem, and not necessarily an indication that there is something specifically flawed about you. You must incorporate all the sustainingly pessimistic realism into your expectations, so that you do not become unreasonably downhearted. 150 applications, carefully chosen, 3 to 5 interviews thereby acquired. That could be a mission of a year or more. That is much less than a lifetime of misery and downward trajectory. But it is not nothing. You need to fortify yourself for it, plan, and garner support from people who understand what you are up to and are realistically appraised of the difficulty in the options. Now it may also be that you are lacking in the development of your skills and could improve your performance at work so that your chances of being hired elsewhere are heightened. But there is no loss in that. You cannot effectively pronounce no in the presence of corrupt power when your options to move are non-existent. In consequence, you have a moral obligation to place yourself in a position of comparative strength and to do then what is necessary to capitalize on that strength. You may also have to think through worst-case situations and to discuss them with those who will be affected by your decisions. But it is once again worth realizing that staying where you should not be may be the true worst-case situation, one that drags you up and kills you slowly over decades. That is not a good death, even though it is slow, and there is very little in it that does not speak of the hopelessness that makes people age quickly and long for the cessation of career and, worse, life. That is no improvement. As the old and cruel cliché goes, if you must cut off a cat's tail, do not do it half an inch at a time. You may well be in for a few painful years of belated recognition of insufficiency and required to send out 4 or 5 or 10 job applications a week, knowing full well that the majority will be rejected with less than a second look. But you need to win the lottery only once, and a few years of difficulty with hope beat an entire dejected lifetime of a degenerating and oppressed career. And let us be clear, it is not a simple matter of hating your job because it requires you to wake up too early in the morning, or to drag yourself to work when it is too hot or cold or windy or dry, or when you are feeling low and want to curl up in bed. It is not a matter of frustration generated when you are called on to do things that are menial or necessary, such as emptying garbage cans, sweeping floors, cleaning bathrooms, or in any other manner taking a lowly but well-deserved place at the bottom of the hierarchy of competence, even of seniority. Resentment generated by such necessary work is most often merely ingratitude, inability to accept a lowly place at the beginning, unwillingness to adopt the position of the fool, or arrogance and lack of discipline. Refusal of the call of conscience is by no means the same thing as irritation about undesirably low status. That rejection, that betrayal of soul, is truly the requirement to perform demonstrably counterproductive, absurd, or pointless work, to treat others unjustly and to lie about it, to engage in deceit, to betray your future self, to put up with unnecessary torture and abuse, and to silently watch others suffer the same treatment. That rejection is the turning of a blind eye and the agreement to say and do things that betray your deepest values and make you a cheat at your own game. And there is no doubt that the road to hell, personally and socially, is paved not so much with good intentions as with the adoption of attitudes and undertaking of actions that inescapably disturb your conscience. Do not do what you hate. If you found value in this, please hit the like button. It really helps the channel grow and brings more books to you. Rule VI: Abandon ideology. The wrong places. After I published my last book, my wife, Tammy, and I embarked on a lengthy speaking tour throughout the English-speaking world and a good part of Europe, particularly in the north. Most of the theatres I spoke at were old and beautiful, and it was a delight to be in buildings with such rich architectural and cultural histories, where so many of the bands we loved had played, and where other performing artists had had their great moments. We booked 160 theatres generally, with a capacity of about 2,500 to 3,000 people, although there were smaller venues in Europe and larger in Australia. I was and am struck to the core by the fact that there was such an extensive audience for my lectures, and that we found that audience seemingly everywhere. The same surprise extends to my YouTube and podcast appearances on my own channels, and interviews on others, and in the innumerable clips that people have voluntarily cut from my longer talks and discussions with journalists. These have been watched or listened to hundreds of millions of times. And finally, there is the aforementioned book, which will have sold something like 4 million copies in English by the time the present volume is published, and which will be translated into 50 additional languages, assuming matters continue as they are now. It is not at all easy to know what to think about finding myself with an audience like that. What is going on? Any sensible person would be taken aback, to put it mildly, by all of this. It seems that my work must be addressing something that is missing in many people's lives. Now, as I mentioned previously, I am relying for much of my content on the ideas of great psychologists and other thinkers, and this should count for something. But I have also been continually considering what else more specific, if anything, might be attracting people's attention, and have been relying on 2 sources of information to try to determine exactly that. The first is the response I get directly from individuals themselves, when I meet them in the immediate aftermath of one of my lectures, or when they stop me on the street, in airports, cafes, or other public places. In one Midwestern American city, I think it might have been Louisville, a young man met me after my lecture and said, "Quick story, 2 years ago, I was released from prison, homeless, broke. I started listening to your lectures. Now I have a full-time job, and I own my apartment, and my wife and I just had our first child, a daughter. Thank you." And their thank you was accompanied with direct eye contact and a firm handshake, and the story was told in the voice of conviction. And people tell me very similar stories on the street, often in tears, although the one I just related was perhaps a bit more extreme than the average tale. They share very private good news, the kind you share only with people to whom you can safely tell such things. And I feel greatly privileged to be one of those people, although it is emotionally demanding to be the recipient of continual personal revelations, regardless, or maybe even because of the fact that they are so positive. I find it heart-wrenching to see how little encouragement and guidance so many people have received, and how much good can emerge when just a little more is provided. I knew you could do it as a good start, and goes a long way toward ameliorating some of the unnecessary pain in the world. So that is one form of story that I hear continually in many variants. When we meet one-on-one, people also tell me that they enjoy my lectures and what I have written because what I say and write provides them with the words they need to express things they already know but are unable to articulate. It is helpful for everyone to be able to represent explicitly what they already implicitly understand. I am frequently plagued with doubts about the role that I am playing, so the fact that people find my words exist in accordance with their deep but heretofore unrealized or unexpressed beliefs is reassuring, helping me maintain faith in what I have learned and thought about and have now shared so publicly. Helping people bridge the gap between what they profoundly intuit but cannot articulate seems to be a reasonable and valuable function for a public intellectual. And then there is the final piece of information bearing on whatever it is that I am accomplishing. I have garnered it as a direct consequence of the live lectures that I have had so many opportunities to deliver. It is a privilege and a gift to be able to talk repeatedly to large groups of people. It provides a real-time opportunity to judge the zeitgeist, the spirit of the times. It also allows me to formulate and immediately test new ideas for their communicability and their ability to grip attention and, thereby, to judge their quality at least in part. This occurs during the talk when I attend to how the audience responds. In 12 Rules for Life, Rule 9, assume that the person you are listening to might know something you do not. I suggest that when speaking to a large group you should nonetheless always be attending to specific individuals. The crowd is somewhat of an illusion. However, you can augment your individual focused visual attention by simultaneously listening to the entire group so that you hear them rustling around, laughing, coughing, or whatever they happen to be doing, while you concentrate on perceiving specific individuals. What you want to see from the person you are facing is rapt attention. What you want to hear from the crowd is dead silence. You want to hear nothing. Achieving that means your listeners are not distracted by everything they could be thinking about while in attendance. If you are an audience member at a performance and you are not completely enthralled by the content, you become preoccupied by some slight physical discomforts and shift from place to place. You become aware of your own thoughts. You begin to think about what you need to do tomorrow. You whisper something to the person beside you. That all adds up to discontent in the audience and audible noise. But if you, as speaker, are positioned properly on stage, physically and spiritually, then everybody's attention will be focused with laser-like intensity on whatever you are saying, and no one will make a sound. In this manner, you can tell what ideas have power. While watching and listening in a way I just described to all the gatherings I have spoken to, I became increasingly aware that the mention of one topic in particular brought every audience, and I mean that without exception, to a dead quiet halt. Responsibility, the very topic we made central in this book in Rule Roman 4. Notice that opportunity lurks where responsibility has been abdicated. That response was fascinating and not at all predictable. Responsibility is not an easy sell. Parents have been striving forever to make their kids responsible. Society attempts the same thing with its educational institutions, apprenticeships, volunteer organizations, and clubs. You might even consider the inculcation of responsibility the fundamental purpose of society. But something has gone wrong. We have committed an error, or a series of errors. We have spent too much time, for example much of the last 50 years, clamoring about rights, and we are no longer asking enough of the young people we are socializing. We have been telling them for decades to demand what they are owed by society. We have been implying that the important meanings of their lives will be given to them because of such demands, when we should have been doing the opposite, letting them know that the meaning that sustains life in all its tragedy and disappointment is to be found in shouldering a noble burden. Because we have not been doing this, they have grown up looking in the wrong places. And this has left them vulnerable to easy answers and susceptible to the deadening force of resentment. What about the unfolding of history has left us in this position? How has this vulnerability, this susceptibility, come about? Perhaps he is only sleeping in the last quarter of the 19th century. The German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche famously announced, "God is dead." This utterance has become so famous that you can even see it scribbled on the walls of public bathrooms, where it often takes the following form: God is dead to Nietzsche. Nietzsche is dead to God. Nietzsche did not make this claim in a narcissistic or triumphant manner. The great thinker's opinions stem from his fear that all the Judeo-Christian values serving as the foundation of Western civilization had been made dangerously subject to casual rational criticism, and that the most important axiom upon which they were predicated, the existence of a transcendent, all-powerful deity, had been fatally challenged. Nietzsche concluded from this that everything would soon fall apart in a manner catastrophic both psychologically and socially. It does not require a particularly careful reader to note that Nietzsche described God, in the gay science, as the holiest and mightiest of all that the world has yet owned, and modern human beings as the murderers of all murderers. These are not the sorts of descriptions you might expect from a triumphant rationalist celebrating the demise of superstition. It was instead a statement of absolute despair. In his other works, particularly in The Will to Power, Nietzsche describes what would occur in the next century and beyond because of this murderous act. He prophesied, and that is the correct word for it, that two major consequences would arise apparent opposites, although each linked inextricably and causally together and both associated with the death of traditional ritual, story, and belief. As the purpose of human life became uncertain outside the purposeful structure of monotheistic thought and the meaningful world it proposed, we would experience an existentially devastating rise in nihilism, Nietzsche believed. Alternatively, he suggested, people would turn to identification with rigid, totalitarian ideology, the substitute of human ideas for the transcendent Father of all creation. The doubt that undermines and the certainty that crushes, Nietzsche's prognostication for the two alternatives that would arise in the aftermath of the death of God. The incomparable Russian novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky addressed the same question as Nietzsche at about the same time in his masterwork The Possessed, alternatively known as Demons or the Devils. The protagonist in that novel, Nikolai Stavrogin, is wed to the same ideals that eventually birthed revolutionary communism, although he lives his fictional life decades before the full-fledged turmoil began in what became the Soviet Union. The appearance of these ideals was not a positive development in Dostoevsky's view. He could see that the adoption of a rigid, comprehensive utopian ideology, predicated on a few apparently self-evident axioms, presented a political and spiritual danger with the potential to far exceed in brutality all that had occurred in the religious, monarchical, or even pagan past. Dostoevsky, like Nietzsche, foresaw that all of this was coming almost 50 years before the Leninist revolution in Russia. That incomprehensible level of prophetic capacity remains a stellar example of how the artist and his intuition brings to light the future far before others see it. Nietzsche and Dostoevsky both foresaw that communism would appear dreadfully attractive and apparently rational, coherent, and moral alternative to religion or nihilism, and that the consequences would be lethal. The former wrote, in his inimitably harsh, ironic, and brilliant manner, "In fact, I even wish a few experiments might be made to show that in socialistic society life denies itself, and itself cuts away its own roots. The earth is big enough and man is still unexhausted enough for a practical lesson of this sort and demonstratio ad absurdum, even if it were accomplished only by a vast expenditure of lives to seem worthwhile to me." For the socialism Nietzsche referred to was not the relatively mild version later popular in Britain, Scandinavia, and Canada, with its sometimes genuine emphasis on the improvement of working-class life, but the full-blown collectivism of Russia, China, and a host of smaller countries. Whether we have truly learned the practical lesson in the demonstration of the absurdity of the doctrine as a consequence of Nietzsche's predicted vast expenditure of lives remains to be seen. Nietzsche appears to have unquestioningly adopted the idea that the world was both objective and valueless in the manner posited by the emergent physical sciences. This left him with a single remaining escape from nihilism and totalitarianism, the emergence of the individual strong enough to create his own values, project them onto valueless reality, and then abide by them. He posited that a new kind of man, the Übermensch, the high person or Superman, would be necessary in the aftermath of the death of God, so that society would not drift toward the opposing rocky shoals of despair and over-systematized political theorizing. Individuals who take this route, this alternative to nihilism and totalitarianism, must therefore produce their own cosmology of values. However, the psychoanalyst Freud and Jung put paid to that notion, demonstrating that we are not sufficiently in possession of ourselves to create values by conscious choice. Furthermore, there is little evidence that any of us have the genius to create ourselves ex nihilo from nothing, particularly given the extreme limitations of our experience, the biases of our perceptions, and the short span of our lives. We have a nature, or, too often, it is us and only a fool would now dare to claim that we have sufficient mastery of ourselves to create, rather than discover, what we value. We have the capacity for spontaneous, revelatory experience, artistic, inventive, and religious. We discover new things about ourselves constantly, to our delight and also to our dismay, as we are so often overcome by our emotions and motivations. We contend with our nature. We negotiate with it. But it is not at all obvious that the individual will ever be capable of bringing the new values that Nietzsche so fervently longed for into being. There are other problems with Nietzsche's argument as well. If each of us lives by our own created and projected values, what remains to unite us? This is a philosophical problem of central importance. How could a society of Übermenschen possibly avoid being at constant odds with one another unless there was something comparable about their creative values? Finally, it is by no means obvious that any such supermen have ever come into existence. Instead, over the last century and a half, with the modern crisis of meaning and the rise of totalitarian states such as Nazi Germany, the USSR, and Communist China, we appear to have found ourselves in exactly the nihilistic or ideologically possessed state that Nietzsche and Dostoevsky feared, accompanied by precisely the catastrophic sociological and psychological consequences they foretold. It is also by no means self-evident that value, subjective though it appears to be, is not an integral part of reality, despite the undeniable utility of the scientific method. The central scientific axiom left to us by the Enlightenment that reality is the exclusive domain of the objective poses a fatal challenge to the reality of religious experience, if the latter experience is fundamentally subjective, and it appears to be exactly that. But there is something complicating the situation that seems to lie between the subjective and the objective. What if there are experiences that typically manifest themselves to one person at a time, as seems to be the case of much of Revelation, but appear to form a meaningful pattern when considered collectively? That indicates something is occurring that is not merely subjective, even though it cannot be easily pinned down with the existing methods of science. It could be, instead, that the value of something is sufficiently idiosyncratic, sufficiently dependent on the particularities of time, place, and the individual experiencing that thing that it cannot be fixed and replicated in a manner required for it to exist as a scientific object. This does not mean, however, that value is not real. It means only that it is so complex that it cannot yet and may never fit itself within the scientific worldview. The world is a very strange place, and there are times when the metaphorical or narrative description characteristic of culture and the material representation so integral to science appear to touch, when everything comes together, when life and art reflect each other equally. The psyche, the soul that produces or is the recipient of such experiences, appears incontrovertibly real, the proof lying not least in our actions. We all axiomatically assume the reality of our individual existences and conscious experiences, and we extend the same courtesy to others or else. It is by no means unreasonable to suggest that such existence and experience has a deep underlying biological and physical structure. Those with a psychoanalytic bent certainly assume so, as do many who study biological psychology, particularly if they focus on motivation and emotion. 5. That structure, accepted as a given by scientists and by the general population in equal measure, appears to manifest religious experience as part of its basic function, and that religious function has enough commonality across people to make us at least understand what religious experience means, particularly if we have had a taste of it at some point in life. What does that imply? It might be that the true meaning of life is available for discovery, if it can be discovered at all, by each individual alone, although in communication with others, past and present. It may well be, therefore, that the true meaning of life is not to be found in what is objective, but in what is subjective but still universal. The existence of conscience, for example, provides some evidence for that, as does the fact that religious experiences can reliably be induced chemically, as well as through practices such as dancing, chanting, fasting, and meditating. Additionally, the fact that religious ideas are capable of uniting vast numbers of people under a single moral umbrella, although such ideas can divide across sects, as well also indicates something universal calling from within. Why do we so easily assume that nothing about that is real, given its apparent commonality and necessity, given, as well, the near certainty that the capacity for valuing is an ancient evolved function, selected for by the very reality we are attempting to define and understand? We have seen the consequences of the totalitarian alternatives in which the collective is supposed to bear the burdens of life, lay out the proper pathway, and transform the terrible world into the promised utopia. The communists produced a worldview that was attractive to fair-minded people, as well as those who were envious and cruel. Perhaps communism may even have been a viable solution to the problems of the unequal distribution of wealth that characterized the industrial age, if all of the hypothetically oppressed were good people and all of the evil was to be found, as hypothesized, in the bourgeoisie overlords. Unfortunately for the communists, a substantial proportion of the oppressed were incapable, inconscientious, unintelligent, licentious, power-mad, violent, resentful, and jealous, while a substantial proportion of the oppressors were educated, able, creative, intelligent, honest, and caring. When the frenzy of decolonization swept through the newly established Soviet Union, it was vengeful and jealous murderers who were redistributing property, while it was competent and reliable farmers, for the most part, from whom it was violently taken. One unintended consequence of that redistribution of good fortune was the starvation of 6 million Ukrainians in the 1930s in the midst of some of the most fertile land in the world. The other major villains of the 20th century, Germany's National Socialists, were, of course, also powerful and dangerous ideologues. It has been suggested that Hitler's acolytes were inspired by Nietzsche's philosophy. This claim may hold some truth in a perverse manner, as they were certainly trying to create their own values, although not as the individuals whose development the philosopher promoted. It is more reasonable to say that Nietzsche identified the cultural and historical conditions that made the rise to influence of ideas akin to those promoted by the Nazis extremely likely. The Nazis were trying to create a post-Christian, post-religious perfect man, the ideal Aryan, and certainly formulated that ideal in a manner not in accordance with the dictates of either Judaism or Christianity. Thus, the perfect Aryan could be, and certainly was conceptualized by the Nazis, as a high man. This does not mean that the Nazi ideal as postulated bore any resemblance to the Nietzschean ideal. Quite the contrary, Nietzsche was a fervent admirer of individuality and would have considered the idea of the higher man as state creation both absurd and abhorrent. The fatal attraction of a false idol considered those who have not gone so far as to adopt the discredited ideologies of the Marxists, Leninists, and the Nazis, but who still maintain faith in the commonplace isms characterizing the modern world: conservatism, socialism, feminism, and all manner of ethic and gender study isms, postmodernism, and environmentalism, among others. They are all monotheists, practically speaking, or polytheistic worshippers of a very small number of gods. These gods are the axioms and foundational beliefs that must be accepted a priori, rather than proven, before the belief system can be adopted, and when accepted and applied to the world allow the illusion to prevail that knowledge has been produced. The process by which an ism system can be generated is simple in its initial stages but baroque enough in its application to mimic and replace actual productive theorizing. The ideologue begins by selecting a few abstractions in whose low-resolution representations hide large, undifferentiated chunks of the world. Some examples include the economy, the nation, the environment, the patriarchy, the people, the rich, the poor, the oppressed, and the oppressors. The use of single terms implicitly hypersimplifies what are in fact extraordinarily diverse and complex phenomena that mask complexity is part of the reason that the terms come to carry so much emotional weight. There are many reasons, for example, why people are poor. Lack of money is the obvious cause, but that hypothetical obviousness is part of the problem with ideology. Lack of education, broken families, crime-ridden neighborhood, alcoholism, drug abuse, criminality and corruption, and the political and economic exploitation that accompanies it, mental illness, lack of a life plan or even failure to realize that formulating such a plan is possible or necessary, low conscientiousness, unfortunate geographical locale, shift in the economic landscape and the consequent disappearance of entire fields of endeavor, the marked proclivity for those who are rich to get richer still and the poor to get poorer, low creativity/entrepreneurial interest, lack of encouragement. These are but a few of the manifold problems that generate poverty, and the solution to each, assuming that a solution exists, is by no means obviously the same. Nor are the villains hiding behind each putative and differentiable cause the same villains, assuming that there are even villains to be found. All such problems require careful, particularized analysis, followed by the generation of multiple potential solutions, followed by the careful assessment of those solutions to ensure that they are having their desired effect. It is uncommon to see any serious social problem addressed so methodically. It is also rare that the solutions generated, even by a methodical process, produce the intended outcome. The great difficulty of assessing problems in sufficient detail to understand what is causing them, followed by the equally great difficulty of generating and testing particular solutions, is sufficient to deter even the stout-hearted, let us say, from daring to tackle a true plague of mankind. Since the ideologue can place him or herself on the morally correct side of the equation without the genuine effort necessary to do so validly, it is much easier and more immediately gratifying to reduce the problem to something simple and accompany it with an evildoer who can then be morally opposed. After breaking the world into large and differentiated pieces, describing the problems that characterize each division, and identifying the appropriate villains, the ism theorist then generates a small number of explanatory principles or forces which may indeed contribute in some part to the understanding or existence of those abstracted entities. Then he or she grants to that small number primary causal power, while ignoring others of equal or greater importance. It is most effective to utilize a major motivational system or large-scale sociological fact or conjecture for such purposes. It is also good to select those explanatory principles for enunciated negative, resentful, and destructive reason, and then make discussion of the latter and the reason for their existence to be for the ideologue and his or her followers, to say nothing of the critics. Next, the faux theorist spins a post hoc theory about how every phenomenon, no matter how complex, can be considered a secondary consequence of the new, totalizing system. Finally, a school of thought emerges to propagate the methods of this algorithmic reduction, particularly when the thinker is hoping to attain dominance in the conceptual and the real worlds, and those who refuse to adopt the algorithm or who criticize its use are tacitly or explicitly demonized. Incompetent and corrupt intellectuals thrive on such activity, such games. The first players of a given game of this sort are generally the brightest of the participants. They weave a story around their causal principle of choice, demonstrating how that hypothetically primary motivational force profoundly contributed to any given domain of human activity. Sometimes this is even helpful, as such activity may shed light on how a motivation heretofore taboo to discuss or consider might play a larger role in affecting human behavior and perception than was previously deemed acceptable. This is what happened, for example, with Freud and his emphasis on sex. The followers, desperate to join a potentially masterable new dominant hierarchy, the old one being cluttered by its current occupants, become enamored of that story. While doing so, being less bright than those they follow, they subtly shift contributed to or affected to caused. The originators, gratified by the emergence of followers, start to shift this story in that direction as well. Or they object, but it does not matter. The cult has already begun. This kind of theorizing is particularly attractive to people who are smart but lazy. Cynicism serves as an aid too, as does arrogance. The new adherents will be taught that mastering such a game constitutes education, and will learn to criticize alternative theories, different methods, and increasingly, even the idea of fact itself. If an impenetrable vocabulary accompanies the theory, so much the better. It will then take potential critics some valuable time even to learn to decode the arguments. And there is a conspiratorial aspect that rapidly comes to pervade the school where such education occurs, and where such activity is increasingly all that is permitted. Do not criticize the theory, and do not get singled out. Do not become unpopular. Even, do not receive a bad grade, or a poor review for expressing a taboo opinion, and even when this does not occur in practice, the fear that it might keeps many students and professors, or employees and employers, in check. Freud, as we noted, attempted to reduce motivation to sexuality to libido. The same can be done quite effectively by anyone sufficiently literate, intelligent, and verbally fluent. This is because sexuality, like any multifaceted single term, can be defined as tightly or as loosely as necessary by those who use it for comprehensively explanatory purposes. No matter how defined, sex is a crucially important biological phenomenon key to complex life itself, and its influence may therefore be genuinely detected or plausibly invented in any important field of endeavor and then exaggerated while other factors of significant import are diminished in importance. In this manner, the single explanatory principle can be expanded indefinitely in keeping with the demands placed upon it. Marx did the same thing when he described man in a fundamentally economic, class-based manner, and history as the eternal battleground of bourgeoisie and proletariat. Everything can be explained by running it through a Marxist algorithm. The wealthy are wealthy because they exploit the poor. The poor are poor because they are exploited by the wealthy. All economic inequality is undesirable, unproductive, and a consequence of fundamental unfairness and corruption. There is, of course, as in the case of Ford, some value in Marx's observations. Class is an important element of social hierarchies and tends to maintain itself with a certain stability across time. Economic well-being, or the lack thereof, is of crucial significance. And the damnable fact of the Pareto distribution takes the tendency of those who have more to get more, which seems to apply in any economic system, does mean that wealth accumulates in the hands of a minority of people. The people who make up that minority do change substantively regardless of the aforementioned class stability, 7, and that is a crucial point, but the fact that the comparatively rich are always a minority and a small one, at that seems dismally immutable. Regardless of its hypothetical virtues, however, the implementation of Marxism was a disaster everywhere it was attempted, and that its motivated attempts by its unrepentant would-be present-day adherents to clothe its ideas in new garb and continue forward as if nothing of significance has changed. Thinkers powerfully influenced by Marx and overwhelmingly influential in much of the academy today, such as Mitchell Foucault and Jacques Derrida, divide the Marxist simplification essentially by replacing economics with the power as if power were the single motivating force behind all human behavior, as opposed, say, to competent authority or reciprocity of attitude and action. Ideological reduction of that form is the hallmark of the most dangerous of pseudo-intellectuals. Ideologues are the intellectual equivalent of fundamentalists, unyielding and rigid. This affrightless and moral claim to social engineering is every bit as deep and dangerous. It might even be worse. Ideologues lay claim to rationality itself. So, they try to justify their claims as logical and thoughtful. At least the fundamentalists admit aversion to something they just believe arbitrarily. They are a lot more honest. Furthermore, fundamentalists are bound by a relationship with the transcendent. What this means is that God, the center of the moral universe, remains outside and above complete understanding according to the fundamentalists' own creed. Right-wing Jews, Islamic hardliners, and ultra-conservative Christians must admit, if pushed, that God is essentially mysterious. This concession provides at least some boundary for their claims, as individuals, to righteousness and power, as the genuine fundamentalist at least remains subordinate to something he cannot claim to totally understand, let alone master. For the ideologue, however, nothing remains outside understanding or mastery. An ideological theory explains everything, all the past, all the present, and all the future. This means that an ideologue can consider him or herself in possession of the complete truth, something forbidden to the self-consistent fundamentalist. There is no claim more totalitarian and no situation in which the worst excesses of pride are more likely to manifest themselves in not only pride, but then once the ideology has failed to explain the world or predict its future. The moral of the story? Beware of intellectuals who make a monotheism out of their theories of motivation. Beware, in more technical terms, of blanket univariate single variable causes for diverse, complex problems. Of course, power plays a role in history, as does economics. But the same can be said of jealousy, love, hunger, sex, cooperation, revelation, anger, disgust, sadness, anxiety, religion, compassion, disease, technology, hatred, and chance, none of which can definitively be reduced to another. The attraction of doing so is, however, obvious: simplicity, ease, and the illusion of mastery, which can have exceptionally useful psychological and social consequences, particularly in the short term, and, let us not forget, the frequent discovery of a villain or set of villains upon which the hidden motivations for the ideology can be vented. Resentiment, a hostile resentment, occurs when individual failure or insufficient status is blamed both on the system within which the failure or lowly status occurs, and then, most particularly, on the people who have achieved success and high status within that system. The former, the system, is deemed by fiat to be unjust. The successful are deemed exploitative and corrupt, as they can be logically read as undeserving beneficiaries, as well as the voluntary, conscious, self-serving, and immoral supporters, if the system is unjust. Once this causal chain of thought has been accepted, all attacks on the successful can be construed as morally justified attempts at establishing justice rather than, say, manifestations of envy and covetousness that might have traditionally been defined as shameful. There is another typical feature of ideological pursuit: the victims supported by ideologues are always innocent, and it is sometimes true that victims are innocent, and the perpetrators are always evil. Evil perpetrators are also not in short supply. But the fact that there exist genuine victims and perpetrators provides no excuse to make low resolution, blanket statements about the global locale of blameless victimization and evil perpetration, particularly of the type that does not take the presumed innocence of the accused firmly into account. No group guilt should be assumed, and certainly not of the multi-generational kind. 9. It is a certain sign of the accuser's evil intent, and a harbinger of social catastrophe. But the advantage is that the ideologue, at little practical costs, can construe him or herself both as nemesis of the oppressor and defender of the oppressed. Who needs the fine distinctions that determination of individual guilt or innocence demands when a prize such as that beckons? To take the path of ressentiment is to risk tremendous bitterness. This is in no small part a consequence of identifying the enemy without rather than within. If wealth is the problem at issue, for example, and the wealthy perceived as the reason for poverty and all the other problems of the world, then the wealthy become the enemy indistinguishable, in some profound sense, from a degree of evil positively demonic in its psychological and social significance. If power is the problem, then those who have established any authority at all are the singular cause of the world's suffering. If masculinity is the problem, then all males or even the concept of male must be attacked and vilified. Asterisk such division of the world into the devil without and the saint within justifies self-righteous hatred necessitated by the morality of the ideological system itself. This is a terrible trap. Once the source of evil has been identified, it becomes the duty of the righteous to eradicate it. This is an invitation to both paranoia and persecution. A world where only you and people who think like you are good is also a world where you are surrounded by enemies bent on your destruction, who must be fought. It is much safer morally to look to yourself for the errors of the world, at least to the degree to which someone honest and free of willful blindness might consider. You are likely to be much more clear-minded about what is what and who is who and where blame lies once you contemplate the log in your own eye, rather than the speck in your brother's. It is probable that your own imperfections are evident and plentiful, and could profitably be addressed, as step one in your Redeemer's quest to improve the world. To take the world's sins onto yourself to assume responsibility for the fact that things have not been set right in your own life and elsewhere is part of the messianic path, part of the imitation of the hero, in the most profound of senses. This is a psychological or spiritual rather than a sociological or political issue. Consider the characters fabricated by second-rate crafters of fiction. They are simply divided into those who are good and those who are evil. By contrast, sophisticated writers put the divide inside the characters they create so that each person becomes the locus of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. It is much more psychologically appropriate and much less dangerous socially to assume that you are the enemy, that it is your weaknesses and insufficiencies that are damaging the world, than to assume saint-like goodness on the part of you and your party, and to pursue the enemy you will then be inclined to see everywhere. It is impossible to fight patriarchy, reduce oppression, promote equality, transform capitalism, save the environment, eliminate competitiveness, reduce government, or to run every organization like a business. Such concepts are simply too low resolution. The Monty Python comedy crew once offered satirical lessons for playing the flute. Blow over one end and move your fingers up and down on the holes. 10 true, but useless. The necessary detail is simply not there. Similarly, sophisticated large-scale processes and systems do not exist in a manner sufficiently real to render their comprehensive unitary transformation possible. The idea that they do is the product of 20th century cults. The beliefs of these cults are simultaneously naive and narcissistic, and the activism they promote is the resentful and lazy person's substitute for actual accomplishment. The single axioms of the ideologically possessed gods serve blindly by their proselytizers. Like God, however, ideology is dead. The bloody excesses of the 20th century killed it. We should let it go and begin to address and consider smaller, more precisely defined problems. We should conceptualize them at the scale at which we might begin to solve them, not by blaming others, but by trying to address them personally while simultaneously taking responsibility for the outcome. Have some humility. Clean up your bedroom. Take care of your family. Follow your conscience. Straighten up your life. Find something productive and interesting to do and commit to it. When you can do all that, find a bigger problem and try to solve that if you dare. If that works too, move on to even more ambitious projects. And as the necessary beginning to that process, abandon ideology. Rule Roman 7 work as hard as you possibly can on at least one thing and see what happens. The value of heat and pressure when coal is subjected to intense heat and pressure far below the Earth's surface, its atoms rearrange themselves into the perfect repeating crystalline alignment characterizing a diamond. The carbon that makes up coal also becomes maximally durable in its diamond form, as diamond is the hardest of all substances. Finally, it becomes capable of reflecting light. This combination of durability and glitter gives a diamond the qualities that justify its use as a symbol of value. That which is valuable is pure, properly aligned, and glitters with light, and this is true for the person just as it is for the gem. Light, of course, signifies the shining brilliance of heightened and focused consciousness. Human beings are conscious during the day when it is light. Much of that consciousness is visual and therefore dependent on light. To be illumined or enlightened is to be exceptionally awake and aware, to attain a state of being commonly associated with divinity. To wear a diamond is to become associated with the radiance of the sun, like the king or queen whose profile is stamped on the sun-like disk of the gold coin, a near universal standard of worth. Heat and pressure transform the base matter of common coal into the crystalline perfection and rare value of the diamond. The same can be said of a person. We know that the multiple forces operating in the human soul are often not aligned with one another. We do the things we wish we would not do and do not do the things we know we should do. We want to be thin, but we sit on the couch eating Cheetos and despairing. We are directionless, confused, and paralyzed by indecision. We are pulled in all directions by temptations, despite our stated will, and we waste time, procrastinate, and feel terrible about it, but we do not change. It was for such reasons that archaic people found it easy to believe that the human soul was haunted by ghosts possessed by ancestral spirits, demons, and gods, none of whom necessarily had the best interests of the person at heart. Since the time of the psychoanalysts, these contrary forces, these obsessive and sometimes malevolent spirits, have been conceptualized psychologically as impulses, emotions, or motivational states or as complexes, which act like partial personalities united within the person by memory but not by intent. Our neurological structure is indeed hierarchical. The powerful instinctual servants at the bottom, governing thirst, hunger, rage, sadness, elation, and lust, can easily ascend and become our masters, and just as easily wage war with one another. The resilience and strength of a united spirit is not easy to attain. A house divided against itself, proverbially, cannot stand. Likewise, a poorly integrated person cannot hold himself together when challenged. He loses union at the highest level of psychological organization. He loses the properly balanced admixture of properties that is another feature of the well-tempered soul and cannot hold himself together. We know this when we say he lost it or he just fell apart. Before he picks up the pieces and rearranges them, such a person is likely to fall prey to domination by one or more partial personalities. This might be a spirit of rage, or anxiety, or pain leaping in to occupy the person when his temper is lost. You can see this occurring most clearly in the case of a 2-year-old having a tantrum. He has lost himself temporarily and is for the moment pure emotion. This is an occurrence that is often deeply upsetting to the 2-year-old himself, and one of an intensity that would be terrifying to beholders if manifested by an adult. The archaic motivational systems governing anger merely push the toddler's developing personality aside and have their way with his mind and actions. This is a true and unfortunate defeat for the still fragile centralizing ego, struggling against powerful forces towards psychological and social integration. Lack of internal union also makes itself known in increased suffering, magnification of anxiety, absence of motivation, and lack of pleasure that accompany indecision and uncertainty. The inability to decide among 10 things, even when they are desirable, is equivalent to torment by all of them. Without clear, well-defined, and non-contradictory goals, the sense of positive engagement that makes life worthwhile is very difficult to obtain. Clear goals limit and simplify the world, as well reducing uncertainty, anxiety, shame, and the self-devouring physiological forces unleashed by stress. The poorly integrated person is thus volatile and directionless, and this is only the beginning. Sufficient volatility and lack of direction can rapidly conspire to produce the helplessness and depression characteristic of prolonged futility. This is not merely a psychological state. The physical consequences of depression, often preceded by excess secretion of the stress hormone cortisol, are essentially indistinguishable from rapid aging, weight gain, cardiovascular problems, diabetes, cancer, and Alzheimer's. The social consequences are just as serious as the biological. A person who is not well put together overreacts to the slightest hint of frustration or failure. He cannot enter into productive negotiations, even with himself, because he cannot tolerate the uncertainty of discussing potential alternative futures. He cannot be pleased because he cannot get what he wants, and he cannot get what he wants because he will not choose one thing instead of another. He can also be brought to a halt by the weakest of arguments. One of his multiple, warring subpersonalities will latch onto such arguments, often contrary to his best interest, and use them in the form of debts to buttress its contrarian position. A deeply conflicted person can therefore be stopped, metaphorically, with the pressure of a single finger exerted on his chest, even though he may lash out against such an obstacle. To move forward with resolve, it is necessary to be organized to be directed towards something singular and identifiable. In point. All this is part of maturation and discipline, and something to be properly valued. If you aim at nothing, you become plagued by everything. If you aim at nothing, you have nowhere to go, nothing to do, and nothing of high value in your life, as value requires the ranking of options and sacrifice of the lower to the higher. Do you really want to be anything you could be? Is that not too much? Might it not be better to be something specific and then, perhaps, to add to that? Would that not come as a relief even though it is also a sacrifice? The worst decision of all, when I was in graduate school at McGill University in Montreal studying for my clinical PhD, I noticed a pronounced improvement in character in everyone who continued in the progressively more difficult 5 to 6 year program. Their social skills improved. They became more articulate. They found a profound sense of personal purpose. They served a useful function in relation to others. They became more disciplined and organized. They had more fun. This was all despite the fact that the graduate courses were often of lower quality than they might have been, the clinical placements unpaid and difficult to come by, and the relationships with graduate supervisors sometimes, but by no means always subpar. Those beginning graduate work were often still immature and confused. But the discipline imposed upon them by the necessity of research and more particularly thesis preparation soon improved their characters. To write something long, sophisticated, and coherent means, at least in part, to become more complex, articulate, and deeper in personality. When I became a professor and started mentoring undergraduate and graduate students, I observed the same thing. The undergrad psychology students who allied themselves with the lab and therefore took on additional work obtained better grades than those who burdened themselves less. Taking on the functions of junior researchers helped them establish a place in the community while requiring them to discipline themselves, not least by necessitating more efficient use of their time. I observed a similar process when working as a clinical psychologist. I typically encouraged my clients to choose the best path currently available to them, even if it was far from their ideal. This sometimes meant tolerating at least a temporary decrease in ambition or in pride, but had the advantage of substituting something real for something available only in fantasy. Improvements in mental health almost invariably followed. Is there anything worth committing to? I am now old enough to have seen what happens when the various manners in which this question might be answered manifest themselves. In my career as undergraduate, graduate student, professor, clinical psychologist, researcher, and in my various additional forays, I have seen the same twin paths of development manifest themselves repeatedly. Both are available, in principle, to everyone to each of the half-developed, wandering, prematurely cynical, questioning, doubtful, and hopeful fools that we all are to varying degrees when young and on the brink of adulthood. It has become self-evident to me that many commitments have enduring value, those of character, love, family, friendship, and career foremost among them, and perhaps in that order. Those who remain unable or unwilling to establish a well-tended garden, so to speak, in any or all those domains inevitably suffer because of it. However, commitment requires its pound of flesh. To pursue an undergraduate degree means sacrifice in study, and the choice of a given discipline means foregoing the possibility of other pathways of study. The same goes for selecting a partner or group of friends. Cynicism about such things, or mere indecision or doubt, finds an easy but truly adversarial ally in the mindlessly nihilistic rationality that undermines everything. Why bother? What difference is it going to make in 1,000 years? What makes one pathway preferable to another or to none anyway? It is possible to be content, or even happy, with one partner or another, or with one group of friends or another, or with one career or another. In some sense, the satisfaction that these arrangements bring could have been generated by different choices. They are also each deeply flawed. Romantic partners can be fickle and complex, as can friends, and every career or job is characterized by frustration, disappointment, corruption, arbitrary hierarchy, internal politics, and sheer idiocy of decision-making. We could conclude from that lack of specific or ideal value that nothing matters more than anything else, or to draw the even more hopeless allied conclusion that nothing therefore matters at all. But those who draw such conclusions, no matter how well armed they are with rationally coherent arguments, pay a high price. People suffer for it if they quit before completing an undergraduate degree or the study of a trade. And this means quit, not fail, although the two can be difficult to distinguish. Sometimes people fail because they just cannot manage the job despite good intentions and necessary discipline. It takes a certain verbal capacity to operate effectively as a lawyer and a certain degree of facility with mechanical objects, for example, to become a carpenter. Sometimes the match between person and choice is so poor that even commitment will not suffice to bring about the desired end. But very often fail.
Thanks for listening to this audiobook so far. We want to be compliant with the copyright law. So this will be the end of this audiobook. If you want to have access to the full content, consider to be part of our Patreon membership, and if you find this book interesting, check the link below to purchase it.